Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the verdict watch in the Texas versus Aaron Dean trial. Um, Jury is back to deliberating. I think the last I saw, we were at about we're at 8 hours of deliberation time now. I have it monitored, and we will go straight to Texas as soon as there is a verdict. But in the meantime, let's get right back into Nebraska versus Angela Hock. Remember, Nebraska versus Angela Hock is the case of a midwife who is being charged for aggravated child abuse based on the fact that a child being born in her care passed away. Let me get my banner up and we will get going. All right, let's start. Let's rock. Judge is about to speak.
The attorneys.
Let me know how volume is.
What's happening is when the prosecutor asks questions, the defense attorney's mic is turned off, and vice versa. But during the questioning by the prosecutor or defense, they may want some time to ask their colleagues or their client for defense some questions, and it's being picked up on the mic. And Court TV is vigilant about not doing that and not broadcasting that, but they've missed a couple things according to the attorneys. So
Darn.
make sure you're cognizant of that. We're working.
They're going to start covering their mics. That's not good for us, but oh well.
If you want to talk to your client or your other attorneys during questioning, then I would ask, maybe you just ask Judge, can I have a moment? And then that'll signal Court TV will know they have to turn the mics off.
Make sure lots of people coming in.
All right.
We're just we're watching day 2 of Nebraska versus Angela Hock. The judge was just talking about some microphone issues. They're very cognizant of the mics. The mics are great in this courtroom, and it sounds like they're almost too good. And we know they're almost too good because we picked up a couple conversations between the attorneys.
Whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Wow, look how close.
Jameson, you may proceed.
This guy looks almost exactly like the first.
State your name and spell your last name for
firefighter that we
Matt.
saw
His
yesterday.
name Matthew. Go by Matt. Last name's Carroll. Carroll.
How are you employed?
With the Omaha Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Omaha Fire Department?
It'll be 19 years in January.
What is your title with the fire department?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
What does it mean to be a firefighter paramedic?
All firefighters are what they call certified EMTBs, which the B stands for basic. And then probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% of the job are paramedics. And paramedics go through more school, so they can do a lot more interactions than what a EMT basic can do.
Okay, I do want to talk about that training a little bit. So fair to say 19 years ago or so, you went through your initial training to become a firefighter.
Correct.
What basically did you have to do what did that training entail?
I cannot remember for sure how long we were in what they call the training academy. It was somewhere between 3 and 4 months, and that just depends on how short they are. Sometimes it's shorter than that as far as your academy training. And then once you get done with the academy training and they teach you all the aspects of being a firefighter, both EMS wise and firefighting wise. And
I'm going to interrupt you there. EMS is what?
Emergency medical services.
All right. Go ahead.
And then once you're done with the academy, you go out into what they call suppression. So that's when you're at the stations. And up until you've been on a fish week for 1 year, you're considered what they call either a probationary firefighter or a candidate. And once you get done with that, then you're quote unquote officially a firefighter.
Okay. Is it fair to say that then throughout your career, you continue to have ongoing training to maintain your licensure?
Yes.
And make sure you finish my sentence before you talk.
Oh,
because she's taking down everything, and and I'm bad at that too. So we can't talk over the top of each other. So somewhere along the line, then I presume you then started working on the paramedic training. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you do that?
After I finished my candidate year officially,
Okay. So how long have you been a paramedic?
right around 16 and a half, 17 years.
Okay. So what was the paramedic training like?
At the time, Omaha Fire did their own paramedic training. And so it was taught by Omaha Fire personnel. So we had to go twice a week, 8 hours a day for roughly a year. And it was both classroom training and hands-on training.
Does someone oversee all of the paramedics? Is there some kind of medical director or something to oversee all of the paramedics at the Omaha Fire Department?
Correct, yes.
And who is Omaha?
Man, this guy almost looks exactly
medical
like the first
director, is that
firefighter.
a
It's
doctor?
funny.
Correct.
Okay. So do you answer to a doctor? Or how does that work?
Ultimately, because of what we do out in the field, we actually are all underneath his license, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, fair. I want to talk directly about what matters in this case. So I'm wondering about actual OB training, delivering babies, experiences, and things like that. So what do you recall being the training you received through the years, both in the beginning and through the years as it relates to delivering babies?
When we were in paramedic class, and it may have changed since then, but we had to do 16 hours. It was 2 8-hour stints in a labor delivery situation. And so the first 8 hours that I did for that as part of the paramedic certification, I saw 2 deliveries, and we're literally there on an observation basis. And unfortunately, the second 8 hours I did, there were no patients that came in, so I didn't see anything.
Since your time, well, did you get training specific to?
Sometimes there's a reason for stereotypes, right?
The biggest thing they told us about breech deliveries is do whatever you can to keep the pressure off the cord.
Okay.
And then it kind of depends on what the breech presentation is as well.
What do you mean by that?
There's multiple breech presentations, and depending on the presentation,
That's
if
awesome.
the head has not been delivered, then we do what they call a V technique, and it's to try to keep the pressure off the child's nose and mouth.
Okay. So I gather you try to figure out, well, you know which way the child's facing, so you try to make some room so
Correct.
the child can maybe start taking breaths. Okay. So that sort of contemplates that the baby's born up to at least the neck or somewhere along the head. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So are you given techniques when you arrive and say there's a foot delivered or 2 feet or something like that?
This
Are there
EMT
things
seems
you're
to
taught
be a lot more credible, or he's better at testifying than
Is that
the
first and foremost?
first
All
than
right.
the chief EMT.
Have you ever had to, in your time as a paramedic, firefighter, paramedic, have you had to deliver a baby?
She did.
Okay.
She
Have you been on scene where a baby
owned, I
has
guess,
been
what you would
recently
call a
delivered?
company.
Yes.
How often has
Definitely
that
had a website called
Twice.
Nebraska Birth
was it
Keepers.
a pretty
Not
normal
Oath Keepers, Birth
delivery,
Keepers.
other than for whatever reason
Still a weird name to me, but
ambulances being called?
she did
I'm assuming
market
so,
herself as
yes,
a
because
midwife.
again, both instances that I've been on something like that, the child had already been fully delivered.
Okay. Have you ever had to clamp off the umbilical cord and cut
Yes.
the cord? Okay. So the examples you're giving, you got there pretty quickly after the baby was born?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about episiotomies. Do you know generally what an episiotomy is? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's right. What do you think an episiotomy is?
I don't know the specifics, but it is something where, and I'm assuming it'd be.
Oh God!
It could probably be
Just stop. You
delivery,
just say I don't know the
but for whatever
specifics.
reason, the child is not coming out, so they have to make an incision to make the opening large enough for the child to be.
Okay, he did a better job than I thought he was
You
gonna.
sound like you don't know exactly what it is. So does that imply that you aren't trained on episiotomies?
No, that's beyond our scope of practice.
Would
So
there
the
ever
answer
be a
would be
circumstance
yes.
that you
I'm not
would
trained.
attempt an episiotomy out in
Sorry.
the field?
That bothers me.
The only way we could do that is if we contacted medical control and they gave us permission.
Let's talk about that a little bit. You've got a medical director, and I think you used the word him, so I assume this is a male at this point in Omaha.
I asked the
Yes?
same
Yes.
question
All right.
yesterday. Like,
So when you're
what are
talking
we
about contacting
keeping?
medical
Like,
personnel, you aren't out
I
on the
mean,
scene and
more to the point,
contacting
like,
that
what
medical
does
director, are you?
it even mean?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It wasn't a very good question. When you're out on a call and needing to talk to a doctor, you don't contact that medical director, do you?
No, we do.
Okay.
And our medical director is affiliated with Nebraska Medicine. So anytime we have medical control questions, we have both a phone number that we can call and we can try and contact them over the radio as well.
Okay. And when you're on
I'm gonna hit on this as soon as we're.
is it also true that as you're getting information, you're feeding
I'm
information
gonna start
into
this and
the
hit this as
hospital,
soon as we get a
whichever
little break.
emergency room you're headed to? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ever talking to those docs about, hey, what might we do next?
Very rarely, because we have a pretty good, they call them standing orders. We have a pretty good set of standing orders as far as our protocol is concerned.
So the upshot of it is, am I saying it correctly, that you're not going to do some procedure that you're not trained to do, authorized to do, unless the medical director is telling you, do this?
Correct.
Okay. Would that be a pretty rare thing, that you're being directed to do something?
Yes. In my memory, I cannot think of anything throughout my paramedic career that I had to call medical control for permission to do XYZ procedure.
So what are the kind of things you can do?
I'm sorry.
What are the kind of things you can do as a paramedic without doctor authorization?
I don't know how extensive you want to be.
Just kind of
We
in
can
general.
administer medications. We can start IVs. If somebody needs to be shocked, we can do that. That's kind of the basic extent.
Let me ask you this, because since we were talking about the episiotomy, I know, because we're going to get to the exhibit in a minute, that your OB kit, you do have a very small scalpel in there. So are there, and I guess do you have a scalpel on your rig other than in the OB kit?
We might, but no, I think it's only in the OB kit.
So are there sort of procedures you can do using a scalpel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you have that scalpel in the OB kit?
Correct.
Okay.
Guys, we're gonna
So
talk about
fair
the
to say you don't
legality of
exactly
home
know why the
birth as
scalpel's in there?
soon as we get a little
No,
chance
I
here.
do know why it's in there. And we've never,
In Nebraska.
throughout my career, because I talked to the supply person, sometimes it's a specific type of scissors that might be in an OB kit. But throughout my career, it's always been a scalpel.
Okay. So why is the scalpel in there?
So that we can cut the umbilical cord
Okay.
if we need to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So there's some time, or you would expect also there might be a scissors different than a trauma shears in the OB kit to cut the umbilical cord.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I want to take you to what we're here to testify for, and that's June 15th, 2019. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Okay. And were you dispatched to 4826 Spalding Street?
I mean, I'd have to look in our day book, but yes, I was on that run.
Okay. Who was with you that day?
I'm sorry.
Who was with you that day?
On the medic unit, it was Dave Hurd.
Okay. What do you mean by medic unit?
The ambulance.
Okay. Who else was heading to the call?
Engine 41.
Okay. So how many people were on the engine 41?
4.
So 4 ride in the engine, 2 ride in the medic unit.
Yes.
What information did you have initially about what kind of call you were going to?
The way dispatch works is they call it toned out at the station. And the first thing that comes over the dispatch is the apparatuses that are going. So it was engine 41, medic 41, maternity issues, and then they give the address, and then we go en route.
So
I do
maternity,
find it
initial
interesting
maternity
that
issues
they've
was the
had
extent of what you
like
what was
almost the
happening.
full,
Correct.
the whole.
Because when dispatch,
I guess you would call it the whole
dispatches us,
truck.
it's
Both
very
there were
generic,
six
I guess to
folks. There were
say.
six
So it
EMT
could be
slash
chest
firefighters that
pain, it could
responded to the
be what they
call,
call PI,
and so far this
car
is the
accident,
fourth that we've had up.
difficulty breathing.
A-
They're not on
And
the
the
initial
testimony's
dispatch going to give
almost
you any
just
extra
exact
information
same.
other than the general dispatch.
While en route, did you get more information?
Yes, and that's standard. So once we were en route, they said, I don't remember the age, but it was a 20-something-year-old, is in the birthing process, and the feet have been delivered.
I will say so far he's
What
much
did you think
more clear
when
on his
you
memory of
learned that the
events.
feet had been delivered?
I knew it was going to be a serious call. I asked Dave, because Dave had much more experience at the time than I did, if he'd ever had a breech delivery. He said he had not. And the way we do things on the fire department is when you're on the medic unit, you take turns, quote unquote, being in charge of that call. So it was going to be Dave's patient. And so I told him, you go and do whatever you can to assist in the delivery. And I will grab the OB kit, and I will grab the airway bag, and I'll set all that up and have it ready to go. So
I know Dave Hurd retired at a rank of captain.
correct,
What is your rank?
firefighter.
Okay. So it doesn't matter that Dave Hurd is captain. Literally, you're taking turns as far as who's in charge. That captain isn't necessarily running the show every time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Yeah, they're both
All right.
EMS. So
What is this OB kit used for?
For when we go on calls where a baby's been delivered.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit number 130. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, I recognize it. That's kind of a standard OB kit for us.
And in fact, did you supply this, or somebody at the fire department supply this to my office for use in this trial?
Yes.
So would this be a fair demonstrative exhibit of the kind of kit you were using on this date?
Correct. It may have been a different brand.
wow, someone adjusted the
because
mics.
The fire department, like anywhere
Huh.
else, tries to save money. So if they got XYZ brand and then they go up in price, then they'll try to negotiate and find a cheaper brand with the same materials in it.
And one of the things this kit has in it is this scalpel you talked about. Is that true?
Yes.
Or hit this one real quick. So they're talking about episiotomy because Angee Hock actually performed what it can loosely be called an episiotomy. While the firefighters were on scene, she used emergency shears,
Yes.
which are used to cut off. But most of y'all in the chat know this, but which are used to cut off clothes
An underpad, a bowl
during an emergency.
syringe, umbilical cord clamps, PVP prep pads, safety scalpel, OB napkins, baby receiving blanket, pair of gloves, OB towelette, plastic pre-cut twist ties, plastic bag, one towel, one gauze pad.
I'm going to try to show this to the court, and I think we can do this. You see me unwrapping what appears to be a lightweight blanket? Is that what this is?
Yes. It's actually a pad, but yes.
Oh, it's a pad. Okay. I thought perhaps this was a blanket to wrap the baby, but that's not what that is.
Oh, I don't know. I can't see that far.
No, just this is considered a pad, the white thing.
Or a blanket.
Okay.
I'd have to look at the list.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because to be honest with you, we do not use OB kits very often.
Okay. All right. And you have plenty of blankets probably in the ambulance. Is that true?
Yes.
Because it certainly might be that you put the baby in a blanket when the baby's born, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So these are all these items, and I mostly am interested in, of course, we have gloves. Different. What are these? You see up on the screen. What are these?
I'm assuming the clamps.
Is it a better view if you look at it like that?
Yes.
And then I'm interested, of course, in the scalpel. I'm showing you what's inside here. It looks like a blue little plastic thing that was
Two
branded on it.
EMTs and several other firefighters
Is that fair?
allowed her to do
Yes.
it.
And this, of course, is sterile. It's inside a sterile paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And these, of course, are just all the other things that you described listed on this kit. True?
Yes.
One moment. Causing. Making a mess here. Give me a second.
Come on, lady, get it together. She actually seems like a really good prosecutor so far, though.
You know what? I'm gonna
She's very tight on making sure like rules of procedure are followed. She doesn't. She makes sure her witnesses don't read from reports. Did a decent
giving me the thumbs up, so I think that's gonna work.
opening statement.
All right, so you have concerns, you know it's a breech baby. And I think what you've said is you got to get in there quick, assess it, and get that mom and child off to the hospital as quickly as possible.
Yes.
All right, so when you arrived, what did you see first? What happened next?
We had to go up some stairs. When we got there, I could see the mom on all fours, and the baby was hanging there by its head.
Who was first up the stairs, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. What did you do once you saw that? And I should say, is she on the top of the stairs?
She, at the top of the stairs, she is probably about approximately 2 feet over from where the top of the stairs are.
So you see mom on all fours. Do you see anybody else with her?
Yes.
Who do you see?
Well,
with her?
Mommy, I totally get that. I
A
actually had
person,
a
I
lot
don't
of second
know
thoughts
who she
about even
was,
doing this
but
again
she
today.
was attempting to deliver the child.
It's really one of the only
Did you
trials
see her
going, and
father?
two,
When we
there's a lot of
walked
people in the chat
the
that seem
father was standing
really,
at the
really
bottom of the stairs,
interested in it. And
holding a child.
I mean, every trial we
and
do is
he
going to
wanted
probably
us to go upstairs.
isn't going to be that pleasant.
So you see mom
But
on all fours.
again, I
You see
totally
another woman. Do
understand.
you see any other woman up there? At that
I did
time?
not.
Okay. Did you ever see another woman up there?
I did not.
Okay. So as far as you know, the only people in the house at that point, or at any point, was dad, mom, and this other woman.
And the child,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And
That
the child.
dad was holding.
Yes. Okay. All right. So you got up there. What'd you do?
Dave went over to assist the person that was with the mom, and I started setting everything up about 3 feet away from him.
This
as far
should
as
be the
OB
most
kit
graphic
and the airway
testimony.
bag and having a BVM.
I think once we
and
get
hooking up
past
oxygen.
the
Now, you said a
EMTs,
moment ago
we're going to
that
get into
you
much
just want to get them up
more
and out of
interesting
there.
legal.
Why not just the
Right.
moment you saw her get the bot?
Oh, our
and get her out of
hipster
there? Why even set that up?
defense attorney has his hair down today and a mustard jacket on.
Hopefully for a delivery, and the person that was with the woman appeared to, for lack of a better word, to be a professional.
Okay. And why did that dictate why you set up the OB kit?
Because, well, we're going to set up the OB kit regardless.
Okay.
Even if the child had been delivered.
Wombat Mommy,
Right.
So
Okay.
turn on
that we could
notifications from a long crime. I
use
hate
the
to say
bulk
that.
syringe
I'll
and
try to get it
start getting the child
tweeted
in
out, but
the
I have such bandwidth issues
they
that
need to
we
be
might
in.
just only see it live
So
here.
you're going to set that up. So
But
is it
again,
fair
I
to
totally
say that
understand.
you and the OB
I-
kit,
again,
you're
I-
kind of getting ready
I
to
thought
deliver
about
the
bailing
baby,
on this.
whereas Dave Hurd's helping the mom.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to get ready in case there's any moment at which that baby is finally delivered. Is that fair?
Yes.
How do you recall the baby looking when you first got there?
To the best of my recollection, when we first got there, all things considered, the baby looked good.
Okay. So healthy, not turning blue or looking like that the was in enough distress that, well, I don't know. That's like, what do you mean by good?
Viable.
Okay. All right. I assume babies look a little blue when they're born anyway.
Mhm.
I don't have enough experience with babies to be able to answer that, to be honest.
Is that true, chat?
But at least that point, were you hopeful?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you got the OB kit ready, and you're literally just spreading everything out to have it ready.
Yes.
Obviously, everyone could see how I was stumbling with all those things. You're
Yeah, we're
just
going to talk about
spreading
this when
out
we
so
get
you
a
can grab
quick
what you
break.
need.
Yes.
Fair to say? All right.
Uh,
What happened next?
Dave assisted the person that was there. They were unable to get they weren't able to get the child out. The person there asked for a pair of, I don't remember the exact terminology, whether it was trauma shears or trauma scissors. And I advised that person, since I'd already opened up the OB kit and I assumed that person was going to try to do an episiotomy. So I advised that person that we have a scalpel, and the person told me, no, I want the
Yeah, I don't
scissors.
remember any of
Let me
my
interrupt you,
3
but that
kids
was a lot,
being
so I'm going to
blue.
follow up some questions here. So you think you remember that it was either trauma shears or trauma scissors?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't plain old scissors or shears. She was saying trauma in front of those two words.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right. And so
That's kind of helpful for her.
you're saying that you immediately thought she was going to do an episiotomy?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
Just based off the question that she was asking for scissors.
All right. Why did you suggest the scalpel?
Because even though I've never done one, I'm assuming that is what they use to do an episiotomy. And it's going to be, in my opinion, more effective.
Trauma shears, we have a
And these answers are all the same.
picture of those. But why do you showing exhibit 9.8? You recognize those as a sample trauma shears?
Yes.
So why were you concerned that trauma
One's in the chat if you guys think we should just skip this guy.
Because from our standpoint, the only reason we carry and use trauma shears is there's a saying in EMS called strip and flip. So when we go to a certain call, depending on what it is, if we need to remove clothing so that we can further assess the injuries to the patient, that's when we use trauma shears.
So you offered a scalpel, and what did she say?
She said she wanted the scissors.
And I should
Ooh,
ask,
J. Michael, you're not
if
going to
you
like
can,
that
so
answer.
if you can, do you recognize that woman as being here today?
I have no idea what that person looked like.
Okay.
All right, yeah, we're sticking with him. I think we're past the real graphic stuff.
Since I wasn't the one with her at the patient's side, I was doing what I need to do to get ready in case we had a delivery.
So she tells you, no to the scalpel, I want the trauma shears.
Yes.
All right, what happened next?
I didn't see this happen, but I know they broke
And why do you
Oh,
know they
God.
because she asked for another pair or
Oh,
asked if
God.
we had another pair.
And I thought we were past the
Did you have
best
another
stuff.
pair?
We did.
Okay. And did you give those to her?
Yes.
So where are these trauma shears carried? Do you carry one in your pocket, or how come you have two pairs just right there?
So
Answer
one
that
key
question.
point here is this is the 4th
Some people do carry them in their pocket.
first
I personally
responder
do not.
who has
But
testified
as a
to.
general rule,
Well, she was.
we have a trauma box.
Yeah, they
and
broke.
We got one on
Testified
each
to.
side of the trauma
Yeah,
box.
Was that
she
trauma
had
that box brought to the top of the stairs that day?
I think essentially had scrubs
Not by
on,
you, I gather.
and
Somebody else?
we just assumed
I
that
do
she
not
was a
So was she given a second pair?
that
of
she was had
shears?
more medical training than we
What did
did.
she do? What did you? Well, I should ask.
Nobody
you,
asked her.
the first shears broke. Did you hear any reaction from the mom?
I did not
Okay. And
because
then,
I was too involved in everything else.
okay. Second pair of trauma shears were handed to her. Did you hear a reaction from the mom then?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever remember hearing a scream or anything from the mom that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see whether or not this woman was able to effect an episiotomy?
I did not see it, but based off when we started to go to the hospital, it was not effective.
Okay. All right. And I guess I probably didn't ask the
I
best
think-
questions.
I
Were
think
you
that's
able
the
to
worst
observe that
fact.
She had been cut in some manner.
That's the worst fact in this
Not that I
for her.
Okay. All right, fair. So what happens next?
It's the fact that kind of tips the scales for me.
Once those 2 attempts failed, we realized we're not going to be able to safely deliver this child here. And so then we prepared to get mom and child out of the house and on the way to the hospital.
And how did you do that?
We used a thing called, the fire department calls it a bot, and BOT stands for big orange thing. The manufacturer that makes it is a company called Reeves, Reeves.
Miss Priss, with this
Who got
witness,
that bot? Do you
I
remember?
do not recall.
Okay. Once the bot was brought to the top of the stairs.
Yes,
Had you already brought the stretcher over to the house?
I do not recall.
Okay. So once the bot gets to the top of the stairs, how do you go about getting the mom onto that stretcher?
We set the bot by her, and then we're not going to be able to carry her out on the bot on all fours. So we had to roll her over to her back, and then we get her secured in. There's 1, 2, 3.
definitely what I
There's
want to
3
talk about
straps
when we
on
get a
each
little bit of a
side.
break.
Normally what we do for the upper body, we cross them. So there's one here.
You know what? I'm just going
one
to
in the
talk over
middle,
him
and one at the
because
bottom.
it's
The top
going to
one
get
is
graphic
for this
anyway.
one, the
Let's,
middle, this
there's a
one
couple
to the
comments I
middle,
started that I
and
want
the bottom one,
to
we just secure straight across.
hit on in terms of
And did you
really
take her down head first?
We did,
Why did
the
you do
legal
that?
basis in this case.
to take.
So the
any
first one is
undue
from Katie.
pressure off the child.
Thanks for being here, Katie.
In a normal circumstance, would
So
it be the
some
case
home
you would
births
beat
in
first?
Nebraska are
Yes.
not legal.
Was that something
She
you
wasn't a
trained
legal
that you know to do
midwife.
that, or just something
That just layers errors in
Yes.
judgment here, in my opinion.
Right.
Agreed.
Okay,
But
so
from my understanding,
get
there's
down
that's kind of the
stairs,
weird
did you get her
part
in the
of
ambulance?
Nebraska law.
We
And
put
that's
her on the
that
stretcher
if you're a
first and then
licensed
the ambulance
midwife,
first.
you cannot perform home births. So that's why folks like Angee Hock don't become licensed midwives.
Once she got in the ambulance, what
Because that
happened?
still allows them to perform home births. And yeah,
We
that goes to Greg's
wanted
point
to start
here
an IV on the patient,
of
the mom,
the liberty question.
and she
And we're going to talk
absolutely
about liberty
refused, and
and
in a situation
libertarianism
like
a lot
that,
on this channel.
if
That's kind of the place
we
where I come
started
from,
an IV on
um,
somebody that said
or
no,
where my legal
we
thought
can
comes
actually
from.
be prosecuted
And
for assault. So
it is
we
legal.
did not start an IV.
It's just not legal for anyone
And
who's
then
licensed.
I can't remember if it was
And that's
around
kind of
this time
sometimes where our
she got
libertarian
and
ideals can
said
cause us
she did not
problems.
want an
Is
IV
we say
because with her first
you
child,
can't take that
she
right
went
away
through
from us.
PTSD.
And the government, in a
What happened
state
next?
government in the United States of America, should
We went
absolutely
to
say,
the
yeah, we
hospital.
can't take that right away from you.
Where's everybody at in that?
But we can say that anyone that's licensed
Dave
under our
Bird
governance
was
can't do it.
found with
It-
the
and it
child.
essentially seems like it drove this
We had
lady
a
underground,
firefighter
which is,
on
could be part of the issue here.
my right, and I guess it'd be the mom's right also. We had another firefighter on the left, and I was sitting at the head.
Did you make while still parked before you drove off in the ambulance? Did you make further attempt to try to deliver the child?
On scene, not to my recollection.
Were there attempts to continue to try to deliver the child while you were in the ambulance?
En route to the hospital, I'd already called in the report to Nebraska Medicine was the closest hospital, so that's where we were going. En route, I was sitting there looking at the situation, and
Hey, Ms. Priss, thanks for the heads up.
We need to try to do
I'm
something.
going to skip the medical examiner.
We had
I think we
the
know horrible
firefighters
things
on
that
each
happen.
side. We lifted
I don't think we
mom's
need it.
legs up, and the only way I can really describe it is like they're going into a walking sled, and so they put their shoulders basically behind her knees, and they both pushed. And we also asked mom to push as well.
At some point, was that successful?
That first attempt, no. The second attempt that we tried, it was everything that I just described was the same, except for I stood up and I also helped.
Prior to, so we're on the way to the ambulance. Presume you're not driving; someone else is driving.
Yes.
Okay. How's the baby looking? Did it change how she was looking versus when you first came on scene and you said she looked pretty good? Did things change?
Yes, by that time, the baby was starting to turn blue.
Okay. And by that time, you mean by the time you're en route to the hospital?
Yes.
When the baby was born, how did the baby look?
The child was blue. The child did not have a pulse, and the child was not breathing.
What happened next?
This all transpired when the baby was finally delivered. This happened
That's my
literally
understanding, but my
Nebraska
understanding
Medical
is
Department.
really only taken
Once
from
we
opening
verified no
statements.
pulse and no respirations, we immediately started CPR and started breathing for the child via bag valve mask.
How did you feel in those moments in the ambulance when this baby wasn't being born yet and was starting to turn blue?
Helpless.
Do you recall at any point, well, let me ask this question. The woman who was trying to help at the top of the stairs, did anyone have a conversation with her about who she was, what she was doing, and whether she would come to the hospital that you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. At any point, do you recall that woman announcing, you got to get to the hospital, and directing you all to get her to the hospital?
I do not remember that, no.
Would you have, was it your intent to get to the hospital as soon as you could?
If that person would not have been there, that's immediately would have, they call it load and go. That is immediately what we would have done.
So because she was there, you did not load and go? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because at the time, she seemed to be some type of medical professional. So I assumed that she had the best interest of patient.
This is the same testimony that we've got from 4 different EMTs.
So
It really
I
bothers me.
assumed that
And
she knew what she was
cumulatively,
doing,
it's
and
started to really bother me that they didn't ask her.
I guess that's it.
It certainly appeared like she was trying to help.
Yes.
Okay.
And really, if they knew the laws that we've just been talking about, they would have known that she couldn't have been licensed or more trained than them.
No further questions for this witness.
You testified that you first went through paramedic class, was it 19 years ago?
17 years ago.
17. And how often do you have to take classes to recertify that?
It just depends on what you're referring to, because we have multiple licenses being paramedics. So like ACLS is every 2 years. CPR is every 2 years. PALS is every 2 years. And on top of all of our official certifications, we also have to have so many hours of continuing education every year.
Any of the specific certifications you just mentioned that you have to do every 2 years, do those involve neonatal care?
PALS, which stands for Pediatric Advanced Life Support. Yes.
Can you talk about PALS a little more, please?
Could you be more specific?
You said you have to research.
No new
PALS
updates
every
in
2 years.
Verdict Watch.
How long is the class?
It's either 8 or 16 hours. I don't remember specifically.
And what's the focus of that class? What type of things do you learn?
It kind of speaks for itself. It's pediatric advanced life support. So it's how you treat children. And it's very similar to ACLS. And it's in regards to if there's breathing difficulties, cardiac difficulties, that's kind of the main emphasis.
And what age range does children fall into? Who does that include?
Children, I guess, would be anywhere from 1 to 16.
So PALS doesn't actually train you in neonate, a newborn child, and the proper medical interventions for that type of situation, does it?
I do not remember. I'm sure it does, but I could not tell you 100% yes.
Well, pediatrics has a definition in the medical field, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that it's 1 to 13. Is that what it
If I
was?
remember correctly, you asked me how we identify children.
So is it your testimony that PALS does give you training on neonates?
Yes.
What is that training?
Again, like I said, it's primarily, they have a bunch of different algorithms that if I had a card, I could explain it better, how to treat children in regards to any type of medical concern that may come up.
Let's talk about resuscitating a neonate. What are the proper procedures for that?
For a neonate, it depends on the presentation of the child. The first thing we would do is, and again, it depends on the presentation. The first concern is going to be the airway. And then we check the cardiac situation. And we've got different interventions depending on the presentation of the neonate.
What are some of those interventions?
Bag valve mask. So basically you're breathing for the child, chest compressions, possible intubation, and if we have to administer medications.
What type of medications might you administer to a neonate in distress?
Again, it depends on the situation, but probably the most common one we're going to use is going to be epinephrine.
And in a situation where the neonate is just born, still attached through an umbilical cord, how would you get epinephrine into that infant?
And again, this depends on the presentation. It's either going to be via an IO, an intraosseous needle, or if the child's been intubated, we can put medications down the ET tube.
Did you attempt to put an IV in the infant?
We were not able to based off the presentation
Why weren't you able to?
because of the presentation of the child.
Would you have been able to, are there certain
Some of these
drugs that
defense
you could
questions are just not good.
administer to a pregnant woman that would have an effect on the
For anyone
presentation
catching up, this is a
of
bench
partially
trial, so
born
there is
child?
no jury. The judge will render a verdict,
In our protocol that we can
which makes
administer.
things different.
No, sir.
You wouldn't be authorized to administer epinephrine through an IV in the mother?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Specifically for the paramedic certification, how many hours of continuing training do you have to recertify that?
To be honest with you, I do not know because our administration takes care of all that.
Is it more than 10 hours a year?
I would say it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60.
60 hours a year?
Yes.
And of that continuing training, how much of it focuses on childbirth?
It just depends. Whoever sets up the training, we get taught whatever they're training.
So it's not necessarily a comprehensive review of everything you're taught.
No, it kind of varies every year. They change it up.
Is it different subjects?
Correct.
When's the last time you specifically had a continuing education class dealing in childbirth?
In childbirth specifically, I do not know.
Was it in your last recertification?
Not that I recall.
When was your last recertification?
Probably 6 months ago.
How about the year before that? Can you ever recall having a a seminar, if you will, or a class in continuing education about childbirth?
I know we have, but when it was specifically, I do not know.
Sometime in the last 17 years.
Definitely.
How about neonatal care? Has that been something in your most recent research that you took continuing education classes on?
Most recent, no.
When was the last time you can remember a class on neonatal care?
The exact time frame, I do not know.
You can't remember one recently?
Not offhand, no, sir.
Firefighter, I want to talk about your OB kit. It's fair to say that nothing in that OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention.
I would say that's incorrect.
What in the OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention?
The bulb syringe,
What would you do with that bulb?
suction the mouth and nose.
In a case like this, did anyone
I
try?
love
to
how
use
he's kind of talking to him like an
Did
idiot.
anyone try to use the bulb to suction the mouth and nose?
If you're talking after the delivery, no. And until the child had been delivered, there was no way to be able to do that.
You couldn't get that bulb up through the vaginal cavity to the child's nose and mouth.
No, sir.
Do you understand? Is it your understanding that paramedic Hurd attempted this V maneuver that you described?
Yes, sir.
When do you understand that occurred?
Once we had mom and child in the ambulance.
And was that effective?
So this is critical. There's one witness that testified that happened before.
Was he able to get his fingers inside the vaginal cavity?
Angee Hock made her
Yes.
medical interventions,
I do not know.
and there's two that say it happened after. And it seems to
talk
me like that
about when you
matters
arrived to the
somehow
scene.
from the legal perspective. And I
you
think
first
it's going to go
arrived,
to like
you
abandonment
arrived,
of
you know?
care.
Yes, sir.
And is that for your protection and safety? In
Yes,
part.
sir.
How long does that typically take?
In a situation like this, if you want to go by national registry standards, that's something that they say when you first get on scene, is the scene safe? The majority of our runs, we assume the scene is safe. So I don't even think that was anything anybody thought about.
So when you first
Yeah, they only assume the
first
scene's not
arrived,
safe
you
if it's a
initiated care almost immediately then.
Once we got up the stairs,
police
yes.
call first.
And when you initiate care, does that create a duty for you in respect to the patient?
Yes.
And is part of that duty to protect the patient from anything that might cause them harm?
Yes.
You describe the person who was there and that you assumed that they knew what they were doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were they doing that made you think that? What were they doing with the patient that made you think that?
Trying to deliver the child.
Were they positioning the mother in what you understand to be an appropriate way to attempt this delivery?
Yes.
Were they attempting to move her in ways that you understood were appropriate to facilitate that delivery?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, and I think you said you spent 8 hours and saw 2 babies delivered.
16 total. 8, I saw 2 children being born. The other 8 hours I was there were no patients.
So based on that training and what you've seen and learned, what you observed from that person, Mrs. Hock, was someone who was taking action consistent with what a medical person would do to have a vaginal birth.
If you're asking me, was this situation the same as what I saw in labor and delivery? No.
Did you have any training or experience specifically with a breech birth?
Training, yes. Experience, no.
What was your training with a breech birth?
To take the pressure off the umbilical cord.
And is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy might take some of that pressure off an umbilical cord?
That's
Yes.
absolutely true.
Is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy
But
might
these
allow this
first
knee
responders are
maneuver
testifying to the
to
fact that they
be
thought
possible?
she was abandoning
Might create
care
more
because
room.
they thought that she was more qualified than them.
It would create
They did
more
not
room,
ask,
yeah.
which I think
And
is a
the
problem for the
room-
state.
You need room to fit fingers inside a vaginal cavity, correct?
Yes.
In regards to your OB kit or any of the tools you had at hand in your ambulance that you were provided with, did you have anything similar to surgical scissors, stainless steel scissors?
We do.
Where are those held? Where are those kept?
It depends on the med unit. A lot of them have them in the trauma box, and a lot of times we have them in what we call an IV tray on the actual ambulance itself.
Did you have that trauma box with you in the hallway?
We did.
And were these surgical scissors in that trauma box?
To specifically say yes or no, I do not recall.
Would it
I'm
be,
assuming so, yes.
it'd be standard that they'd be there.
They should be, yes.
And did you offer those scissors when scissors were asked for?
Did not.
Are you familiar with what's called an episiotomy scissors?
I am not familiar with that term.
May I approach, Your Honor?
No update in the Aaron Dean verdict watch.
Yep.
We are approaching 9 hours of deliberations.
Episiotomy scissors. I don't know the specific name of those, but we do carry something like that.
You have, and I'm going to put this on the screen. You have something like this?
Objection is not in evidence. Can you just sticker on it, do something?
I'd like to admit this into evidence.
Well, you need to mark it as exhibit first.
Yeah, dude, they get so lax in bench trials.
Your Honor.
Any objection to exhibit 131?
I would just say, I don't think there's foundation for it with this witness, but he can probably shore it up with the doctor later, so I don't object.
All right, 131 will be received.
Good. So, is something like this in your trauma kit?
I don't know if it's specifically like that. That looks different from what we actually carry. The one we carry looks similar to this, but the blade on my right hand, the blade on the left side would look like the one on the right side.
So are you describing a pair of scissors that's blunted in some way that you'd have in your trauma box?
I don't know what you mean by blunt.
Go to a microphone,
Well,
dude.
you can have scissors that are sharp and pointy, right?
Yes.
And you can have scissors that are blunt like this, right?
You're talking on the left-hand side?
Well, both sides appear to be rounded or blunt, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that term.
Do you have children, firefighter?
No, sir.
That
Do you
didn't work
agree
well.
with me that pointy scissors can poke someone, they can stab someone, they can cause harm to them because they're so pointy.
Oh, he was gonna go with you
If
let
you're
your
talking
kids
about
run
a
with
normal pair of
scissors.
scissors,
What a dipshit.
yes.
And that, direct your attention to these trauma shears.
I think he's gonna go buy a mic soon enough. I'm gonna leave him so I don't blow anyone else's ears up.
The reason for the bluntness of
Those
the
look pretty
trauma
different to me. I'm a layman, but they look pretty different to me.
bottom is so that you can cut clothes off and not cut the skin beneath, correct?
Yes.
It's a safety feature.
Yes.
And the fact that it's blunt, that's what makes it safer.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's something similar going on here as far as these being blunt, they're not sharp, and that if you were attempting to make a cut on a particular part, for example, the perineum, that this would provide protection to other parts of the body, or in this case, the child.
Yes.
And you don't have scissors like this in your trauma kit.
No, sir.
If you had scissors like this in the trauma kit, would you have provided them to Mrs. Hock when you understood that she was going to attempt an episiotomy?
We wouldn't carry scissors like that because per our protocol, we're not allowed to do episiotomies.
Good answer.
But in your opinion, would this be more appropriate than taking a scalpel to the perineum in this situation where the baby's neck and head is right there?
I'd object to beyond this witness's knowledge. He says he isn't trained on it. He doesn't know the answer to this question.
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I do not know.
Well, you'd agree with me that the way this baby was presented, with only her head inside the vaginal cavity, that the perineum would be in close physical proximity to the neck or head of that child.
Yes.
And that if you took an open blade, a scalpel, close to the head or neck of a child and attempted to make a cut, that there's a risk that you would cut the child.
I have no idea how to do an episiotomy or what the procedures are for an episiotomy, so I cannot answer that question.
Your testimony today is that a scalpel that doesn't have these safety features, that's a naked blade, doesn't carry more risk for collateral damage than the use of a tool that's specifically designed to prevent that?
Okay, then why do
And
surgeons
I do
use
not know how
scalpels,
an
man?
episiotomy is performed.
Firefighter, you testified that 2 trauma shears were provided
Yes.
and that one was broken.
Yes.
Did you get that broken trauma shear back?
Do not know.
When you end your shift or you end a call, is someone expected to take an inventory of that trauma box?
Yes.
Was that done?
I do not remember.
Do you recall if trauma scissors were replaced in that box?
I do not remember.
Defense seems to be working with very little here right now.
You testified that you have no idea how to perform an episiotomy. And I believe you also testified that a scalpel would be more effective.
Based off what I know about episiotomies, yes.
So, but you're unable to render opinion you're able to render an opinion that a scalpel is more effective than an episiotomy based on what you know, but you're unable to have an opinion about whether a scalpel or what I've shown you as a episiotomy scissors would be more effective or more safe.
Thanks, Kara.
I have not been trained how to do episiotomies. I've never seen episiotomy done, so I have no idea what tools they use to complete that procedure.
About
Is
how
it-
long?
These are
did
good
it-
answers from him. Of
did
like,
it take to
I don't know,
attempt
man.
this Episiotomy.
We didn't attempt it. Oh, that I don't. Again, I was over with the OB kit, so I do not know.
But you handed the scissors.
I don't remember if it was myself or someone else.
I think this also happened like 3 years ago.
When you were responding to the call, you learned over radio that the feet and at least part of the torso had already emerged, correct?
I would have to hear a recording of the 911 call. The only thing that I remember specifically is they said the feet had been delivered.
And it's your protocol responding to such an incident where there's a breech birth that you should transport as soon as possible?
Yes.
How long were you at the house before transfer was initiated?
I'd have to look at the chart, or I'm sorry, the report to be official, but it was somewhere between probably 5 and 8 minutes-ish.
Once you got into the ambulance, you attempted to help Emily give birth to her child.
Yes,
And once the child was born, you testified that initially it had good color?
when it was born, no.
No. What type of mask did you attempt the resuscitation on the child?
No.
Do you remember who did that?
I know Dave was doing the chest compressions, and I don't know who was doing the ventilations.
What type of mask and do you carry that would have been used in this situation?
It's the initials, and what we normally refer to it as is called the BVM, and that stands for bag valve mask.
And you just have one type of mask?
No, we've got one for infants, we've got one for pediatrics, and we've got one for adults.
Do you have one specifically for neonates, for newborn infants?
We do, yes.
Is that the one that was used?
I do not recall.
Can you tell me what the normal respiration rate for a neonate is?
40 to 60.
How does that differ from a child?
A child's going to be 30 to 40. Well, it depends on the age of the child.
Would you agree with me that when you arrived, it was your hope that that baby would be delivered as soon as possible?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you agree with me that everything you did was for the purpose of delivering that baby?
Yes.
Was the bot, when you arrived, was the bot brought immediately up?
No.
Someone had to go get that bot?
Yes.
How fast can you transfer, all things being equal, how fast can you load and transport a patient or get them into the ambulance from the scene?
It depends on the situation.
Are you trained to do that quickly?
Again, it depends on the situation.
In a situation like this, the physical act of loading Emily No onto the bot and taking her to the ambulance, how long did that take?
I do not recall the exact time frame, but it's going to probably be 2 to 3 minutes.
May I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm handing you a patient care report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the report that you signed off on after this incident?
Indirectly, I signed off on it, but it was not my, I am not the one that filled out the patient care report.
Is your signature, is one of these your signature?
Mm-mm.
Whose signatures are those?
This one looks like Dave Hurd. Oh, I'm assuming that's probably somebody from the hospital.
You contributed to this report being made.
Correct. My name's on the front page.
I'd like to offer this report as Defense Exhibit 132.
Objection, hearsay.
It's a really good point. That kind of boils down to the last four witnesses. Boils the last four witnesses down to brass tacks.
Firefighter, are you a mandatory reporter?
Okay, so I was thinking about this last night. This man, where he keeps going with
Your
this mandatory
understanding
reporting.
that
Because I've heard
Being a
it before,
mandatory reporter requires
especially
you
from
to report
defense
suspected
attorneys.
child abuse to a law enforcement
And here's the
agent.
thing:
Yes.
the fact that a
Did you
mandatory
make a report to law
reporter
enforcement agent in this
didn't
case?
report your activity
Did you
as child
cause a
abuse
report to be made in this case?
isn't super strong evidence that you didn't commit child abuse. Kind of feels like a Daryl Brooks
I
question.
can have a moment.
Did you see the perpetrator? Who is Daryl Brooks? It kind of feels like the same. How it keeps going the same way on that. Morning, blissful crafter. Yeah, I should have waited to say that and not talk over him, but to re-articulate that, defense attorneys, I've heard it many times. Are you a mandatory reporter?
Forgive me if
Yes.
you answered this
Did
and I didn't quite understand.
I'll let him.
What was your role in the ambulance when EMS was trying to help Emily deliver her baby?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. You weren't holding one of the legs, correct?
No, sir.
And you weren't one of the people who was there ready or who was supporting the baby, keeping pressure off of that umbilical cord.
Correct.
You were an observer?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what you saw again when the resuscitation was being attempted? How was the baby positioned?
On its back.
And chest compressions were being done?
Correct.
How were those being administered?
Via 2 fingers on the sternum.
And was an IO considered for this child?
The delivery literally happened while we were on UNMC property, so we immediately took the child and mother into the ER.
No further questions.
Thank God. This is getting a little
It
redundant.
stands for intraosseous,
What does that mean?
where you're putting a needle into a bone.
You talked about not using the suction to the mouth and nose, and that you did not do that. Why did you not do that?
Because we did not have any access.
I'm talking about after the child is born.
Again, because we were already on it. The delivery happened as we were backing into the ER.
So you were getting Vera and her mom Emily to the hospital staff as soon as you could.
Yes.
Okay. I know you don't have any episiotomy experience. We had a number of questions about these sharp scissors, blunt stickers, scissors, and scalpel. If you were wanting to cut through tissue, skin, and muscle, knowing what you know about the trauma shears and the scalpel, which one would you want to use to be able to effectively cut through muscle?
Again, like you stated, I have no idea how an episiotomy works, but I would assume if you are cutting through skin, like you see on TV when they're doing surgeries, they use a scalpel to cut through skin.
So it was just your logic thinking that if you're going to cut through something, you need something sharper than trauma shears. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
There's some questions about being a mandatory reporter. When you were at the scene, did you have information about?
I think this is the
how
first time
much
they've kind of
had passed
attacked back on
between
that mandatory reporter thing.
knowledge of the breach presentation
I might be wrong.
versus calling 911?
Did not know.
Or pushback, I should say.
So when this whole thing was over, did you have concerns about what might have gone wrong during this delivery at that home?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your concern a child abuse concern or a practicing medicine without a license concern?
I don't like this question because you charged her with the
I don't
other thing.
think either, because I did not know until after the fact
Okay, good answer.
what had transpired.
So well after the fact, after you've already turned the two patients over to the hospital, and so at that point the hospital's involved, that's when you started to get information fed to you about what might have transpired at the house?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thanks, sir. You step down. You're done. Take your water with you, please. I always forget.
May I get my next witness?
You may.
Because I'm just pulling stuff up to make sure that we're watching. But properly doing verdict watch over here, making sure I have it up everywhere. Who's up?
Probably an average of about 12 a month.
Okay.
So
And
not doing the
I'll-
multiplication quickly enough.
I guess I'll just ask the overall question now. To date, can you put a number on how many? Because I'm going to get to it anyway, so I'll just jump to it. How many labor and deliveries do you think you've been a part of?
I think in my defense deposition, I tried to estimate that number
They have this labeled
and
wrong.
had to use a calculator because I think we said about 1,200 to 1,500.
Okay.
If you include labors that I was involved in, but then transitioned to care
Okay.
prior to the delivery, it's more than
Okay,
that.
she's gonna be good.
All right, fair.
She's the OBGYN,
Then you leave
but they originally talked to you and I guess were sort of under her
Washington,
care before
and
they
where do you go after
decided
that?
to.
to Nebraska Medicine.
and what year was that?
That I started that employment February 1st, 2017.
And in 2017, what were you hired to do at Nebraska Medicine?
The same position I'm in now, assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology.
Okay. In that role, do you continue to see patients?
Yes.
Do you see patients by yourself, or are you overseeing people?
I both see patients independently and I oversee resident physicians.
And by patients, you're seeing OBGYN patients, correct?
Yes.
And you see them through delivery.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that always the case though? Do you see a patient that you may not be able to be part of that delivery because you're not working that day or you're out of town or what have you?
So we do have a group model. And so we're on when we're on and off when we're off. So I may have a labor patient this morning, and in that case, my partner would cover that. Tonight, I will be the labor and delivery coverage person. And so I will expect my partners
Okay,
to
so this is the
check out their
OBGYN
patients to
that
me, and I
they
will cover any
saw in
deliveries
the
that-
ED,
or
not the one that they
supervise any
saw
deliveries that occur in the hospital
previously
that are not
deciding to
that
go
are
with
for the generalist group
birth keepers.
and from the MFM group at Nebraska Medicine. And I will also be in a supervisory role for any clinical nurse midwife deliveries.
Tell me about, first, before we get to the, well, did you say clinical students and nurse midwives? Or what did you say, deliveries?
So for the generalist group, the regular OBGYN group from Nebraska Medicine, and for the MFM group, I would directly participate in those deliveries. And for the nurse midwife group in a supervisory role. There are a couple other groups that also deliver in the hospital. I would not be responsible for those patients.
Okay. Let's talk about the first group you talked about.
Mhm.
Who are those folks that you're supervising?
So I'm supervising the residents, but taking care of the patients are from our OBGYN group. So while I've been there, we've oscillated between about 8 and 11 OBGYNs with who see obstetric patients.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 97. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's my CV.
And is this the most recent CV you have available that you sent to us?
Yes.
Any objection, 97? 97 is received. Dr. Wesson, do you answer your questions to the microphone?
Yes.
Or you can go to the microphone or also move so you can look over. Thank you.
I want to talk about your training specific to breech deliveries.
Mhm.
Have you had training specific to breech deliveries?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So in residency, training is informal didactic environments,
Because I'm gonna
simulated
skip
deliveries,
qualifying.
and lecture format. It all
We got to catch up.
I think this question goes without asking, but I'm going to ask it because I'm afraid I didn't ask correctly. I mean, we've kind of been talking about you're taking care of patients, and you've said you've never vaginally delivered a breech baby because it sounds like you counsel and different things can help them through that. Have you ever had a circumstance in an emergency room where someone has arrived so far along into that breech delivery that cesarean is no longer an option, and you just it's a point of no return where it has to be vaginal birth?
most obstetricians expect to encounter that once in their career, and certainly one of my younger partners has had that happen once. I have not.
And I guess I use the words point of no return, but is there a point of no return where, okay, there's no longer a cesarean option?
Well, there has been, I would argue yes. So if you have part of the baby delivered, then you are in, well, there is prior description of pushing the baby back into the uterus. There is very real risk of trauma to that, and that I think most obstetricians would find it safer to continue the vaginal delivery than to replace the baby into the uterus.
That's an option to replace into the uterus and then come out via cesarean section?
It is a dangerous but described option.
Okay. Nothing you've ever seen or done?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to get then to, you were talking about overseeing the licensed nurse practitioner midwives. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that program at the Med Center.
So we do have a group of, I believe we have 5 right now, clinical nurse midwives who are also in group practice. We share office space with them, and we are in a supervisory role. I was asked to estimate the number of deliveries they do, and I wasn't sure what that was, but in discussion with one of them, it ranges between 20 and 30% of all the deliveries done in Nebraska medicine.
Pretty good size number, really.
Yes.
So what is your role in supervising?
So it largely comes down to hospital bylaws that Nebraska medicine does not grant them admitting privileges. And so we are responsible for supervising their admissions and procedures, signing off on their notes, making sure that they are continuing to practice within the standard of care. But it is very rare that I need to intervene without invitation. I may be invited to assess for a non-reassuring heart tone pattern, or because the second stage of labor is becoming prolonged and they suspect that either the baby is not going to fit or maternal exhaustion is a forceps, and we should assess, or is a factor, and we should assess for possible operative delivery.
So a normal, everything
We just
goes
hit 9.5
okay,
hours
delivery while
of
you're overseeing it. You're never
jury
meeting that mother,
deliberations
never
in
meeting the
the
baby.
Dean trial.
No.
Okay, all right. In those cases where things go awry, the nurse midwives might call you in to assess the situation.
Correct.
And in those circumstances, is that where you do the informing them about the options of what to do next?
Yes.
So can a mother at the UNMC continue to labor and deliver with the nurse midwife, even if you're counseling and saying this needs to be a C-section or this needs to be forceps used or what have you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Do you take that counseling seriously when you're talking to the mother about that?
Always.
Why do you take it seriously?
Because I want the best for her and her baby. And
Do you think it's important for her to know all the options?
yes, all the reasonable options within the standard of care, yes.
Do you get down right to explaining? I mean, fair to say it might be when you're meeting that patient first. Well, no, it is. It's the first time you're meeting that woman, right? Something's
Yes.
gone wrong. And so let's use an example of a breech delivery. And it's learned that that baby is breech. Do you explain all the different kinds of breech presentations, all the things that might go wrong with that breech delivery?
Usually we don't need to get into that level of detail. If a midwife patient has a breech, or if a midwife patient is breech, usually that has been recognized again around 35, 36 weeks. And usually we're first encountering that patient in the office, again, like we would our own, discussing here is what a version would mean, here is what a breech cesarean would mean. If she continued to ask questions, we would absolutely all honor them and follow her lead in addressing her concerns and as much information as she wanted. But no, for most patients, they don't require or even ask for that level of detail.
Okay. Um, I want to talk a little bit more about breech presentation before we get to the actual facts of this case. You used a word, you have already used the word singleton. What is that?
It means only one baby. It means not a twin or triplet.
Okay. You also use the word vertex presentation. What does that mean?
Head down.
Okay. Are there different kinds of breech presentations?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Let's start with incomplete. Is that a type of breech presentation?
Yes, incomplete could groups both footling and double footling and means that the feet are coming before the hips.
Okay. Footling and double footling, that means 1 foot or 2 foot,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, so grouped together to be incomplete.
All right. So legs before the hips, it sounds like literally, are you describing a kind of a fully extended baby, feet are coming straight out, knees after that, butt after that, so on and so forth up to the head?
Yes, it could also just be one leg down.
Okay. So tell me about that. If it's that footling breech, you got one leg down, where's that second leg potentially at during that incomplete breech?
So just by how uncomfortable it is to the baby, usually that would also be flexed at the knee. Theoretically, it could also be extended.
Literally flipped up like the baby's in the splits or something.
Yes,
Okay.
but usually they're
Yeah, that's the
together.
part I just don't really understand.
But for whatever reason, 1 foot's coming out and the second isn't yet.
Yes, one or both. Mhm.
And then we have, if there's incomplete breech, I think there must be a complete breech. Is that right?
Yes,
All
that
right.
is when the hips are flexed and the legs are flexed. So crisscross applesauce, if you will.
Okay. So kind of coming out butt and feet at the same time.
Yes.
Legs are crossed up. Okay. And in that again, then you have the waist, shoulders, head on up in that order.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes,
Then is there something called a frank breech?
there is.
What is a frank breech?
That is when legs are fully extended. So basically, feet in the baby's face,
Okay. Completely folded up.
completely folded in a pike position.
So babe is going to come out butt first and kind of legs and head at the same time.
Pretty much. So once the baby's belly is delivering, you're waiting until the knees are accessible to deliver the legs.
Okay. So literally if the knees are accessible, you might help pull those legs out.
So as the baby is, you probably won't need to if you get to the point where the knees are well out, then you may flex those legs to deliver them. But mostly in that case, you're waiting and letting the baby deliver itself.
Okay. you want it to go as naturally as you can.
Mhm.
All right. Say yes.
Yes.
All right. So is one of those breaches, incomplete, complete, or frank, is one of those a safer breach to deliver vaginally?
So frank is by far the safest, followed by complete, and incomplete breech is dangerous.
Okay. And would you use the word dangerous to describe complete and frank breaches as well?
Those are relative contraindications, but anyone who's the credentialing bodies find an incomplete breech to be an absolute contraindication to a planned breech delivery.
And what do you mean by contraindication?
So you're taking on a far greater level of risk with an incomplete breech than you would be with a complete, or certainly with a frank. And complete is more toward frank in risk assessment, but it is still higher risk than a frank breech.
Okay. So that incomplete breach, is that going to be a lot more counseling and explanation to the couple?
They would be very strongly steered away from
See, in a bench trial, this
breech
testimony
delivery, and
this
with a
testimony
lot
was
of
pretty
discussion of
important.
risk of cord prolapse and head entrapment.
I think it'd be
All right.
important in a jury
We're going
trial
to get
too.
to that
But
in a minute, but I want to get back to why is that frank breach the safest breach of all of the three?
A couple of reasons. So in a term fetus, the head, the bony skull is the widest, firmest part. The belly is far more compressible, as are the shoulders. And if you include the legs in the diameter of the abdomen together, you're doing you're far closer to the diameter of the head. And so as you're opening the cervix in the birth control, you're preparing the space for the inflexible aftercoming head.
Okay. Which is, of course, why it's so important to get the head out first, right? That's the hardest part to get out.
That's why we like them to be head down, yes.
Okay. All right. So basically in that frank position, that's sort of approaching, getting close to the diameter needed to get the head through.
Yes.
Versus if all you've gotten through is your feet and the body coming out, you're sending through the skinniest, most pliable part of that baby before you ever even start to working on the head.
Yes, that is a recipe for a head entrapment.
Okay. All right. What is head entrapment?
Head entrapment is when the body delivers and the head gets stuck. It's like the
what happened
opposite of
here?
a shoulder dystocia, a head down delivery where the head comes out but the body doesn't. And so, yeah, when at the head entrapment, the body fails to deliver with usual maneuvers, and the head could be stuck on the perineal skin, the bones of the pelvis, or it could be stuck in the cervix.
Ms. Jacobson, I think we're up to your mid-morning recess, so we'll
Right.
be in recess for 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Let's keep rolling. We don't need no recess. Sorry about that.
So the amnion is the sac of water around the baby. And the technical term for water breaking is amniotomy, and that can happen spontaneously. You've got spontaneous rupture of membranes, or it can be iatrogenic, done by a physician or midwife or even nurse, and that's artificial rupture of membranes.
I'll be right back. I
So
go.
when you say the
help the
sac
dog real quick.
around the baby, so is the baby not actually floating in the water? I mean, there's actually a sac protecting that water, and that's wrapping around the baby. Is that what you're describing?
So the sac encompasses the baby and the water. So it's the bag of water.
Okay, all right. Is it typical that water breaks? When we hear the phrase water breaks, is it typical that happens before or during? When does that water breaking happen?
Only 5% of the time does water break before labor starts. Usually it breaks or is broken sometime in the course of labor. Very rarely it doesn't break, and that is considered an on-call EN space CAUL delivery, where then water is broken immediately after delivery. But usually it breaks sometime during the course of labor. From a very practical perspective, baby's head or presenting part puts more pressure on the cervix if the water is not there as a buffer. Additionally, practically, if a patient is ready to push and the bag breaks, you will get doused.
Okay, sure. So it can kind of happen anytime during that labor.
It can.
All right. And that pressure on the head on the cervix helps pressure and push the cervix open a little bit?
It helps the contractions to be more effective.
Okay. So we've also heard something about Ms. Hock doing a check. What does it mean to check a laboring mom to figure out what's going on?
Usually it's the first two fingers of the examiner's dominant hand through the vagina and then palpating the cervix, feeling the cervix. My hands aren't very long, so if I can only use one finger, it's my longest finger to feel into the cervix to see how many fingers dilated. So the width of my finger is 1 centimeter, 2 is some wiggle room, 3 is side by side, 4 or 5, and so on. For practical purposes, 9 is a thin rim of cervix, and 10 is no more cervix, not literal measurements. But in so doing, you're also feeling the bag of water or presenting part. And so usually you're feeling the baby's scalp and probably some hair. If there is something different, you may feel a brow or the side of the head, which would be called asynclitic. You may feel the breech, the cord, a hand, or a foot.
Okay. So when we've talked about these different kind of breech presentations, and it sounds like in typical situations, you know what that breech presentation looks like because you've done an ultrasound or something like that.
They're going right. Okay,
Yes.
that's.
So you know if it's looking to be an incomplete breech, complete breech, or a frank breech.
They're telling them that this is where they're going to head
Yes, in
on
modern
that part,
obstetrics, usually
which
we've compared that
just
assessment
baffles
with
me.
ultrasound.
So when you're doing this check and you're reaching up there and you say you're feeling things, I can appreciate how you're saying you feel a head, maybe feel some hair, but how do you know when you are reaching, whether you're feeling a foot or a hand or
It feels like a
butt
foot.
or whatever?
Because it literally feels like a tiny hand. You can feel fingers, you can feel toes, you can feel the structure of the foot, you can feel the texture and pulse of the cord.
That was a dumb question.
And so as a baby's being born and at the cervix down there in a position to come out or starting to come out, I mean, it's literally that. There's enough room in there that you can just feel it.
So by the time you can see or feel baby, that's much later in the game.
Okay.
Before you would start pushing, you would usually assess one more time to make sure the cervix is entirely gone.
Okay.
And that, yes.
Because you wouldn't want a mom to push too early.
No, that risks other trouble.
And you would want to check and make sure you're still head presentation.
Yes, it is possible for the presentation to change during labor.
Okay. And if that presentation changes, for instance, if you think you have a vertex presentation, but it's changed and you reached up there and you feel a foot, for instance, do you have an opinion as to whether the counseling of the mother should change at that point?
If there was a foot,
And that's just, do you have an opinion to that?
yes,
Okay. What's your opinion on that?
that it would no longer, that it would then be safer to recommend a cesarean delivery over a vaginal delivery.
And would you have that conversation with the mother?
Yes.
What kind of things would you tell her?
Well, in practical terms, it would say, if you feel a foot or a breech, then you would say, hey, this is what I think I feel. Bring the ultrasound in and verify that. And if you felt a cord, that would be an entirely different thing because that would be far more urgent. A cord prolapse is far more dangerous to the baby. And so you don't have the luxury of those other steps.
Okay. What is a cord prolapse?
A cord prolapse is when the cord precedes the presenting part in a delivery or in labor at any point.
And by presenting part, you mean the first part that's going to come out.
Yes, the first part of the baby.
So cord coming out first is extremely dangerous, you're saying?
So yes, if it comes through the cervix, it is a cord prolapse. If it's just immediate to that, it's called a FUNIC, F-U-N-I-C presentation.
And so explain what that danger is, the cord's out first.
So you expect the cord to get significantly pinched, and that is not good for baby. Sometimes you may also get vessel spasm through the process, and that's, again, not allowing adequate oxygenation of the baby.
And that the baby needs that cord for oxygenation and
Yes.
to survive.
Yes.
And so in addition to the breech warnings you're giving to the mother, you're giving some specific warnings about a prolapse cord.
Yes.
So tell me, doctor,
Great insight.
if a baby's coming out, feet first, butt first, whatever direction, by logic tells me that the cord is eventually going to come out before the head,
Yes.
because the cord's at the belly button. No way head gets out unless the cord's out.
Correct.
Okay. So what is the difference? Why the cord coming out first instead of maybe here come the feet and then finally the cord? Why is that more dangerous, that cord coming out first? Just because there's more time to get pinched, or what?
Yes, you expect that the delivery of the body will compress that cord during delivery, whereas you expect the cord to deliver after or with the legs. And in fact, the instruction is to pull out a loop of cord and then let it go, taking the tension off the cord. But it's not nearly as compressed by the belly as it would be by the hips.
So again, those wider parts, hips are going to give it problems, and then certainly the end of it, the head's going to give it a lot of problems if it's prolapsed. All right. So then you also talked about something, risk of head entrapment. What's head entrapment?
Head is when the head fails to deliver after the body has.
And what happens during head entrapment?
So the risk is that the baby is basically suffocating, that adequate oxygenation is not getting to baby's brain.
And where do you get that oxygenation?
Well, through the cord, but also you're literally putting pressure on the neck at that time too.
Okay. And again, same logic, that the cord's connected to the placenta.
Yes.
And so the cord is not going to come out until the baby's out and until the placenta is out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. I mean, the cord is literally attached to the belly button, and so it's still going to be passing by alongside the head at some point to get back to the placenta.
If you have the added, well, I'll get to that. Okay. And these risks you're talking about are the risks for all the breech presentations. Is that true?
Head entrapment is always a risk, yes. And cord prolapse is always a risk. They certainly vary by type of breech.
All right. So all right. I want to direct you to June 15th, 2019. Were you working at the hospital on that date?
I was
Okay, now we're gonna get to the
Nebraska Medicine,
Where's Nebraska Medicine located?
actual event.
42nd and Dewey thereabouts, 42nd and Dodge.
All right. At some point, did you get called to the emergency department regarding an emergency?
Yes, I was on call that evening, and so was the obstetrician in-house, and an OBRRT alpha was called, so rapid response alpha. We have an alpha and a beta code. Alpha includes a baby, and B is for after delivery. And so that the OB RRT pagers are held by myself, or that were obstetrician on call, the upper level resident, the OB charge nurse, the OB scrub tech, the OB anesthesiologist, and the NICU team. And so we were all summoned together.
Do you all have a pager?
Yes,
Okay. And so is that the highest level of emergency situation as it relates to an OB situation?
yes.
Okay. What happens next?
So we all came from our various places and met in the emergency room, and we preceded the patient there. We were told by the ER team when we got down there, term breech coming in, but is delivered.
It is delivered? But is delivered. Okay.
Term breech partially delivered,
Okay.
coming in by squad.
All right. What happened next?
So we prepared appropriate instruments and waited for them to arrive.
What were the appropriate instruments you were getting?
So sterile gloves and Piper forceps at that point.
What are Piper forceps?
They are forceps specifically designed to deliver the aftercoming head in a breech delivery.
So those are maybe different forceps than you would use in a vertex delivery?
Correct.
All right. So you get these items ready, and I assume, are they down there in the emergency department somewhere?
Yes,
Easy to get to?
we had our cart right there.
Okay. All right. What happened next?
So our introduction to was Emily coming in on the stretcher and EMS giving chest compressions to the baby.
And for the record, you're squeezing your thumbs
Sorry,
down on your
yes,
hand.
imitating neonatal chest compressions.
So chest compressions with babies are literally that, just you're using your hand and your thumbs.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next? Well, first I should ask you this. How did the baby look?
It looked purple and flaccid,
What does flaccid mean?
very floppy.
Okay. And you've
Yeah,
seen a
we
lot
all
of
know
babies
what
born.
flaccid
What
is.
color are babies when they're born?
Pinker than that.
Pinker than that. Okay. So you would use the color pink to describe a baby that came out healthy.
Yes, admittedly, they do have some purple undertone initially, but yes,
So when you see the purple, what does that signal to you?
that is an anoxic baby, or likely anoxic,
What does anoxic mean?
or hypoxic, I should say. Correct that to hypoxic, so low oxygen levels.
What happened next?
So we had the instruments to clamp the cord, and so we did doubly clamp and cut the cord very quickly. And the ER and NICU teams took the baby to another room for resuscitation. And we, as the OB team, my resident and I, and the scrub tech and charge nurse with some ER team members, went into an exam room and did an initial assessment.
Okay. Got to back up and ask a couple questions there. So the baby went with, is the NICU people, or at this point, emergency department people?
Both.
Both. Okay. That's an entire team too. Team for the baby and team for mom.
Yes.
Okay. You talked a moment ago, and I didn't follow up a question, but you were talking about a cord that you can tell whether I think there's a heartbeat or something with it.
Mhm.
Tell me about that. When everything is going fine and a baby's born, does that cord have some kind of heartbeat?
It does. You can feel the baby's pulse in the umbilical cord.
Is it actually the baby's pulse or mama's pulse?
Babies.
Okay. And on this cord, did you feel the baby's pulse?
So I don't remember assessing for that. Once you have the baby out, that so it's standard when everything is going smoothly to wait about 3 minutes to clamp and cut the cord, and we clamp and cut sooner if the cord has stopped pulsing, meaning there is no further transfusion from the placenta occurring to baby. In this case, baby was already needing very quick attention, and so to pause for attention to that was not something that we did.
Okay. So when a baby's being delivered, let's say a cord comes first, because fair to say you can have prolapsed cord in a vertex presentation, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
you can.
Okay. And so in that circumstance, you actually could feel that cord to see if it was getting um, prolapse or getting squeezed by feeling whether it's beating. That would be a way you could assess it.
You can. You would still usually you would still expect some pulse in that cord depending on the level of compression.
Okay, fair. All right, so your main worry at that point was to attend to Emily No. Is that
Watching you
correct?
on the chat, I'm just
Well,
super interested to hear the
Very first
mom's
to
police interview now.
get baby to resuscitation, and then yes,
Okay.
immediately after.
So where did you take Emily?
We initially took her into one of the exam rooms in the emergency room.
Was her husband Creighton there at that time?
I know he was with us after we took her upstairs to labor and delivery. I don't remember for sure if he stayed with Emily or if he went with the baby.
Okay, all right. When do you
I
remember?
think he did, but I'm not sure.
When do you remember first seeing him?
There are details of the various experiences which are still clear. I think he was in that exam room with us, and I think he was helping to calm her and helping her to answer questions. But I know that was true upstairs. I'm not certain of that in the emergency room.
All right, so you get to the exam room. Is this an exam room in the emergency department?
Yes, it is.
And what happens next?
So we asked initial questions, and the ER team
We're at
got
10 hours on
vitals,
verdict
proved
watch.
initial medical stability for mom. She consented to enough of an exam that we could see that she wasn't hemorrhaging and that the placenta was not yet ready to deliver.
I want to interrupt you because when I break it down, like you said, you had some initial questions. Is that right?
Yes,
Are those questions for the purpose of getting a history?
it's yes, all of that would go into a history and physical. Less on the details of what happened and more in things that we would need to know or could potentially need to know to keep her safe. For instance, there are hemorrhage meds that you wouldn't use if somebody had high
Yeah,
blood pressure.
we've definitely
or
had
asthma.
testimony on
So
that
asking
from the doula
any health conditions that you have, and specifically those
and from Dad.
relatives.
So are those questions important for your medical diagnosis and what you do next to treat the patient?
They sure could be, yes.
So what questions do you remember initially asking and getting from her? What information?
So past medical, past surgical history, medications, allergies. I don't know if we would have been focused in on social history like tobacco, alcohol, and drugs, or family history at that time, because those are less likely to be dangerous to her in the medicines that we might need or how we would immediately treat her.
All right. What significant information did you get from her at that time that helped you in what you did next?
We learned that she had PTSD related to hospitals or the prior birth, that her prior baby had been born via C-section, and that was a traumatic experience for her.
I'm still
I
having a little
remember
trouble with giving her
pieces of history for
my full buy-in
how long
on
or when EMS was
that
called, how long
PTSD
it was
stuff.
trapped.
It-
We didn't spend a ton of time teasing out those details because they weren't going to change our management necessarily.
What information did you get from her?
It's 3.5 years ago. That she had this history of PTSD, that she, to my memory, did not have a history of high blood pressure or asthma, that she had the one C-section, that she had chosen, that this was a planned home birth.
Did she indicate to you how long she was aware the child was breech?
That was a thing that I think we got varying history at different times. I know that they knew from at least before they started pushing.
All right, so I'm skipping the medical examiner, so we might get to the mom's testimony or the
Learning
mom's
that
interview
they
today.
knew, breech before they started pushing, did you start to have some concerns about what happened during that process?
Shuck it, I'm gonna skip the medical examiner.
Yes.
So if there's any like key points from the medical examiner that you want to put in chat, that would be very welcome.
Yes,
I
our
just
immediate
I don't
concern
feel like
for the
listening to
health
the
and
horrific,
stability of the mother were to
and I don't think
her
many
vitals were
people here do
stable,
either.
deliver the placenta, prepare the episiotomy, and assess for any other bleeding. But then we also were responsible as mandatory reporters for assessing whether or not this was something
All right. Oh, I misspoke.
that
We
we
have
might need
now
to
officially hit 10 hours of
give our
deliberations in
deliveries.
the Aaron
So I'm
Dean
probably getting
case.
ahead of it. I think I asked the question
We're
too soon. So let's
currently
get back to,
watching Nebraska versus
repairing the episiotomy. Did that
Angee
happen in the
Hock,
emergency department?
That did
a
not.
midwife who is
So after you
accused
do
of
this initial assessment, you get all the vitals. you
child
need, was she
abuse
taken up to labor
due
and
to the
delivery?
death of
She
a
was.
baby in
And
her,
what happens up in
I guess,
labor and
prenatal
delivery?
care or in her
In
labor and delivery care.
we have a larger room with a smaller crowd and dimmer lights and the ability to just pace things in
Understand
what
we
we
have the
perceive to be a friendly way.
OBGYN who was in the
And
ER
then we could
when
go
they brought
and
mom and baby
that helped her to calm down to where she
to the
was
hospital.
able to
finally.
discuss things a little bit more.
How was she? What was her demeanor in the emergency department when she first presented?
I know she was upset, which we interpreted to be worried about her child, who was not directly visible to us. And I remember our read on the situation to be that we should ask questions selectively because she was not in a mental place to answer more than to have a relaxed conversation. So she was visibly upset.
Okay.
Thank
Did
you,
things
Shuckett.
get calmed down a little more when you got to labor and delivery?
More so.
When you're caring for her there, were you getting any information on how Vera was doing, the baby?
I believe it was on the way up from the emergency room or leaving the emergency room that we were told, and she was told, we got a heartbeat back on the baby, and that it was in the labor and delivery room where the NICU team came back to give an update.
Okay. So she was, Emily was getting that information that there's a heartbeat back on the baby?
I believe so.
Okay.
We wouldn't have left her.
All right. When you heard getting a heartbeat back on the baby, was that a good sign to you or was that a worrisome sign?
It drove home how dire it was because getting a heartbeat back implies that a heartbeat was indeed lost or not present on presentation.
Okay. All right. So did she successfully deliver the placenta?
Yes.
I want to talk about that episiotomy. Tell me how that appeared to you.
So that was a midline episiotomy, and it was, as episiotomies go, a very small one. So we noted in the delivery record that we were able to repair it with a figure of 8, meaning 2 suture placements and a single knot, which is much smaller than we would expect for an episiotomy. It only included the skin and did not include the muscle layer.
Would that kind of episiotomy had any effect if it was only the skin?
Unlikely to. It's much smaller than any episiotomy Hay had ever seen.
So the further we get into this,
To make it an effective episiotomy, what has to
I'm
happen?
definitely leaning towards
So
guilty,
usually
and she's
the
lucky
mother
she
would be
didn't get
resected.
charged with a homicide.
And is the point of that to get more room?
Room for, often room to facilitate maneuvers.
Okay. And what do you mean by maneuvers?
That can be any number of things. So it's done more commonly in shoulder dystocia simply because shoulder dystocia is a more common occurrence. But to allow enough space for the examiner's hand or the delivering clinician's hand to move the shoulder or deliver the posterior arm. So in this case, to apply the forceps or perform lacerations on the cervix to facilitate delivery of the head.
Okay. So this shoulder thing you're talking about, meaning the head came through and the shoulders are some kind of
Yeah,
not
that's
coming through correctly.
mhm.
Okay. All right. So a while ago, you were talking about perinatal skin, bones of the pelvis, and stuck in the cervix.
Mhm.
So are there circumstances under which during, and let's just talk about a breech birth like we have here, where we have entire body has presented, is out of the womb. All we have is the head is trapped from the neck, entrapped in the woman's body.
She refused to birth in the hospital
Are there different circumstances
refused
under which the parent
to do a
the
C-section. Her
episiotomy
first
would work,
birth
and what you
child
have to
was
know
birthed through
in order
an
to do that?
emergency C-section.
So you need to know that the baby's head is not caught by the cervix. So even if it is an episiotomy, could be advantageous to help you gain access.
Mm-hmm. This makes sense.
But typically you can examine the cervix effectively without an episiotomy in most cases.
Okay. Let's say it's not the head that's, I guess, and I'm layperson, right? But is episiotomy ever for the purpose of just plain making enough room that now it can finish being delivered?
Yes, it can be.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And in that circumstance, is it because the cervix isn't what's trapping the head?
Yes.
Okay. So it might be the head's past the cervix, caught, you just need to cut through some muscle and tissue to give room for that head to come out.
Yes.
And then you also said something about bones of the pelvis.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
And that's that if the bones of the bones of your pelvis could actually be what's causing the baby to not come out.
They could be.
Okay.
In most
And
of
in
the
that
chat
circumstance,
size,
episiotomy
yes.
isn't going to do
Legally,
anything. You've got a
no.
bone structure.
She has not been charged, and she won't be
That one is
charged.
the one that is the scariest because it's the hardest to affect a change in.
Okay. All right. At any rate, this was not in any way an effective episiotomy. Would you agree with that?
It was the smallest one I had ever seen.
What are you used to do an episiotomy? And have you done an episiotomy before?
I've done a handful over time,
Okay.
an average of less than one a year.
Oh, okay. What are you used to do the episiotomy?
Surgical scissors.
Okay. What are surgical scissors?
So there are a variety of different types. Technically, we'd use Mayo scissors just as a
And
It's a strong surgical scissor.
Are those scissors? Well, I'm gonna show you some pictures we have in. Showing you. You've got two different kinds of scissors. First of all, 98. Do you recognize that those as trauma shears, or do you know what those are?
They sure look, I would believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a scissors you use in your work.
No.
Let me show you 131. Is that a kind of scissors you might use?
Excuse me, put that on the screen so that we can see what she's looking at.
So that with one flat side looks similar to a bandage scissor. It's a little different than the ones we have on labor and delivery, but I would expect that to function as a bandage scissor. I'm not sure if that's the official name.
Okay. All right. So with the kind of scissors you use, is it sharp on both sides of the scissors for the episiotomy?
Yes,
And why is it important to be sharp on both sides?
because you're cutting through both sides of the tissue.
How do you prevent yourself from cutting the baby?
You literally put two fingers inside and use your fingers as a guide. So you angle your scissors between your fingers using them as a buffer.
Why not use a scalpel? Or could you use a scalpel?
That's not protected. Theoretically, you could, but you then have to find another way to protect the baby's
Right.
head.
Would not work very well.
I would be very hesitant.
All right. 'Cause
Okay,
one
so
side of
she's
that
saying
scissors in
don't
your
use the
fingers
scalpel.
is going to protect the baby's head when you're
Yes.
cutting. It's a
Mhm.
upshot of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought the opening statements were very good in helping, but I can try to give a little bit of a recap. So,
You
Mom,
said I think you were getting a little bit
I'll let
foggy on
them
time.
go, and
when
I'll
you
hit
were
I'll hit a
collecting this
recap in
history.
just a second.
At some point, did you get some basic information about the time from identification of breach to when 911 or the emergency personnel arrived at the house?
I believe that some of that came
Oh, I
from
thought we moved to so she testifies for a
and some
while
of
here.
that came from
Okay.
the ER docs who talked
I'll
to
hit a
the
break. I'll
to
hit a pause in a
EMS. And
second.
so
Catch
I
one up.
hesitate to say who said what and when, and we left the whole situation a little blurry on when breach was, or on, yeah. What was consistent in all of the stories was that breach was known prior to pushing.
Okay. Based on that information, did you start to have concerns that you needed to make a mandatory report?
My understanding of the mandatory reporting rule in Nebraska is that when any case of suspicion of child abuse or neglect, a mandatory report must be made. And so I spoke with other attendings and or neonatal nurse practitioners involved in this case. And it was our shared
Oh well, we're gonna have to catch up
belief
fast.
a report should be made and that I was the most appropriate person to make that.
Were you making the report because you were concerned about the midwife that was delivering the child, or concerned about the parents?
About the midwife.
And why were you concerned about the
Speaking of
midwife?
verdict watch, we are over 10
Because
hours
from what I
in
could put together,
our verdict
this
watch.
looked very much
Remember,
like
we're really here
preventable
verdict watch in the
injury.
Aaron Dean trial. Catching up
Would it be
on
important?
Nebraska versus Aaron Hawk
Well,
or
a
Angela.
mother can decide how she wants to deliver her baby. Isn't that right?
She can.
You just talked about that you could counsel a patient and they could say, you could say, breech is terrible, all these things are terrible. And she could say, I don't care, I want to go ahead and try to deliver vaginally.
She can say that.
Okay. In order for a mother to make an informed consent that she can make those decisions, is it important that she knows all the facts?
It's a
Yes.
fast trial. This was a
When
4-day
you're
trial
giving
then,
that
like a 3.5 day
information to one of your
trial.
patients, do you try to give them all the facts?
And we're gonna skip the medical examiner, so
I
we might be able to catch
do
up.
my very best to give them all the facts that I think that might be relevant to their decision making.
So as it relates to this case, at some point, were you aware that the previous child born from Emily was born by cesarean section?
Yes.
Is a baby having been born by cesarean, does the second baby, is it a higher risk if the second baby, I'm asking a terrible question.
That
Is there
was a
risk
terrible question.
involved with having trial of labor after C-section?
Yes, there is.
And what are those risks?
So when there is a uterine scar in labor, there is a risk of uterine rupture, which is when that scar opens. And that risk differs according to where that scar was. And so most scars in the US are in the lower uterine segment, and they are transverse scars. And so that
This is absolutely
the
true.
portion of the uterus, and so minimizes that risk of uterine rupture. Still, that risk is it's about 0.7% of the time uterine rupture will occur. And for all women who choose a trial of labor after cesarean, the risk that baby will be will suffer brain damage or death is between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 3,000. Or sorry, 1 in 6,000, 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000.
1 in 1,000 for brain damage, 1 in 6,000 for death?
No, there are a number of studies, and depending on which population is sampled, there are some slight discrepancies. And so brain damage and death together, a risk of between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000, as much we can narrow it down.
So for you as an OBGYN, and with your experience in a practitioner and overseeing other residents and et cetera, when you have a patient that presents previous C-section and now they're going to try to do a vaginal birth, do you advise them, recommend to them not to do a vaginal birth?
No, they have a decision to make.
Do you advise them of these risks? Tell them these percentages and all the different things that could possibly go wrong?
So I do. There is a well-defined consent process that we are required to go through in addition to the traditional one. So they do have an additional VBAC consent form that they'll need to sign closer to delivery, which reviews all of those things very specifically. There's one for 1 uterine scar and one for 2 uterine scars. But the consent and decision-making process is different for different individuals. So I start at their new OB or initial meeting saying, okay, so you have a uterine scar. Do you know?
It's so sorry to hear that, Lulu.
For delivery, because oftentimes they've already considered it.
And I agree with your sentiment.
And then we look into
Mom is
why
definitely
the cesarean was done.
partly responsible. She will
whether
never
or
be
not
held
they've had
legally
other
responsible.
vaginal
But
births, and help them balance their priorities with their chance of success.
What if the reason for the C-section was arrestive descent, that they stopped progressing in their labor?
Then that negatively affects the chance that they will be successful in achieving a vaginal birth. That said, we absolutely let them try if that's something they want to do, and many of those will still result in a vaginal birth.
So you've seen successes in that regard?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when a woman does decide to do that vaginal birth after trial labor, after C-section, and ultimately able to do that vaginal birth, are there different precautions you take when they come into the hospital to do that vaginal birth?
They would not be a candidate for intermittent fetal monitoring. We would strongly encourage them to utilize the fetal monitoring the whole time. Of course, they still have the right to refuse, but we also wouldn't augment their labor if we don't know what's going on with baby, if we can't monitor.
So the more constant fetal monitoring, just to make sure everything's going okay?
So that if there is a problem, that we can detect it as quickly as possible. And it does also affect what medicines we can use.
Okay. And could that woman still try to do the vaginal labor in your hospital with the licensed nurse practitioner midwives?
Yes.
Okay. And that might be a case where you're monitoring a little closer or ready in case something goes awry?
So twice a day, we have safety huddle where all the delivering clinicians with a patient there, the in-house obstetrician, the anesthesia team, and the charge nurse and the neonatal nurse practitioner. So basically all the people carrying the RRT pager meet together to review everything. And that's another chance that we have. But in addition to that, I would expect the midwife that was in attendance to inform me that room 14 PS is a VBAC. So I would be additionally aware.
Okay. If you have a situation, you said a moment ago that a baby, you might have ultrasound, everything looks good. We do not have a breech baby. And then during labor, that baby's flipped around and now you have feet coming out, for instance. Okay. That happens. Is that what you're saying?
It's very uncommon. And usually that's a baby that's large enough that it's the breech, not the feet that present. But yes, every few years it happens.
Okay. What do you mean it's the breech that present, not
The butt.
Oh, the butt. Okay. Is that word breech, is that the word for?
It is.
But okay. So using breech for all these things isn't quite the right lingo.
It is also an encompassing term.
Okay, all right. Okay, so in that circumstance, so mother's already been advised, C-section, these are the risks, uterine rupture, all these things that are at high risk.
This is a good direct.
Pierce child's going to be coming out head first, and
Pretty
they're
technical,
at the
flowing
hospital, they're
nicely.
laboring with a midwife.
Remember,
or
we have
with
the
you or
only juror
whomever,
is the
and
judge.
the point at which breach presents. Do you go through a whole nother explanation and getting some informed consent before that woman decides to proceed with this breech birth, given the fact that she has a C-section, has had a previous C-section?
So whether or not a cesarean scar is a contraindication to breech birth is very much a relative contraindication. And I don't know that her uterine scar in the hospital setting would be in active labor would be a major part of our counseling and decision making. That said, our primary recommendation would be then to proceed with cesarean because of the safety of the baby.
Is there a higher risk of uterine rupture when the baby is breech?
There is not.
Okay.
It's a male judge.
But at that point, you would counsel again to say, here's the reasons you should do a C-section at this point now that this baby is breech.
That is a completely different set of circumstances.
Okay. So let's just see a previous cesarean section or not. Let's do that same example where you haven't counseled this person because of for breech because everything's looked normal so far. You have a vertex presentation, and now we're at the hospital delivering, and suddenly we realize this baby's breech. Do you at that point counsel with her and have decisions about whether she continues with this vaginal birth or does a C-section?
This is the part I don't get.
And what would you counsel?
Why
in those
equivocate
circumstances?
on the charge?
We would tell her that
If it's
breech
child
the-
abuse, why
the
isn't it
safest
murder?
delivery route has now become cesarean because of the
If
risk
it's not
of
child,
prolapse and head entrapment.
if it's actually child abuse, why isn't it murder? I don't understand why you kind of equivocated. Find a middle
And
ground
it
on
would
that.
be
We may find out.
pretty uncommon for her then to be opposed to cesarean. It's not uncommon at all for women to be disappointed, but it would be uncommon for them to refuse cesarean.
So this would be the first time.
Please,
you're
please,
ever really
please
talking to
smash
the
that
mom
like
about what
button. Also,
cord
turn
prolapse
notifications
is.
on.
Mhm.
My plan is to go
Yes.
live every morning,
Yes.
so
That wasn't an issue before. So they're in labor.
should,
You discover it's
you know,
brief. You now,
just
you
in
feel
case
it's
you forget
necessary. I have to tell her the risk of
over
cord
the course of
prolapse.
your
Yes.
night,
And likewise, with
alert
the
you
head
right in the
entrapment,
morning
you
that
have
I'm
to
live
explain,
again.
this is what
Hit that like
head
button.
entrapment is, and explain
Hit that
the things that
notification
you've
button.
been
Thanks so
trying to
much.
explain here today.
Yes.
What if you saw that cord? What if you reach up and check and you know you have a prolapse cord? You feel cord up there when you go to check. Do you explain the things you just explained to us a moment ago that that's a very, very dangerous situation?
So identification
Scott
of a
Peterson
breech
didn't
gives
do
us probably hours before we need to be delivering. Cord prolapse gives us minutes.
Okay.
So that is far quicker conversation to say, hey, the cord just came out. Your baby is in danger. We need to go to C-section.
I could see him winning on this legal argument.
And the identification of breech gives us hours because, of course, childbirth takes a long time. Just because your cervix is dilated and baby's on its way out, you still have some time between 10 centimeters dilated and we have a baby.
The few I've known to flip in labor have not done it at a completely dilated cervix. They've done it much earlier in the process,
Okay.
between 3 and 6 centimeters, which is part of where I'm getting this estimate of time.
Okay. All right. But cord prolapse, immediate problem. And tell me again, why is that an immediate problem?
Because of the risk of cord compression, it's equate that to suffocation.
Cord compression, it's gonna be hard for that baby to survive.
Correct.
Hey, oh, if you've already smashed that like button, hit notifications. Also, go to trialjunkie.online.
There's
It's kind
been
of a basic website
testimony-
now, but I
Hold on.
plan on building it out. Just bookmark it. Yeah, this is the prosecution. And they've had this witness up for probably an hour now or so. But I think it's a good
Testimony
witness to get the
that
technical.
Upon
This is
checking,
what should have been
a
done.
cord was identified.
Details in.
In that circumstance, in your opinion, should Emily know and Creighton know have been advised that this was a very, very serious and dire situation and that they should consider going to the emergency room?
That is leading.
I don't know if I can. I'll try.
Okay, then don't answer it. Ask it.
There's been testimony that a cord was identified during a check that Angee Hock was doing on Emily No. In that circumstance,
Your Honor, I beg your pardon, I'll let her finish. Assume facts not in evidence regarding testimony that there was a cord that presented in advance of the foot.
I think Mickey Heffley testified that defendant said we have a cord, and then she said we have toes.
She did.
Go ahead.
If
Good
a
job on
cord
the
is
prosecutor there.
identified
I forgot
on
that.
this check,
I was on
do
the
you have opinion
defense side
in that
until
circumstance whether
she said that.
Vera No was in danger and that Emily No should have been advised the importance of going to the emergency room?
Yes, I believe that a cord prolapse is an obstetric emergency and should be treated as such, and delivery should be expedited as quickly as possible.
If,
I need a tripod.
same question, if toes are identified in that check, let's take away, I mean, the testimony was toes, or I'm sorry, cord and then toes. Let's take away the cord part for now. Let's pretend it's just toes. And toes are presented. Do you have an opinion as what Emily No should have been advised on given that presentation?
Identification of toes also makes this, or any version of breech, but certainly toes, makes this a higher risk situation that I believe any credentialing, so that
I object on the basis of foundation and relevance. She's testifying to what she should have been advised by the direct entry midwife rather than what, for example, she would advise.
Well, Ms. Jacobs, in your question, make it clear that based on the standard of care that they should have been advised. So rephrase the question.
So based on standard care known to you, if toes are presenting, do you have an opinion as what Emily No should have been advised about that situation?
So I believe that risks out of a safe home birth, and that should have been a discussion point.
Yeah, baby was on life support for, guess technically a little over 2 days.
And what would those specific risks be?
So risks of cord prolapse and of head entrapment. And in a case where you had a cesarean for an arrest disorder, whether arrest of dilation or arrest of descent, you have a situation where you have a much higher risk of cephalopelvic disproportion than an average delivery, which should also absolutely be part of counseling and decision.
Well, so then I guess the question
That
becomes,
is a patient who is already at higher risk of head entrapment.
well, and I'll say
Breech,
she,
including
was she
pregnancy, certainly would
abused?
be presenting.
Okay, we need to break that
As a
down
fetus?
a little bit. You said something pelvic.
Since the,
Cephalopelvic
all the issues have, I don't
disproportion,
know.
That's the
That's-
fancy term.
that's
for
a good
baby
question.
Not fitting through that pelvis.
All right.
and
You
that's
spell
the
it
that's
for-
the
for-
defense's
no, say
core
no. Got it.
legal argument here.
So there was a history of that baby head not fitting through.
Of the first baby not
Okay.
fitting through the pelvis.
All right. And so if somebody is now presenting breech, is that going to increase?
We are
the
now
risk
at
of
10 and a half
entrapment
hours
again?
deliberations.
So you have a situation where you had a mom-baby combo that didn't
I
work.
think we're clear. I think
And now
we're
you're getting a
cruising
higher
towards a
risk
hung jury.
presentation. And the same mom, you have a different baby now. But yes, this is a scary situation.
And just so we're clear, I think it's clear, but I think sometimes it's hard to process.
10 and a half
in the
hours in
first
on one
birth,
charge.
arrested
We're
descent,
definitely at a point
vertex
where
delivery.
there
So
is
the head is not able
clear
to not able
disagreement
to progress enough to get the head through to give birth that ultimately causes C-section.
between two
In
different.
that
There's
situation,
clearly two different sides in the jury
the
room
head's
right now.
not going through the cervix and coming out the birth control birth canal. But that's not a head entrapment, baby can't breathe and survive issue, because the rest of the body is still inside the uterus, living and breathing via the umbilical cord like she had been doing for the previous 9 months.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Versus what we're talking about now is the rest of the body has come out. And while in the beginning, fair to say that baby is living and breathing still, at some point when it gets entrapped, that's where you have the problem. And now the head is still not going to come out like it did not come out the first time.
Correct.
Quick recap. We have more people coming in. I don't know. So this is the trial
And in the
of
beginning,
Nebraska
if witnesses are
versus Angela
describing
Hock.
that the body of
Angela Hock
Vera
is a
is looking
unlicensed
relatively
midwife
healthy, not
who
looking purplish yet, things like that.
young couple
At the
hired
point for a while in
to
which
deliver their
Vera
or
is still
la-
living and
for
breathing
labor and
through that
delivery of their
umbilical.
first baby.
If the baby has normal
That
color
baby
tone
was
and
that
glucose
birth
would have been accessible through the
didn't
color,
go
that
as
was
perfectly
probably
as
still
planned.
a normal oxygen
She was
status.
mom was rushed to the hospital. Had a C-section. Now, as second baby comes along, they hire the same midwife. And mom is even more resolved to not giving birth in a hospital because, from her perspective, she wasn't treated very well informed during her her first trip to the hospital with her first child. So Angela Hock, the midwife, it comes to the home for labor and delivery of the second child. The second child is breech and vortex. No, someone in the chat help me with that part. But second child is definitely breech. Labor does not go well at all. Paramedic, from the testimony we have so far, seems like it took a long time to call the paramedics. Mom didn't want to go to the hospital. Angela Hock, the midwife, is now charged with aggravated child abuse. Mom and dad have not been charged, and based on the Fifth Amendment issues that we've seen handled, they will never be charged. Footing breech. Baby was footing breech. Oh, they're going to take a break. Let's cruise through. We are also on verdict watch in the Texas versus Aaron Dean trial. That is the trial where the Fort Worth police officer shot a armed woman in her home through a window. I think you're all pretty well caught up on that case. We're 10 and a half hours, just a little over 10 and a half hours into that jury deliberation with no end in sight on that yet. Wow, they must have gone to lunch. But amazingly, we're back.
I have no further
On the stand is the OBGYN who, for lack of a better term, received the mom and baby in the ER
Thank you.
once she was finally brought to the ER. The midwife is unlicensed. In Nebraska, if you cannot be a licensed midwife to do a home birth. From everything I could tell, she was not doing anything illegal by helping or
Good
facilitating
afternoon,
the
Dr.
home
Lessman.
birth.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lessman, have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of breech delivery by any court or in any legal proceeding?
Not until now.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of midwifery or out of hospital birth in any court or any legal proceeding?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been asked to give an expert opinion on cause of death?
I have not, outside of filling out death certificates.
Dr. Lessman, I'd like to revisit your training with regard to vaginal breech delivery of singleton babies.
Shuckett
at
is
term.
super up to speed on this, so
What exactly did that training involve?
I will definitely be
So
bringing
as
her
was stated
comments up
earlier, simulations,
to help us all
cesarean
out.
deliveries, and after
And I'm
coming
going to
second
switch my
twins,
audio. I'll be right back.
as well as premature breech deliveries.
And how were you trained? And again, I would like to focus on your training regarding vaginal breech deliveries of singletons at term.
So it's challenge and separation because the skill set is so overlapping. And so term singleton vaginal breech is largely by simulation and discussion, though the maneuvers to facilitate delivery overlap significantly with breech extractions performed in cesarean and with second twins.
So are you saying that the delivery of a breech baby through a cesarean incision is substantially similar to the delivery of a breech singleton through the pelvis and the pelvic bones?
For the maneuvers performed to deliver the legs, arms, and head, yes.
And are those maneuvers for delivering a stuck breech? Do breeches get stuck in cesarean deliveries?
Not often, but they can.
What do they get stuck on?
Well, it depends on each individual. Usually that's at the hysterotomy level, though any level can be the cause of the obstruction.
Okay, so you've testified that you have experience with delivering babies by C-section in various positions, is that right?
Yes.
So I'd like to focus on your training and delivery about breech babies through vaginal delivery. So you said that the training involved simulations, and so was that practicing how a breech baby passes through a pelvis on a model?
Correct.
And did your training involve how you identify a breech lie by hand when you're not using an ultrasound machine?
In discussion, but I don't remember that being simulated.
Have you ever identified a breech lie during labor?
Yes.
Have you done so without an ultrasound machine?
The initial recognition is usually by Leopold's maneuvers or by cervical exam, so yes.
Have you, and so if you identify a breech with a cervical exam, what do you feel that lets you know that it's breech and not vertex?
So the soft tissue in the absence of the fetal skull, usually. Usually.
You feel soft tissue?
You feel the buttocks of the baby.
And if the baby is in a complete breech lie, what would you feel?
You would still feel buttocks, though you may be able to assess. So in all of those cases, ultrasound is available to us. And so to get deep enough into the pelvis and exam to assess the flexion of the legs and the hips
key to the case.
is not a
And it makes sense why
point
she
of
would be.
great focus because it's rarely of clinical relevance.
So are you saying that you don't have experience with identification of a complete breech lie by cervical exam?
So experience, yes. Solely depending on that exam, no.
If you were to feel a complete breech lie in a cervical exam, is it possible that you would feel toes beside the hip?
You would have to do a pretty deep assessment. You'd be following the legs to find that, because to be a complete breech, the breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes.
The breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes?
To be inadequately flexed, to have the hips adequately flexed to be classified as breech, yes, the breech needs to precede the toes.
Are you describing frank breech or complete breech?
Well, that would be true in both cases.
Is it the case with complete breech lie that the baby's knees are flexed?
Yes, it is.
And is it the case with a complete breech lie that the baby can be sitting in something akin to a squat?
So in that the legs are flexed in front of the baby, yes. In that the feet are coming before the breech, no.
Is it possible with a complete breech lie that the hips and butt are coming with the feet next to them or even slightly in front of them because of the way that the legs are lying around the fetus as the fetus is descending, in your knowledge and experience?
If the feet are coming ahead of the breech, I would call that a footling breech or an incomplete breech.
Do you have knowledge and awareness of complete breech lies in which the toes are close to the buttocks and in fact snuggled right up against it because of the way that the baby's knees are bent and the way that the baby's legs are arranged around its hips?
No, I have not seen that.
Now, if you were to reach up and do a vaginal exam and feel toes, what would they feel like?
Like
Toes?
baby toes. Like,
All right.
like baby toes.
So will they feel like a series of small bumps?
Both counsel asked her that
Yes.
same kind of
Is
question.
it also possible that if you feel a baby's foot, if it's presenting at either footling or complete breech, that you might feel a ridge on the side of the foot?
If you can palpate the baby's foot, in my experience, you can often palpate the entire foot.
And when you, if you feel or identify that a cord is prolapsing through a vaginal exam, what are you going to feel?
You will feel, so a cord is squishy, usually twisted, and you can feel it pulsate.
Okay, and if you're feeling, if a cord is just starting to come through a cervix, is it possible that you would just feel the front ridge of the cord? Or the front, or a small loop or a fold?
So that would still be the cord.
Mhm. And would the cord feel, would it be large
Every
or
witness
small?
has had like a
That
confused
depends on
look
the
on her
gestational
face
age
at
and
the
how much
defense
Wharton's
question.
jelly is around that particular cord.
Because cords vary, is that correct, doctor?
Cords do vary.
And some are thicker and some are thinner, is that right?
That is true.
And so are some more easily folded or bent when the baby comes out than others?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Do you recall participating in a recorded call with an officer named Lisa Crouch about this case on June 19th, 2019, 3 or 4 days after the birth? I believe it was your last official report to law enforcement in the days following the birth. Do you remember that?
The specifics on time and name of person I spoke with, no. Interactions with law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Do you remember explaining during that call that the process for delivery of a breech baby involves something that you described as keeping your hands off the breech and that was very important?
Yes.
Can you describe what you meant by that?
So when a vaginal breech singleton is delivering, it's very important to deliver primarily with maternal expulsive efforts. And so the delivery practitioner watches until the knees are out, and then they may be flexed to deliver and the body is supported. And then you wait again once the cord, once this delivered to the scapula, you pull a loop of cord to keep that loose and off traction. And either the arms will deliver or you'll sweep them across the body to facilitate delivery and and apply downward pressure at the pubic bone to keep the head flexed while the mom continues to push. And then either apply Piper's forceps or apply traction to the face to help keep it flexed while she again pushes.
And you said the reason why it's so important to keep your hands off the baby while the mother is birthing it until and unless you need to put your hands on the baby is because you said it's important to let the baby deliver through maternal expulsive efforts.
Mhm.
Why is that important?
because if you pull on the baby too soon, you can you can trap the arms above the head and also extend the head.
And how were you trained with regard to the resolution of a breech baby that's stuck in the birth canal?
So it depends on why it's stuck in the birth canal.
Well, first, could you tell me how you were trained? Was that again on simulation and models?
Primarily, yes.
Did you
Okay,
train
so that's where they're going
in
with this.
resolution of a stuck breech on
But
simulation
this
and models, or
OBGI,
did you only discuss it
OBGYN
didactically
trained
or
the same
in
way as
discussions
the
with doctors?
Mrs. Hawk would have trained. Simulations and models.
Lots of discussion. I don't remember for sure if that was a simulation that we did a decade ago or not.
Okay. And so what were you told is the way to help resolve a stuck breech if the baby's head is trapped in the pubic bone?
So first attention is given to head flexion and to maternal positioning.
And what do you mean about maternal positioning?
So opening the pelvis as much as possible. So typically that is in McRoberts position. So with her flat on her back, with her knees pulled toward her ears, to open the pelvis as much as possible to maximize the diameter anterior posterior in the pelvis.
And so, doctor, if I can just ask you a few more questions on that point. So you're saying that maneuvering the mother into different positions is helpful because that affects the extent to which her pelvis can open to release the baby. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've testified that in the standard of care that you've been taught, you would get the mother to the edge of the bed. Do you recall making that explaining that to any officers in this matter, that you would want to get the mother to the edge of the bed to make lots of room to maneuver?
I probably didn't mention that because it was assumed in order to have had space for delivery of the body that would have already been true.
Did you receive any training on delivery of a vaginal breech baby on a mother who is not lying on her back in bed?
So there is plenty of overlap with,
Yes or no will suffice, doctor.
All of ours were anesthetized by their choice, so no.
Okay. And so if the mother were not anesthetized and were able to move into different positions, are there other positions that would facilitate the opening of her pelvis?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those positions? Would hands and knees potentially help relieve some of the pressure on her pelvis to help it to open to release the baby?
Hands and knees would be the second best position for that, yes.
Thank you. And doctor, you've testified that, doctor, have you ever have you ever performed the vaginal delivery of a breech singleton at term?
I have not.
Have you ever witnessed the vaginal breech delivery of a singleton at term?
I have not.
Doctor, were you ever trained that intravenous Pitocin could have a role to play in the delivery of a vaginal breech?
In my training, that was always contraindicated in breech deliveries.
And why was that?
Yeah, and guys in the chat, my understanding of this is that it was way more about the
breech
mom's
deliveries are high enough risk
complete and absolute
procedures
terror of
that,
hospitals than
the
it was
risk is
about
minimized
religion.
by limiting it
But
to those in whom
they do seem to have
the powers of labor
religion seems to be
are
at the
enough
core of
on their own without aid, and also
religion seems to be super important
that
for
the
them
labor
too, so
curve
maybe it has something to do with
unassisted
it.
is sufficient to achieve delivery.
Well, doctor, how about in contrast to the use of Pitocin to augment labor during labor, is there a role for the use of Pitocin in a stuck breech?
I'm going to place an objection now. I don't think there's anything about this case suggesting Pitocin was used. So I think it's irrelevant.
I can respond, Your Honor. Okay. Is there a role for Pitocin in resolution of a stuck breech that you ever heard about?
No.
Does Pitocin cause the uterus to contract and bear down?
Yes, it does.
Did you ever learn that in trying to resolve a stuck breech, it's helpful to have pressure from above rather than pulling from below?
Yes.
Could the use of intravenous Pitocin, I won't ask you to speculate. Were you ever trained on protocols for delivery of a breech baby, or on midwifery protocols for delivery of a breech baby, or protocols for delivery of a breech baby on an unmedicated mother having a physiological labor?
So I was never trained on midwifery protocols. We were prepared and ran these simulations in the event in anticipation that most obstetricians will encounter a singleton breech in the emergency room at some point, partially or very nearly delivered. At the time that I was training, term singleton breech delivery was not within the standard of care.
So just a yes or no, were you ever trained on breech delivery in a physiological labor with a birthing woman who was standing or moving around rather than medicated and lying in a bed?
No.
And doctor, you testified earlier that breech delivery is extremely rare, or breech presentation is extremely rare. Is that right?
I said that at term it was approximately 3%.
Would you?
At
And
term,
so
wow.
3% is about 1 in every 33 babies. Is that right?
Correct.
And would you call a complication that occurs in 1 out of every 33 births extremely rare?
Extremely rare were not my words.
Okay, so would you call that even rare?
No.
Doctor, are you familiar with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists?
I am.
What is that?
That is the organization closely affiliated with the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, which has a very key role in setting the standard of care for general practice obstetricians and gynecologists. For obstetric practices, they work closely with the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine as well.
And is the American College of OB-GYNs also sometimes called ACOG?
Yes, it is.
And does ACOG issue committee opinions? Are you aware of those?
Quite.
And for what purpose does ACOG issue committee opinions?
To help guide its members in their practice.
Are you aware that ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies
I
are
doubt it.
delivered by cesarean in the hospital setting? Does that sound right to you?
That would be risky. They could just hammer her.
And does that mean that 13 to 15% of breech babies
And you're doing
are
this
born
in front of a
vaginally?
judge who's
I'm sorry,
not
was
going
this
to hold it
specifying at
against her
term?
at all.
No, I think ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies are delivered by cesarean. Is there any, if they're not delivered by cesarean, how are they delivered?
Then vaginal is
Oh,
the other option.
So
And
would
Chucky
that mean
has
that
her
13 to 15%
has all of her
breech babies are
answers.
delivered
She doesn't end up
vaginally?
testifying.
That would be the implication.
Does UNMC support obstetricians in offering planned vaginal delivery to women with breech babies at term?
With proper counseling, yes.
Okay. I would like to present Dr. Lessman with my first exhibit. Dr. Lessman, can you please identify this document? Are you able to identify it?
This is ACOG Committee Opinion 745, Mode of Term Singleton Breech Delivery.
Thank you. And for what purpose would this, was there a date on that document?
Her court attire is much better today than it was
This
yesterday.
one was issued
I
August
cannot say the same for her
2018.
attorney.
Thank you, Doctor. And for what purpose would ACOG issue a committee opinion like this?
To help guide its members in clinical care.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to ask you a few questions about this, if I may, and I think I'll put the paper here, and you should be able to see it on your screen as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to offer this into evidence as the defense exhibit.
136. And Judge, I would object it's hearsay I don't, that object is hearsay.
I didn't catch what she's trying to admit.
Because it is, it's under.
I think it's another doctor's report.
803 exception 18, the statement contained in a published treatise, periodic, or pamphlet on the subject of medicine. That is necessary to question the witness with regard to the issues that she said.
All right, 136 is received.
She was ready to go with her response to that hearsay objection. She was on point there. And she got it in. I don't know what she got it in under. Probably records taken in the course of business.
Delivery is planned. A detailed informed consent should be documented, including risks that perinatal.
No, these aren't records.
Mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned. What is this line? What does it mean to say that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned?
So that committee opinion replaced a prior one issued in 2006 arguing against singleton breech deliveries, and that prior committee opinion had argued against it for several reasons, including worse neurobehavioral outcomes in the first 7 years of life, in addition to the risk of...
Thank you, Doctor. I'm actually asking you about the 2018 ACOG committee opinion, not the previous perception of obstetricians on the topics.
Yes, but you were asking me about the risks inherent in breech delivery and why the morbidity may be worse.
Trying to answer the question, counsel's talking over her.
I think she's digressing.
Well, first of all, now I've read 803.17. It says, the last line says, if admitted, the statements may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. So you can identify it as 136. I'm going to reverse myself and not receive it as evidence, but you can cross-examine her based on what you read to her.
Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay,
I think
may I
that
rephrase my question, Dr. Lessman? I'll try to ask it with more clarity.
we see that on cross all the time.
Does
Reading
this
guidelines
committee opinion
to a
indicate that
witness.
obstetricians should offer women presenting with a breech baby the informed consent for the decision between vaginal breech delivery and cesarean delivery?
So one thing that committee opinion does discuss is the qualifications of the provider in doing that. And a contraindication to a term breech delivery would be the training of the obstetrician or midwife. And from 2006 to 2018, obstetricians were generally not trained in that procedure, not to that level of advising it as a primary option.
And Doctor, would you say that the data that was gathered for this opinion included data that for births that took place during the years 2006 to 2018, when American obstetricians were less inclined to support vaginal birth of breech babies?
I am not prepared to discuss where the data was gathered.
And Doctor, is it in your training as a medical doctor, is there a difference between the word may and the word is, maybe, and the word is? Is there a difference between saying that women should be informed that perinatal or neonatal mortality
I know where she's
will be
going, but terrible
higher
question.
in vaginal breech birth, and saying that it may be higher? Or is there a difference between saying that it is higher in vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery, and in saying, as it does here, that it may be higher?
The word may allows for more doubt.
We are now 11 hours
Doubt
into
what?
jury
Of certainty than the
deliberations
word
in the
is
Aaron
does.
Dean
And in this sentence, does
Texas
that
versus
doubt
Aaron Dean
apply to
case.
whether it is the case that perinatal or neonatal mortality
I, for one,
or
say
short-term
we are
serious neonatal
marching
morbidity
towards a hung
are in
jury.
fact higher for vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery? That is the doubt in that
This
sentence.
isn't the Rittenhouse case with
That statement
like,
allows more
multiple
room for
different
discussion,
charges that the jury has to work
in
through.
and conversation, yes.
Thank you.
There's
Doctor,
not
have
even
you been
really
trained
a
in consent and
huge
refusal? Yes. And
Opportunity,
what did you
to,
learn that informed consent and refusal is supposed to involve?
compromise
What
on
should that
a,
process involve?
It should
lesser included.
involve
I mean,
a
manslaughter's there, but
discussion
it's still kind of
between
a yes
the
or no question.
physician and patient or
11
the
hours
patient's
in,
representative about the
I'm not feeling
reasons for
confident
the
we're getting a
procedure, the
resolution.
risks, benefits, and alternatives, and
And
assurance of their understanding.
thank you, doctor. Does a pregnant patient have the right to refuse an offer of treatment from a medical provider?
They do.
And what are some of the factors that a patient considers in making an informed consent decision?
Every person comes in with their own set of goals and priorities.
Would you say that your discussions, your informed consent discussions with patients mostly focus on the clinical circumstances and the clinical issues that you're addressing at the time?
And yes,
But would you say that it's also the case that patients making an informed consent decisions make them on the basis of not only the clinical circumstances, but also their personal values?
absolutely.
And is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of their personal circumstances, whether financial, their postpartum care, things like that?
Yes,
Is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of variables that include whether they have past trauma and the nature of that trauma?
yes,
And in your training on informed consent, were you taught that the patient has the right to make their medical decisions on the basis of an analysis that includes those values and experiences?
yes,
Were you taught in your training on informed consent at any time about the concept of coercion?
yes.
What is coercion in the medical setting?
Coercion is applying undue pressure into decision making.
And when is pressure undue? What is undue pressure?
It's a good question that she can't answer.
When it doesn't, when it doesn't respect the values and opinions of and preferences of the patient.
Thank you, doctor. I'd like to question you with regard to another document. And this time it will be ACOG Committee Opinion number 664, June 2016, titled Refusal of Medically Recommended Treatment During Pregnancy.
And have it
Yep.
marked, please.
For the most part, when we choose trials, your interesting is going to outweigh awful. I do find this to have very interesting facts from a medical rights standpoint, many other things. That said, we are going to skip the medical examiner's testimony.
Yes.
Is the review
That's,
of
I think that's going to be awful
your
for this,
ongoing medical
with a
training?
little bit of lack
Yes.
of interesting.
May I ask you a couple questions regarding it?
Yes.
Ms. Klein, it's sideways. That's up. Yep, there you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to read you a couple lines and you can explain them for us. This line, forced compliance, the alternative to respecting a patient's refusal of treatment, raises profoundly important issues about patient rights, respect for autonomy, violations of bodily integrity, power differentials, and gender equality. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
What do you think they're talking about when they write power differentials?
That a physician or midwife is in a position of power over their patient.
And how does that come into play in informed consent?
That there is an ability to steer a patient toward in one direction or another.
When you say there is an ability to steer a patient, what does that mean? Do you mean that the doctor has an ability?
See, I
Anyone
kind of
providing
find all of
care
this
has that
irrelevant. She's
And
not
why do they
charged with
have it?
abusing the parents.
Because they have more information about the situation than the patient does,
I
at
do
least
see
from
how
the
the
medical
child's an
side.
extension of
And
the
how
parent.
about power? Do they
but-
have more power than the patient in that situation?
They do.
Would you say that's the case when you're dealing with a woman who's in the process of labor and childbirth?
Yes.
Would you say that a woman in the process of labor and childbirth is particularly vulnerable?
Yes.
Another line here.
But this isn't
The
good
use
facts
of
for the
coercion
defense.
is not only ethically impermissible, but also medically inadvisable because of the realities of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge. Doctor, what is meant by prognostic uncertainty?
The ability to predict what will happen in a given case medically.
So when they say that obstetricians should be mindful to avoid coercion because of prognostic uncertainty, how do you interpret that? What are they saying?
That can be interpreted in a number of ways, but we know our research can tell us what to expect on a population level, but each individual is an individual within a population, and the rules and trends of the population may or may not apply to that given individual.
And is it also the case that even in the care for a given individual, an obstetrician might think that a baby is in distress or about to die, but it's not the case? The baby's okay and the baby's going to be born okay.
That is absolutely possible.
And when they say that an obstetrician should be mindful to avoid coercion because of the limits of medical knowledge, how do you interpret that? What do they mean, limits of medical knowledge?
That we are doing the best we can with what we know at this time, and anticipation and foresight are not perfect.
Would you
It's
say that
called
the
a
difference
practice for a
between
reason.
ACOG's committee opinion in 2006 on breech and ACOG's committee opinion in 2018 on breech reflects the evolution of medical knowledge?
That is one of the many facets of evolution of medical knowledge, yes.
And so the next sentence here, as such, it is never acceptable for obstetrician gynecologists to attempt to influence patients toward a clinical decision using coercion. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then what do you make of this? Obstetrician gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. What does that mean, doctor?
So you took it away, and I'm not sure I got absorbed every word of that.
Obstetrician gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. First, I'd like to ask, what is duress and how is that different from coercion?
Oh, sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. Katie was saying that she hates when lawyers are standing next to really close to witnesses. I cannot stand it. It drives me nuts, especially if they sign like to the side
I'm
of
struggling
them.
to find
This
an
isn't
example
quite as bad.
or
And as someone who
tidy
desperately needs their
definition of
microphones to
duress
work,
in an
I
obstetric
don't mind this as much.
situation.
Or manipulation, for that matter, which is another word used. Can you speak to what it would mean to say that they're discouraged from manipulation? What would manipulation look like in informed consent?
It would mean a deliberate manipulation of the truth or the facts it would mean an unfair presentation of the risks and benefits to try to steer the patient in a way that is not consistent with the available evidence or not consistent with the standard of care.
So, doctor, if an obstetrician is performing or a midwife is performing an informed consent conversation and there are two choices, and the obstetrician or the midwife thinks that it would be better or safer for the patient to choose this choice, and they emphasize the risks of the choice of the risks of the choice they don't want the patient to make, and they underplay the risks of the choice that they do want the patient to make, Would that qualify as the kind of manipulation you're describing?
I think it depends on the relative risks and benefits of given situations. So take, for instance, a trial of labor after cesarean with a single uterine scar and a vertex presentation. The standard of care sees the risks of both delivery methods as relatively balanced. There are other situations where something is considered an absolute contraindication, and that would not be balanced, and it would be unfair to present it as though it was.
Thank you. So I think what you're saying is that the information should be accurate. Is that right, doctor? And that
Yes.
sometimes the risks really do, they
Yeah,
are really.
Jay Michael, I think I said it
imbalanced,
maybe
say,
like
between the
5
choices,
minutes
and that
ago.
information should
This
be
is starting to
conveyed.
feel
But
irrelevant.
sometimes they aren't, and that should be accurately described.
That the presentation of the risks and benefits should be in accordance with the standard of care and the best that we know at the time.
And did you just explain that after one cesarean section with a normal delivery, that there are risks and benefits on either side of planned repeat cesarean or a trial of labor after cesarean?
Correct.
And so therefore, would you say that if a doctor were to say to a patient, the safest thing for you to do is a repeat cesarean because otherwise your uterus will rupture, or there's a very serious risk of a uterine rupture, and that's probably the safest thing for you to do, and they don't talk about any of the risks of going with a cesarean, for example, or the benefits of a trial of labor, would that be manipulative?
In a situation where the hospital is fit to handle both things, yes, it would. But in a situation in which the provider does not have in-house anesthesia or in-house obstetrics and the standard of care for VBAC is not met, then that should be presented as an imbalanced set of risks and benefits, and the patient should be offered, and in that description of discussion, the acknowledgement
I
that she
think
would
you're
need
hitting
to
the nail
go
on the
to another
head.
facility
We
to
think
have a
back
safe
to
trial of labor after
opening
cesarean
statements.
would be necessary to balance that.
Opening
And if
statements
the
definitely
reason why the
did try
provider
to
is not offering
make
a
this
vaginal
about
birth after cesarean
the
is
state of
due to
Nebraska. Tried to
resources
make
at
it
their
this about
hospital, do you think the
the
patient should be informed
uh,
accurately that that's the reason for
quote
the
unquote
recommendation,
institutional
rather than
medicine.
told that the reason is
You're
uterine
right.
rupture?
You hit the nail on the head with this.
Thank you, doctor. And so why do you think that this ACOG committee, opinion says that OB-GYNs are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or child protective services in their efforts to lead women toward particular medical decisions or to punish them for making decisions that obstetricians don't prefer?
Yeah, like it feels irrelevant.
Form of question compound.
I mean,
Overall,
I guess
she
I could
answers
probably
she
do a
does.
little bit of this to
If she can.
rebut what
I agree that
the
the question
state
is
was doing
somewhat
in terms
confusing.
of laying a lot of foundation.
I'll ask it
a
again.
lot of
Doctor, why do you
foundational
think that
facts
ACOG recommends in the strongest
that
possible terms that
um,
obstetricians should not call the
of
police or
what
CPS on
a
patients
properly trained
because of their medical
OBGYN would
decisions?
do?
I think it's saying that that OBGYNs should not use the threat of calling the police or CPS to steer a patient toward one medical decision or another.
Would you read this to mean that ACOG is recommending that they go ahead and make the call rather than mention it to the patient? Or do you think they're saying that you shouldn't involve courts and CPS around patient medical decision making, given that this is in the paragraph that states that coercion is ethically impermissible because of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge?
I don't understand. It is my understanding that committee opinions do not supersede local law.
And do you think that this contradicts any law? Do you think there's any law that obligates obstetricians to call CPS on? Do you think that ACOG is misrepresenting the law when they say that obstetricians are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or CPS regarding women's medical decisions?
So now, remember, she is the mandatory reporter that actually did report this as child abuse.
ACOG's
and they're coming after the report.
OBGYNs threatened to call CPS because of a woman's drug use, but I do not believe it to override mandatory reporting laws.
Okay, doctor.
Okay, doctor, you just kicked my ass there.
I mean, given what your testimony today, would you agree that a doctor and a patient can therefore have a different
And by the way, this
perspective
doctor
on
is
what's
right.
the safest course of
Local
care for
law
that patient?
supersedes any
Yes.
governing board's
And
guidelines.
do medical ethics require that the patient has the ultimate authority to weigh their treatment options and make the decision about what's safest for them?
They do.
So should informed consent involve doctors telling patients what is safest as if that is objective and absolute, or informing them of the risks and benefits of their options so that the patient can weigh the evidence, consider their values, and make their own decision?
Sometimes there truly is a safest option, and sometimes they are balanced, and that should be reflected according to the standard of care and the best medical knowledge at the time.
Okay. And so you've testified today that steering a patient toward the obstetrician's preferred choice.
Dude, I'm
can
kind of
be a form
surprised.
coercion.
I'm
Is that
surprised
right?
the judge
It
isn't
can
telling
be.
her to move on from this.
When is it
Like,
not?
if I was a judge, I'd be like, yeah, I get your point. Move on.
When you testified earlier that your counseling might involve,
Judge didn't give an answer for her last question, did she?
I'd like to replace it with a new question. When you testified earlier that
Hold on. Can you answer that question?
You can't.
I've
just
lost track
replace
of
it.
which one it was.
I asked, when is steering a client away from the decision that they want to make not coercion? After informed consent, after they've been informed regarding the risks and benefits of their option. If the doctor starts to steer the patient anywhere, you've testified that that can be coercion sometimes, or maybe, but implying that sometimes you think it's not coercion. And then I asked, when is it not coercion? Is that something you want to answer?
I'm being delicate with this one because I can see in an obstetric context multiple views and potential for misinterpretation. Informed consent is obtained of all obstetric patients at presentation prior to delivery. But there are certainly circumstances where the risks change, and informing them of those in real time
Love it.
changes the consent conversation in
good.
an ongoing way.
And if you inform a patient that risks, for example, have become emergent, can the patient integrate that information to make a decision that weighs those risks as more significant if they're manifesting?
Yes.
And so when you testified earlier that your counseling might involve strongly steering a patient away from a decision, what does that mean in your context?
How is that ambiguous?
There
I
are
don't
so
find
many
it very
different
ambiguous at all.
consent conversations that occur in medicine. So again, it could mean an unfair or a discussion of the medical risks and benefits not consistent with the standard of care to get the provider's desired result.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, now I'd like to move to a review of Emily's medical records under your care at UNMC, if that's all right.
Okay.
I'll make the objections as I see fit. So.
All these lawyers are
I
pretty
think we need
good.
to mark it if you're going to be working with it.
So Dr. Lessman, I'd like to present you with the same excerpt of Emily No's medical records at UNMC that you reviewed during your deposition for this matter. Is that okay?
Yes.
And I'll offer it to you and ask you to just look it over and just confirm that those are Emily No's medical records from her treatment at UNMC in the day, or that this is an excerpt of Emily No's medical records from the days of her treatment after she arrived on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Offer this excerpt of Emily No's medical records from UNMC as Exhibit 138.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, they're business records, but anyway, 138's received.
I'll put them under the camera, Dr. Lessman, so you can identify them.
If y'all don't hit like and subscribe, hit that notification button. I might have to start my OnlyFans channel to keep this channel going. So please hit like and subscribe. I don't want
History
to
and
do that.
physical.
Nobody wants to
And
do
does
that.
this indicate that this is a chart note that you created in caring for Emily No?
So it was created in partnership with my supervising resident. I believe she was a third year at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect the care that you provided to Emily No when on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
So I'd like to-
Yeah, if I just approach for a minute with counsel for that exhibit.
yes, ma'am.
I mean, she showed it to you. Oh, sidebars and bench trials are ridiculous. Except they don't want the witness to hear.
I think it's close.
Dr. Lessman, could we review this part that says OB procedure note?
Yes.
When it says description of findings, midline episiotomy resulting in first degree.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was coughing.
Oh,
So let me have you
yeah.
repeat it.
Excuse me.
Thanks,
Not
Judge.
at all. I'd like to ask you
God.
about this line that says midline episiotomy resulting in first degree perineal laceration. Is that okay?
Yes.
What is a first degree perineal laceration?
So it includes vaginal or perineal skin only.
And do you recall describing the laceration in your phone call with Officer Lisa Crouch as very superficial or even meaningless?
I would believe that I'd used. Yes.
Is there a difference between a laceration and a cut?
So it was not a laceration, it was an episiotomy, and we included that language to describe to ourselves what we had found and the depth of it. First degree perineal episiotomy is not a medical phrase in recognized literature. And so this was the closest we could approximate.
And
It's not a medical phrase because
can the
it's
perineum get a
even
first degree
closer to
laceration
actual medical
after a
procedure.
baby comes out of the vagina without an episiotomy?
Absolutely.
How could you tell that this laceration was from an episiotomy as opposed to caused by the baby coming out?
The sharp cut edges.
The sharp cut. So it had smooth edges, is that right?
Correct. It did not
But-
follow natural tissue planes like a laceration would.
So it was a light but smooth cut on the skin, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you say midline, does that mean it was going straight down the perineum from the vagina toward the anus?
Correct.
Do you recall reporting to Lisa Crouch on June 19th that you had heard that the episiotomy was performed in the ambulance?
So not having been present for that, what I had was hearsay from what I was being told. And so I don't know when it was, and I certainly don't remember the detail on that.
And so if by June 19th, 2019, you still believed that
I got
Angela
excited
Hock
for a
had ridden
second.
in
I
the
thought I saw
ambulance to the
movement in the courtroom,
hospital,
but it's just a replay.
was there a time after that that you came to understand that she did not ride in that ambulance? And if so, do you know when?
Speaking of which,
I
we
never
are
considered
rolling
myself
up
an
very
expert in
close
what
to
happened
11
in
and a
that
half
ambulance.
hours of jury deliberations.
Do you still believe she was riding in the ambulance?
I don't know one way or the other on that one.
Okay. Did you ask a question, Emily, at UNMC?
Yes.
Did you interact with her when she first arrived?
Yes.
Do you recall describing her condition at that time as terrified and frantic?
I certainly would believe that I used those words.
Does that accurately describe the impression that you had of her emotional state when you encountered her?
The memory of that part of the encounter is not very strong right now, but the pieces that I can remember, yes.
And when you first encountered Emily and were first discussing her situation with her, was she in a small room?
Or with
10
her
or
hair
20
down like
people
that, it's
around?
just a terrible look. Sorry.
That is how I would describe that emergency
I know I'm
room,
biased.
exam room, yes.
And
I
what
don't
do you
like it.
remember about what she first
There's a
told
reason
you
that-
about
that
her
Johnny
history
Depp
of
put his hair
post-traumatic
up.
stress disorder?
2 days in the trial and never let him
I
take it
remember
back
that she
down.
said she had
Not a good look.
post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, and that the birth of her first baby had been traumatic to her. I don't remember more detail than that
Okay.
about her PTSD or her description of it.
What did she tell you about what had happened in her labor prior to getting to the hospital?
So I'm worried about the nuance of these answers because I believe much of the history came from her partner Creighton, and so I don't want to falsify that she said what I think a lot of it she didn't say.
Did she tell you that she had chosen
Stay
to stay
safe, Katie.
home after she was informed?
Mom,
of
bet
the
mommy,
baby's
have a good day.
breech?
I do not remember hearing that
Okay.
not from her.
Okay, I would like to introduce another exhibit. This is the deposition of Catherine Lessman, taken on December 2, 2022.
My pleasure. I hope to keep doing it. I'm working as hard as I can to make sure we keep doing it for a long time. If you want to help me keep doing it, there is a link in the
Dr.
description
Lessman, were
to
you deposed for this
donate
matter on
while I
December
work to get
2,
monetized.
2022?
The
Yes, I
link
was.
just goes
And were
to
you sworn under oath when you answered the questions in that deposition?
pay.trialjunkie.live,
And have you had a chance
or
to
you can
review the
also find that
transcript of
link
that
on
deposition? I have.
trialjunkie.online.
Okay. Put out page 57 of the deposition on the screen here.
And I guess at this point, I'd ask her that it's not been received in evidence. So
Oh, I beg your
maybe she
pardon.
can show it to the witness.
Your Honor,
Do the refreshing she
I
wants
would
to
like
do.
to offer.
You
May I
need to
offer
show it
to
to the witness
Your
first,
Honor,
lady.
as an exhibit?
Excuse me?
Oh, I think I showed it to the witness.
Right,
You
and
did.
then just
No, you
direct her to the
didn't.
page number
Okay.
or line number.
Then I can just leave it with her to refer her through it, Your Honor?
Yeah. As long as you have another copy, you can go back to your chair.
Counsel, what page are you on?
Thanks, everyone.
So you know how to follow.
It is a great chat.
Thank you.
I was thinking last night, I was like, okay, how do I scale this but keep the same chat?
Dr. Lessman, can I refer you to page 57
Yes.
of your deposition? And to the lines where you said,
The lines. And a
Yes,
chance, and a chance to read it.
please review your testimony from line 6 to line 14.
Yes,
And let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
I have.
Do you remember testifying that they said that they had known that the baby was breech and they had chosen to stay home?
Yes, and again, the clarification is that they, because I believe I received most of this history from Creighton, and you were saying Emily.
Okay, and do you see that the answer was given in
Busted.
answer to the question? Do you remember talking with Emily about what had happened before she got to the hospital?
The conversation was collective together. She was
Okay.
upset, and it was not uncommon to ask her a question and have him answer. And therefore, her consent was applied because she didn't clarify it.
Okay, so are you testifying today that Creighton informed you that they had chosen to stay home?
Yes,
Okay,
to my memory.
okay, thank you, doctor.
That was such a stupid point to try to
So after
impeach
you
on. Who
initially
cares?
interviewed Emily, what did you do?
So after we interviewed her in the emergency room, at that point, she had also obtained a set of vitals, proving hemodynamic stability for her. With her consent, we assessed to make sure that the placenta was not ready to deliver quite yet, and that she was not actively bleeding, and made the decision to move upstairs to labor and delivery.
Doctor, you testified earlier that you clamped and cut the cord and you had an opportunity to see Vera in those moments?
Yes.
What was her condition?
Purple and limp.
And do you have a sense of her weight at birth?
She appeared a full-term baby. I was just gonna guess visually around 8 pounds.
Okay. And is that consistent with the size of a term singleton, meaning a baby that is not premature?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak with anybody else at your hospital about this case right away?
Yes, the team that was involved in the resuscitation remained involved with the case throughout the night.
And when you say the team that was involved in the resuscitation, does that include the ambulance drivers?
So the ER physicians had spoken with the ambulance drivers. I never did.
Okay. So is it the case that the ambulance team attempted some resuscitation in the ambulance after Vera was born in the ambulance, and then that was taken over by a resuscitation team at UNMC?
That is my understanding of the events, yes.
Did you witness that transition?
I believe it was an emergency medical technician who was performing the chest compressions when they arrived.
Okay.
So that could have transitioned to an RN on arrival.
Did you see them come into the building?
I saw them come down the hall.
Down the hall. And is it your memory coming down the hall that you believe that the person that was performing the resuscitation on Vera at that moment was an EMT from the ambulance?
I think so.
Okay.
That was my impression.
And do you have any idea what the efforts to resuscitate Vera by the hospital team involved?
Again, they were in another room. I would assume that was followed standard neonatal resuscitation protocol.
And what would that have involved on a baby in Vera's condition?
So they likely would have started with positive pressure, and then probably quickly moved to intubation when her heart rate did not recover.
Would they use, is there a role for epinephrine in neonatal resuscitation?
Yes, there can be.
What is that role?
It is to help improve the cardiac activity when the heart rate is below 60.
So when a neonate's heart rate is below 60, can epinephrine help the heart to start beating in a healthy way again?
Yes.
And how is that administered?
IV when available. It can be given intracardiac, but I don't believe that would have occurred in this case. A NICU team would place a umbilical line once they can and use that.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody at your hospital that night about the fact that Emily had reported giving birth at home with a midwife or attempting labor at home with a midwife?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Several people involved, the ER physicians, my charge nurse, the neonatal nurse practitioners.
And when did you decide to call the police?
After we had delivered the placenta and repaired the episiotomy, and I believe Vera was being cooled at that point. We discussed the case together, and we were concerned that as mandatory reporters, that this was a case that needed to be brought to attention of authorities, and that I was the person most who should do that.
And when you say we, are you referring still to yourself, the ER doctor, the NICU doctor, and some nursing staff?
Correct.
So the provider team?
The provider team.
And
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for stopping in.
do you
Hi,
recall
Kara.
saying on page 94 of your deposition, if you want to reference it, that you and
Thank
the
you for
other
stopping in, too.
doctors decided that you should call the police?
I think you've been here
You
the whole
should be the
time.
one to call the
Just let me-
police because, quote, a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
Because we knew we had a baby who had suffered brain damage or brain injury at that point. We knew that we had a baby that had suffered brain injury, and there was concern that that may have been preventable.
What does it mean to say a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
So because the injury was believed to be as a result of what might have been obstetric injury or considered obstetric injury, it fell to the obstetrician
To do what?
to describe
Call
it
the
to
cops.
the authorities.
Did you exchange any emails with anybody relating to making a report to the police?
I don't see it as a problem if
I
she
may
did.
have. I remember ongoing discussion with the ER team after the shift.
Do you remember exchanging, when did you go home after your shift from June 15th into the early morning hours of June 16th?
Handoff would have occurred around 7 or 8 on Sunday morning. I believe I was handing off to an MFM and therefore was responsible for rounding on the generalist service. So it would have been late morning on Sunday morning.
Do you think you might have gone home early on Sunday in the middle of the night because of what you had gone through in receiving this traumatic case?
No, that was never a part of the discussion.
Can I refer you to page 66?
Okay.
So actually, I'll refer you to 67, doctor, lines 8 through 12. These lines, I remember talking with my direct boss. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please review. Tell me when you're ready to discuss.
I'm ready.
When you explained during your deposition, I remember talking with my direct boss and having someone
She
else
seems
take
to
my
need a little bit of
phone
help from
so that I
her
could separate from all of this for a few
co-counselors.
hours so that I could process the experience as
Co-counselors.
well. Do you think that was after 7 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
Got it. And then, doctor, can I refer you to page 75?
Okay.
Can you read lines 8 through the end of the page?
You want me to read them aloud?
No, just to
Okay.
yourself, and let me know when you're ready to discuss them.
Okay.
When you said, aside from Dr. Cabrera, and who was Dr. Cabrera?
My resident that night.
And the ER team and the nurses involved.
Sorry, I'm just checking on this. This is getting a little dry.
I spoke with my chair
I
because
don't know how they're going to
that's when
cross
I
it
learned
for
that he
this
doesn't sleep much
much
because he
longer.
answered my emails at midnight and 3 a.m. And that was about what I needed to file and in what ways. And I talked with my
Shuck it
direct
still in
boss
here.
about
Shuck it. If you're still in
phone
here, does this
because I
get
needed to clock out. When you say emails at midnight and 3 a.m.,
better?
would those have been emails that you sent in the early hours of June 16th while you were still at the hospital?
Correct.
And to whom did you send those emails?
To my chairman.
And what's his name?
Carl Smith.
Is he still your chairman?
Yes, he is.
And you said that you received emails from him about what I needed to file and in what ways. What did that involve?
He has sat on the state medical board and has a much better and has served as expert witness many times and has a much better understanding of this side of medicine. And so he was well suited to answer my questions about to whom I needed to report possibly practicing without a license, possible allegation of child abuse or neglect, these things that I do not, I have not had the opportunity to interact with on a regular or frequent basis.
Cross-examining doctors
he
has
had
to
a lot of
suck.
experience with the state medical board.
They're probably
And so
smart.
did he direct you to file a complaint with the state medical board?
He did.
Did he direct you to file a complaint with anybody else?
He did not. That was already done. He did support the decision, yes.
And when you say that he had been an expert witness, in what kinds of proceedings?
He is a perinatologist, and so he has sat as a witness in many obstetric cases.
And what are obstetric cases? Or do those happen, are those civil suits or criminal proceedings?
Both.
I am not a legal expert, nor have I discussed the intricacies of his legal experience.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer.
Did you make your first report to the police over the phone, or did they come to the hospital?
I called them.
And what do you remember telling them?
So I remember telling them that there was a baby who had been injured. I don't don't remember what my words were. My understanding as a mandatory reporter is that it was my responsibility to bring the situation to their attention so that they could investigate it if they saw fit.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to offer another exhibit into evidence. This is the Omaha Police Department Information Report Investigation dated 6/16/19 at 00:00 hours, reporting Catherine Lessman's report to the police department. I'd like to offer this police report into evidence, Your Honor.
Must have
140.
objection hearsay.
How's it not hearsay?
Your Honor, it's not hearsay because it is it is the recording of this doctor's report to the police that I'm going to present to her so that she can explain and substantiate the report that she made at that time.
Well, that doesn't make it admissible, but you can ask her questions off it.
Yeah, I just
Yep.
object is,
That is right.
there are rules to refreshing recollection. It seems that she's just having to read the depositions and read the things. I think she just needs to ask the questions about what she remembers and refresh if it needs to be.
Well,
That's true.
I'm not gonna do it the way you do it, but
Is that it?
that number, what number was that exhibit?
This was number 140, Your Honor.
140 is not received into evidence.
Okay, Your Honor.
They get so lax in bench trials.
Dr. Lessman, would you say that this is an accurate report, or does it? There's a line here that says, Dr. Lessman stated that she did not
Feed is
believe Angee
so
was
much
certified to
cleaner
conduct
visually
births
and
believed a criminal act may have been
video
committed
and
by
audio.
Angee in assisting No at
I'm
home
very thankful
and
for
not
it.
having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that was breech. Does that seem accurate, like what you would have reported to the police in that call in the middle of the night?
Yes, it does.
And so, Doctor, what did that mean to you to say that you didn't believe she was certified to do home births?
So I am not and do not pretend to be an expert in lay midwifery, but it is my understanding that according to the state of Nebraska, that may not be a legal proceeding or a legal intervention.
What might not be a legal intervention?
So home birth is,
I
I'm
hear you,
not an
G, my
expert
whole life.
again in lay midwifery,
There are key facts there.
but I respect and operate under ACOG, as you previously discussed, and I'm also familiar with SMFM, the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and the American College of Nurse Midwifery. And to my understanding, those are the credentialing bodies for birth attendants,
I'll
as
be
recognized
right
by the
back.
state of
I'm going to
Nebraska.
keep this rolling, but
And does
I'm going to step away
ACOG
for a second.
certify people to do home births?
ACOG does not, to my, not in Nebraska.
To your knowledge, does ACOG certify people to do home births?
My knowledge extends to the nuances of Nebraska.
Got it. And who is certified to do home births in Nebraska?
No one.
And so when you said that is not an intervention that is legal, is home birth the intervention?
Assurance of safety in a difficult situation would be.
Assurance of safety is an intervention?
So a home VBAC and or a home breech birth would both be outside of the standard of care for home birth, according to the American College of Nurse Midwifery, which guides home birth for the majority of the country. in the way that is most respected by the medical establishment and most state medical boards.
And you verified that you stated that you believed a criminal act had been committed. What criminal act did you believe had been committed?
Again, I'm not pretending to be a legal expert. My responsibility is to call attention to harm to the baby.
Can I refer you to page 115 of your deposition, doctor? And this is lines 17 through 21. Or actually, let's say 9 through 21, so it includes the question that you were asked. Tell me when you've had a chance to review that page.
Okay.
Did you answer, were you asked at the deposition if you, what was the basis on which you were making a statement that you believed a criminal act had been committed? Yes or no? Were you asked that?
I was.
And did you answer, so it sounded to me like practicing medicine without a license, and I knew that this was a preventable birth that deserved evaluation or a preventable death that deserved evaluation?
Yes.
And then can I refer you to page 120 of your deposition testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And can I refer you to lines 6 through 16?
Okay.
And so were you asked at deposition, and so was the crime the fact that the patient
I
wasn't
stepped
in
away
the
just to make
hospital?
sure it would get interesting. I knew as soon as
And then
I
was the
stepped away, it would get
answer that
interesting.
she was coerced into staying
This is
at
good.
home, that she was falsely reassured that the provider had skills, that she understood the situation. She didn't, that she could do something she couldn't. Question, okay, thank you. And then did you add, that would be the practicing medicine without a license, which was my assessment of the situation. Is that what you said in your deposition?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, when you got home on the night, on the morning of June 16th, were you already thinking about a legal proceeding related to this transfer of care?
Yes, I was.
Were you already thinking about issues like what evidence would be admissible into a legal proceeding over the transfer that you would receive that night?
I was.
And do you recall asking the police interviewer on June 19th, 2019, whether she could assure you that Angee Hock would be in trouble no matter what, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
I remember asking what she expected from the legal side.
Do you remember asking if Angee Hock would be in trouble, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
Yes.
Have you had any legal training, Dr. Lessman?
As it relates to malpractice.
Have you have any training? Do you have any training or experience in the determination of whether crimes have been committed?
Only in calling attention to possible child, elder, or sexual abuse.
And so have you had meetings or trainings at UNMC regarding identification of when a crime has been committed or when your obligations as a mandatory reporter are triggered?
Yes.
What were you taught regarding that?
We are taught that anything that we see that concerns us for child abuse or neglect is mandatorily reported.
That concerns us for child abuse or neglect?
Mm-hmm. So we are taught that it is not our job to prove that neglect or abuse has occurred, but to call it to the attention of the authorities so that they can investigate or choose not to investigate as they see fit.
And is it left to your discretion to determine whether you perceive there
This is super
child
interesting,
neglect,
but I don't
associated
really see
with
how it's helping the
a
defense.
patient for whom you're caring? Or are there standards that you're trained that you're supposed to utilize in that analysis?
There are standards.
And what are they in the birth context?
That's a great question, and the ambiguities of which were the reason we discussed this as a provider team prior to making the decision to report.
So does that mean that you can't recall any specific standards relating to assessment of child abuse or neglect in the birth context prior to this birth?
Correct.
Have standards been developed at UNMC since this birth,
Baby weighed about 8 pounds,
to your knowledge?
Objection.
not based on her visual inspection.
I do not believe that there are policies in place regarding that exactly.
Did anybody ever tell you that it's a crime in Nebraska for a woman to decline to go to the hospital and receive care from an obstetrician?
No.
And when you reported that,
Okay, I see where they're going with this.
let me ask you,
I still don't see how it's super helpful.
what medical equipment or resources are unavailable to assist with a baby that is breech?
So for a baby that is breech, if I were going to do that in the hospital, I would expect a second set of hands, a neonatology team for resuscitation immediately available, Piper forceps, all the resuscitation tools for the baby, bandage, scissors.
And so when you reported to the police that you believed a criminal act may have been committed by Angee by assisting No at home and not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, are you saying that a crime is committed for assisting with a baby that is breech outside of a hospital setting where hospital resources are available?
Objection. Beyond her knowledge. And
This needs to be objected
support
to.
For her to say what's a crime and
This,
what's not.
Your Honor,
this is
she
where it's
just
getting
testified.
ridiculous. She's not the legal expert. She's not even the police making a probable cause determination.
Sorry, now I've
She
lost the
just says,
question.
hey, I think maybe.
So when you reported to the police that you believed a crime may have been committed by Angee by not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, and if, as you just testified, the medical equipment and resources that assist with a baby that is breech are things like surgical delivery, Piper forceps, and other things that are available in a hospital setting, are you saying that it is a criminal act to assist with a baby that is breech outside the hospital setting where they don't have hospital resources?
I am saying that breech birth is a contraindication to home birth by most governing organizations that I've ever been familiar with, and that it deserved more attention. I was not accusing the crime, I was calling attention.
So you don't think
Yeah,
that you
that's
said that
it.
you thought a crime may have been committed in assisting
I was
with
calling
a baby
attention.
that is breech?
I absolutely said that a crime may have been committed.
Because you
She's getting
believed that it was
pissed, and
possible
kinda
that it was
rightfully so.
criminal to assist with a breech baby without
not her
hospital
job.
resources available?
I don't know why they're letting this go on.
I thought it deserved exploration, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, she won. That's what she's supposed to do.
Do you
But
recall
at least we
being
got
interviewed by
interesting
the
again.
police at UNMC on June 17th after coming back from your break on the 16th?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were you involved in any meetings with UNMC staff? Actually, I'm going to withdraw that question. Did you have a chance to talk more with Emily on did you see Emily again on June 17th, 2019?
I believe that I saw her each day of her hospitalization, yes.
So you saw her on the 15th when she first arrived in the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And then on the 16th, would you have seen her in the night until 7 a.m. when you left?
Since she delivered before midnight, she would have been seen for postpartum care both days also.
So would you have seen her in the early hours of the 16th?
Yes.
Would you have seen her between the time you left your shift on the 16th and midnight on the 16th?
No. Sorry, wait. The 16th is Sunday, yes?
Yes.
Okay. No.
So then you think you saw her again
Yeah.
on the 17th?
Correct.
So sort of the two periods of your care for her were the night that she was admitted and then the morning of the 17th when she was discharged. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember having more of an opportunity to speak with her on the 17th?
Yes.
And what was that like? What were the circumstances that were more relaxed for that conversation?
We are
I believe
officially
that she was
12
in her
hours
daughter's room in the
into
NICU,
deliberations in the
and I would
Texas
have gone
versus Aaron
over
Dean case.
routine postpartum questions,
12
talked
hours,
about
everybody
pain,
take a shot.
bleeding, bladder,
This thing's not gonna
dizziness,
resolve.
headaches, chest pain, shortness of breath,
We have
pain in her
Angee, I
legs.
can almost guarantee it.
And then I remember
From what I know, there's been no
telling
questions
her,
from the jury
and
either.
I may have had this conversation with her on Sunday. I may have had this conversation with her on Monday. I don't remember that timing, but I remember informing her that my understanding of my legal requirements was that I had to file a police report.
I
because
think
didn't want her to be
hung jury.
surprised.
And was her baby still alive at that time?
Yes, she was.
So were these, and did her baby die on the 17th?
I believe so.
So was this conversation happening in some of the final hours of her time with her baby, her newborn baby Vera?
I believe so.
Was her baby alive in the NICU room when you were with her?
I believe so.
I want to bounce back to some of the testimony you gave about your initial encounter with her on the night of the 15th and the 16th earlier today. You testified that she consented to enough of an exam that you could get certain health information when you examined her. Is that right?
Yes.
What was she willing to consent to for that exam, and what was she not willing to consent to?
She didn't deny us consent for anything, but we would have
That's a
said things
really
like,
good question.
we're going to check on the placenta now. And we're going to check for tears. Okay, this episiotomy is
Those
here.
two ADAs seem pretty passionate.
The next step would be numbing medicine. Do you want any pain medicine through your arm? Things like that.
But I think they're
And
also
did you
smart enough
receive
to
any
realize
information directly from the ambulance
the
team
further and
at the time
further
of
out this
transfer,
gets
or
from
did
the
that
actual
come to you down
incident, the
telephone
harder and
game?
harder
Did
it
you
is going
speak
to be
with
to
any of them
convict.
directly?
It came down the telephone gate.
Okay, so who spoke with the ambulance team and then reported that information to you?
The ER
I don't know what to
team.
think
Okay.
about 12 hours
And were
in,
you
other than
informed
hung
that
jury. I
Emily
don't
had
know.
declined an
I
IV
don't
during
think
the
that
ambulance
favors
transfer to the
either side
hospital?
really.
I don't remember discussing that.
Okay,
I sure may have.
okay.
I don't know if we ever placed one.
I think it really comes down to the fact we all were calling it a
So,
fairly
Dr.
close
Lessman,
case.
in your testimony earlier, you also
So I
have
think it could
explained
mean that
some of the
they're on
phenomena
both
associated with
sides.
childbirth. And I won't ask you, I'll try not to ask you to repeat yourself unnecessarily, but I'd like to ask you about an issue that you haven't discussed yet. Are you familiar with the concept of the fetal ejection reflex?
Jolly, you must have missed the closing. There was no need for mics with all the freaking yelling that they decided to
By
do.
that term,
Are you familiar with the idea that heightened adrenaline in the woman during the second stage of labor can cause expulsion of the fetus in a physiological birth?
I don't know that I've seen that in our literature recently.
It's
Okay.
fine. It's relatively short trial,
Certainly,
and
explosive efforts can become involuntarily or
Yes.
involuntary. No one denies
and
that.
not a lot of
And
charges. to
doctor,
go
has it
through.
been, was it your representation to the authorities with whom you spoke in
So
this
why
matter
short trial
that the death
matters
of the
is that means
child
there's
was,
not a lot of
quote, totally
evidence for the jury to go
preventable if
through.
she had sought proper medical attention?
There wasn't a lot of technical
That was
evidence.
my impression.
I mean, unless they're
And
like
would you agree
diving
with the reporting
deep
officer's
into the
description
expert
of the report to
testimony,
him on this
but
matter as he described
being
it
realistic,
as his
not a lot of
affidavit in support
evidence
of
to go
criminal
through.
charges? Quote,
Not a lot of
"After
charges
the
to
officer
debate.
spoke with Dr. Lessman,
12
who
hours
advised her that it
on
was
jury
her
night.
medical opinion that the childbirth was handled negligently, which resulted
And I
in the
wouldn't
death
be
of the
surprised if it
baby.
was 6 to
No.
6.
Dr. Lessman advised that the death of the child was preventable had appropriate medical steps been taken in a timely manner. Dr. Lessman advised that the medical steps taken by Hock were performed negligently. Does that seem like an accurate summary of your testimony to the officers?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I didn't really expect it to
Reporting
be a close call
officers
either.
wrote their report. Dr. Lessman and staff at
So
UNMC.
here's
did
one
not say the
way I
child
could
was
say it might be like an 11 to 1 or
How did-
10
how?
to 2 in favor of not
Reviewing
guilty.
the resuscitation
Is
protocols,
again going back to that
equaling protocol.
fact that the prosecution
your,
can see those jurors and
assessment
can read
of-
those
of
jurors.
Emily's condition?
Maybe they
over
felt like
her
they had
days
one
at
or two
UNMC following your initial
that
care
were
visit?
on their side. and gave that in passing speech to those two
So
to give them
um,
the ammunition or
did
the
elevated blood
more
pressures
the like
initially, which we
perceived moral
initially
standing
attributed
to
to
hold out
the
and not ever move to the
heightened
not guilty side.
emotions and also
That's the
drinking
only
as well.
that could be a reason
But
that's taken.
then her initial labs came back with an elevated creatinine, which we did not have an explanation for. And so in the context of that as a potential severe feature for preeclampsia, plus the high blood pressures, we made the diagnosis of preeclampsia with severe features. So we did,
Just
with her consent, start
reiterate
an
one more
IV
time. We're 12 hours
for
into the
the treatment of
jury
preeclampsia with
deliberations in the
magnesium
Aaron
for
Dean
24
trial.
hours. She was
I think the biggest question now
emotional
is how long does the judge let them
throughout the stay,
go?
but
There has
also
nothing been come out though to the judge saying,
my
"Hey,
impression
we're
was
deadlocked. What do we
appropriate
do?"
for the
So who
circumstance
knows?
with the dying baby.
Did you have an opportunity in your ongoing communications with her
Again, I don't think
to
12 hours has.
get a
Ooh, that's
deeper
terrible for the
understanding
defendant.
of her previous trauma associated with
I
hospital-based
don't
care?
think it says, "Oh, that's great for the defendant" either. But usually
I don't remember what depth we got into
long
in that
deliberations
interview
aren't great for
because
defendants.
it didn't make it into documentation.
I don't necessarily think
And
that's the case here.
in an already extremely traumatic experience, to drag her back through more trauma was not seen as productive or helpful.
Did she volunteer to you that she had PTSD, that she was traumatized by her previous delivery, her previous cesarean delivery?
She yes, she did tell us that her prior delivery had been traumatic to her.
Okay, and your testimony is that you did not ask any more questions about the source of that trauma or trauma that she had experienced prior to that delivery?
I don't remember the
Wouldn't
level
that be
of detail
amazing if we watched an
that she
entire
volunteered.
trial
Okay,
during their jury deliberations? We're moving in that direction.
did you have any communication with the NICU team regarding Vera's care?
Thanks
or
everybody for
assessment or
being here.
care, either on the 16th
Hit
or
like,
the
hit
17th?
subscribe,
Yes.
and I'm gonna be quiet so we can
And
listen to testimony.
what was your understanding of the plan for Vera's care?
So initially, the decision was made to cool the infant, hoping to minimize cerebral injury. And it quickly became evident that that was a futile measure. And so plans were made to withdraw care.
And so when you said that quickly became evident, when did it become evident?
I don't know the exact timeline on that.
Was it the night of the 16th?
I don't know the nuances of that timing.
I absolutely believe that.
Informed
Every
that
time I hear it, I kind
didn't
of
show,
cringe.
signs of an ability to live
I mean,
independently.
oh no, the jury's been out for 3
Hours
days
that
in the Rittenhouse trial, or was
I
it
was not
4?
present for that
That
conversation.
can't be good
Were
news
you
for
aware
him.
that
Oh,
that
we
was
just
the
found out that
thing
they
given?
went step by step by step through the different charges.
I did not hear any of that
It's
advice.
just colloquial knowledge, I guess is the term
Were
for
you
it. That
ever aware of a plan that Vera would be on
long
life support
deliberations not
24
good
hours
for
and then
defendants.
withdrawn?
So in a
I
woman
believe that study
crossed off
that
and
it
take about
doesn't
3
mean
days, and
anything.
at some point in there, her neurologic exam
I think
was
it
very
could mean,
considered for
the one thing I
breakdown,
will
and
say that it may
I
mean
believe that
is that
evaluation
it was a close call.
done. I don't know the timing of the neonatal course.
And who would have made the decision about when to take Vera off of life support?
So that would have been a discussion between the neonatologist and the parents.
Do you have any information about why Vera was removed from life support 36 to 48 hours after 36 to 48 hours rather than after 72?
This is true. That's why
That
I
was
want
not
to
part
get
of
through
these
it.
conversations.
I don't want to, like,
Do you have
that
any
would suck
knowledge?
to try to watch this after the verdict was delivered. I thought we were
I
going
think
to have
that
a longer
required
case.
a diagnosis of brain death.
I'm going to do everything we can to make sure that we get to get done with the key
Were you
testimony
aware of any steps
before the
taken
live
to
verdict.
minimize the trauma
Good
for
call.
the parents around the death of their baby?
I know that pastoral care was invited.
One thing we are going to do to
pastoral
speed this
care
along
and
as we're
research
skipping the
that
medical
involved.
examiner's testimony. It's
And then when they're on the team, did their best to treat
from what
the
I
family.
understand, a
I
lot
believe
of time.
the neonatal team prepared mementos.
Dr. Lessman, were you aware that Emily was pulled away from her dying baby's bedside for police questioning about the birth?
Not until the deposition, no.
Were you aware that Creighton was questioned by the police while he was grieving and holding his baby while she was still alive?
Not until now, no.
Did you take any steps to inform the NICU team of the need to minimize ongoing trauma to Emily based on her past experiences?
I know the NICU team to be a compassionate group of people, and didn't expect.
I think
to
OJ was less than 8 hours too. Not
You ever
guilty.
learn why they allowed
After a
the police to
year-long trial.
their dying baby's bedside when the baby was about
All right,
to
I'm going to be
pass away?
quiet so we can
I don't
catch
know
up on
that any of
testimony.
us
So, yo.
had any jurisdiction over police timing or decisions.
Dr. Lessman, how long have you been a doctor?
I graduated from med school in 2009.
And where did you
4
go after
hours,
med
that's right. I was going to say 4 hours
I
and
went to
I
St.
can
Louis
guess myself
University
and
for
kind of hedge my
OBGYN
bet.
residency.
Is that in Missouri?
4 hours
Yes, it
for
is.
OJ. After a year-long
And
trial.
how many hospitals have you worked at an obstetrician?
Three.
And what are those hospitals?
St. Mary's Hospital in St. Louis as a trainee. Deaconess, now multi-care in Spokane, and now Nebraska Medicine.
So St. Louis, Missouri, Spokane, Washington, and Omaha, Nebraska are
Correct.
the locations of your three hospitals.
Hello, Tom, and welcome.
And was it your experience in all three of the states where you worked that some patients chose to plan to give birth outside the hospital?
Yes.
And have all the hospitals where you've worked received transfers or received women in labor who started labor outside the hospital and are not registered for planned births at that hospital?
Yes.
Do you provide prenatal care as well as support women through childbirth?
Yes.
And does the provision of prenatal care involve discussing women's intentions for giving birth?
I think I might have got really distracted on this thought.
And have any
But
women ever told
her
you that they were
questioning
planning
around the
at home with a midwife?
of like why she would report that to police
Not in Omaha.
really turned this
in other-
witness against her.
Washington State, yes.
And what is your impression of some of the reasons or the primary reasons why women choose to give birth outside the hospital?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I mean, Dr. Lessman, what do you say to women when they tell you that they're planning to give birth at home?
It's been more than 6 years since I've had to have that specific conversation.
She says, "Why?
Talk about
What? Are you serious?"
what might be
Sorry.
motivating their decision. We talk about factors specific to their care. I believe that the last time I needed to have that conversation was in advance of ACOG's most recent guidance on planned home birth that recognized a 3 to 4-fold increase in neonatal morbidity or mortality, but respected home birth decision-making in average risk births.
So Dr. Lessman, is it your testimony that you informed them regarding
As
the
a
American
data
College
scientist,
of
I
Obstetrician
can't
and
imagine, even in like my
Correct.
business life,
How do you counsel them regarding the risks and the benefits of
ever recommending,
hospital birth versus
ever not
hospital-based
adamantly
delivery?
opposing
Do you
something
inform them of any benefits about a hospital birth?
that would show 3 to 4 times the risk for my company, let alone my kid.
So
Very
I am, again, a member of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And if they are coming to me believing that, or with their own reasons,
3
for
or
home
4
birth,
times.
I am not adding
The chance of
benefits
failure.
to home birth, because to my
Don't understand.
medical risk assessment, according to my accrediting body, that is not a part of the conversation at this time.
So is your answer that you do not inform them that there are any benefits to out of hospital birth?
They're wrong.
I do not any more than I say that there are no benefits. That was not a part of my counseling last time that question came up 7 years ago in Washington State. No.
I'm not sure I understand your answer, doctor. So
I
can you
didn't
just
understand her answer either.
clearly yes or no? Do you inform those patients regarding any benefits of out of hospital birth?
That is not within the ACOG standard of care, so no.
Do you inform them regarding any risks of hospital-based delivery?
In consenting for delivery, then yes.
In discussing their choice or their plan or their idea to give birth at home? Do you just, when you're counseling them on that choice, do you discuss any risks of hospital-based delivery?
Again, it's been at least 7 years since I had to have that question or that conversation.
So if I was able to do memberships, I'd give you an honorary trial junkie membership.
But risk
that's
is
some good
never,
knowledge.
or delivery is never a risk-free process.
Did certified nurse midwives work with you at your hospital in Missouri during your training?
They did not have delivering procedures at that time, but they did work with us in a nurse practitioner role.
And can I refer you to page 10 of your deposition? And I'll refer you to lines 3 through 7.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked in this deposition, and did certified nurse midwives work with you at that hospital? And did you recall answering, when I was in St. Louis, it was not a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives to deliver at that time? Is that accurate?
That was referring to hospital privileging, yes.
Yes, and so when you say that it wasn't a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives, you're talking about certified nurse midwives, right?
Correct.
And so, doctor, what's your understanding of the difference between a nurse midwife and a direct entry midwife?
Nurse midwives are credentialed by the American College of Nurse Midwifery.
And what is a direct entry midwife?
That is a much broader term to my understanding.
Do you know
and
what it means?
I am not an expert in that, no.
Okay. So
Good afternoon, recess. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, good news. We don't have to do recesses around here. Now I'm good to roll, so let's roll.
(11 through 13).
Okay.
Do you recall being asked who certifies home birth midwives and answering, to my knowledge, nobody recognized by law?
Yes.
And then if I can refer you to page 102,
Mm-hmm.
lines 9 through 17.
Okay.
And so were you asked in deposition, does the American College of Nurse Midwives certify direct entry midwives? And did you respond no?
That is what I answered, yes.
And then do you remember being asked who does and answering no one?
That was my knowledge at the time, correct.
And this was in December 2022?
Correct.
And do you remember being asked, so you're not aware of any certifying body for direct entry midwives, and answering not that is generally recognized and respected by the medical community?
Correct.
These aren't good answers for
Have you
the
ever heard of
defense.
the North American Registry of Midwives?
I have not.
See, it's hard to impeach her when she's like, oh, no, I haven't. Like,
So you're not aware of the North American Registry of Midwives as a registering body for the certified professional midwife?
I am not.
I just said
What is your
no.
knowledge of what
Oh
What
God,
is a
this
certified
defense.
professional midwife?
She's starting to struggle.
My knowledge of that is limited. I understand them to be birth attendants of variable experience.
And you testified that most of the information that you received regarding home birth direct entry midwives and the status of home birth came from your certified nurse midwife colleagues at the hospital?
Correct.
The basis of anecdote?
Correct.
May I refer you to page 105 of your deposition?
Okay.
Hey, Jay, Michael, or any, I think some of you
Can
others
I
may
ask
know
you
in
to
the
read
chat
line 17
is
through the
a
next page?
clinical nurse
And then on
midwife
to
similar to something like a level of like an LPN?
bottom of page.
Or am I way off? Please feel free to make fun of me if I'm way off.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying that it was your understanding that a certified professional midwife is a term that is deliberately misleading, allowing the uneducated public to associate it with clinical nurse midwives?
Correct.
Oh, so it's clinical nurse midwife,
That was
like
your
an
impression
LPN.
based on the education that you had received about direct entry midwives from nurse midwives?
No, way
With
higher.
my
Okay.
understanding as a board
The nurse
certified
practitioners. Okay.
who has worked
I'm
with
glad I asked.
nurse midwives, that the American College of Nurse Midwifery, American College of Nurse Midwives sets
Awesome.
very high standards.
So just in case
for
some
everyone it
folks aren't
certifies
looking at chat while you watch that,
and is
they
accountable for
clinical nurse midwives
their
are
certification.
something much more akin to
I do
nurse
not know of the
practitioners
same
or advanced practice
level of
registered nurses.
standards, training, and respect for
Certified
any other
nurse
governing
midwife.
body for midwives.
So you said that you're aware that ACOG and the certifying bodies for obstetrician gynecologists and ACNM and the certifying bodies for nurse midwives have high standards for their certification and training. Is that right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding of the standards that are used for the certification of direct
For
entry
some reason, I thought
midwives?
she said clinical,
What are those standards?
but
That
I
would be a great
definitely
question
trust
for the
J.
state
Michael.
medical board. I am not an expert in
The
those.
term is
If you
certified
don't know what they
nurse
are, then
midwife.
how can you know that they are inferior?
I am trusting the state medical boards in that.
And what have you learned from the state medical boards? Have you received a policy paper or something with regard to the standards of care for the certification of direct entry midwives?
At no point have I claimed to be an expert in direct entry midwifery.
So if I can refer you again to page 106 of your deposition. Do you remember
This
being
isn't that
asked-
helpful for the
are you
defense.
testifying that your understanding is that the title certified professional midwife is a title that has been invented to deliberately mislead the public, and that you responded, that is my understanding, yes?
Yes.
And
Okay, so this is why I was a little confused.
And do you recall this answer to the question of whether you were testifying that you were aware of no standards for the certification and testing and training of certified professional midwives, that you said in line 16 through 22, I am testifying that whatever standards there may be, ACOG and ACNM do not, I believe them to be inferior. And I stand with ACOG and ACNM in believing the clinical lay midwife or clinical practical midwife standards are insufficient to provide safe care. Do you recall that testimony, doctor?
I do.
That's still your belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And if you look at your deposition testimony from page 106 onto the page 107, do you recall being asked the question, would you expect a lay midwife or a traditional midwife to know how to do the same things that a certified nurse midwife knows how to do under her standard of care? And that you answered no.
Again, I am not aware of the standards set, and I am not an expert in direct entry midwifery.
Is it still your testimony that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things a CNM does?
It is my testimony that I trust the training and certification of CNMs.
So are you changing your testimony with regard to this question? Would you expect a lay midwife to know how to do the things that a certified nurse midwife can do? And that your answer was no, you would not expect that.
I don't know why she's backing off this in her
Qualifications based on
testimony.
my knowledge.
So is
I
your
think she
answer
would be
still
fine with
you
just
would not expect
sticking
her
with
to
it.
know how to do the things a CNM can do?
I cannot prove the sufficiency of her training based on my experience and my absence of expertise in clinical or in direct entry midwifery.
I'm going to ask it again, and I would appreciate it if you can just answer yes or no for clarity. Would you still say that you do not expect a lay traditional midwife to know how to do
Oh,
the
that's
things
awesome,
that a
Miss Bruce.
certified nurse midwife knows how to do? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, I
And
see you're saying you're a law
so
nerd
your
and a medical
testimony at the top
nerd.
of page 107, where you were asked, would you expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things that an obstetrician gynecologist certified by ACOG knows how to do? And your answer was no. Would that still be your answer today?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why she didn't just say that.
Have you ever had a relationship with what you call a lay midwife that gave you an opportunity to understand what they do and how they work?
I have not.
Are you just a doctor that walks around with your nose up in the air?
Which
That's
presentation
not really a good argument.
of a safe home birth, where is your belief regarding standards of care for home birth coming from?
So the ACOG writings on safe home birth and ACNM, and also in response to the absence of memory in the deposition a week and a half ago, I did again look up the standards in Washington State because I hadn't remembered them, and again affirmed that they also believed breech birth to be a contraindication to home birth.
And so what is your understanding about how regulatory standards of care for the provision of home birth services are set at the state level? Are they set by ACOG?
No, they are not.
Are you aware that home birth midwives are supported under regulation?
Typical lawyer.
Home in the state of Oregon?
I do not know what goes on in Oregon.
Completely covering his ass.
Do you remember saying to Officer Lisa Crouch in your phone call with her on June 19th, 2019, that if a woman has a vaginal birth after cesarean at home, she's already saying that she doesn't care if her baby lives or dies?
That's harsh language. But I will affirm that it is my understanding that the risk of fetal or neonatal demise in a VBAC is 2.9 per thousand at home and 0.17 per thousand
Oh, that's cool.
in a hospital.
What is the source for that statistic, Dr. Lessman?
Hey, Michael, I'm going to take every opportunity to take a jab at John that I can. I don't care if it's space is backed or not.
Gosh, I think it's the ACOG position on home birth, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
That was
Dr.
super
Lessman,
harsh
are you
language.
aware that home birth exists and is integrated in other countries in a way that it's not in the United States?
That's my understanding.
You're on.
Yeah, relevant.
Move on.
Dr. Lessman, are you aware that many women have vaginal births after cesarean at home, and in part because their local obstetricians refuse to support them in a vaginal birth?
Objection, no.
Sustained.
I think she could have answered that one.
So when you reported to the police, so you've testified today that you wouldn't expect a lay midwife to be familiar with the standards of care for a certified nurse midwife or an obstetrician gynecologist, or to be certified by those bodies. So when you reported to the police that Angela Hock was negligent, what did you mean? By what standard of care was she negligent?
Well, by the Nebraska medicine bylaws, I can't provide consent or consent conversation for a procedure that I don't perform. And so I don't, based on the what I observed and the outcomes of the case, it called into question her ability to provide consent in that case.
So Was your answer that you were asserting that she was negligent under the Nebraska obstetrician gynecologist standard of care? That applies to you?
Oh, look at the mean mug that Mrs. Hawk has. I hope she come back. They come back to her. She is
Pretending to be
mean
a
mugging this
lawyer,
doctor.
or an expert in that law.
Not mean.
With the standard of
Mean mug might not be the right
standard
like.
of care that was on your mind.
She's
when
looking at her like, oh,
Hawk was
you're
negligent.
you're super
Was the
doctor.
obstetrician gynecologist standard of
Looking
care?
down on me.
Obstetrician, gynecologist, and ACNM.
Okay. So you're testifying that the standards of care that were on your mind when you reported that Angela Hawk was negligent were the ACNM and ACOG standards of care, but you've also testified that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to be familiar with or able to follow the standards of care.
I love the really.
Obstetrician
I love the main comments.
have you not?
Correct.
When you were working in either Washington or Nebraska, did you receive any training that informed you that states that license and integrate both CNMs and CPMs, like Washington, have better neonatal outcomes than states that don't, like Nebraska?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Ms. Hayes.
yes, sir.
I've given you some leeway.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll move on.
What other states do is not relevant to what Nebraska does.
But it is relevant to Dr. Lessman's impressions, Your Honor, and
No.
her assertion that it was absolutely negligent in all.
It's not.
elements, rather than according to the standards of her local community.
Well, your questions aren't geared towards
Yes, Your
that,
Honor, I'll
so
move forward.
go for it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Did UNMC offer you any trainings or require any continuing education when you came to work there?
Attorney ASMR.
There are annual trainings in many things: fire safety, infection control, laws relating to student records and rights.
And what was the year when you came to work at UNMC?
2017.
Did you receive any training relating to ACOG's 2018 committee opinion on breach?
Coming from the administration of Nebraska Medicine, no. As a discussion point in our OBGYN didactics, absolutely.
And okay, and did you receive any trainings on the topic of midwives, either certified nurse midwives or traditional lay midwives?
We practice in close collaboration with clinical nurse midwives, and they provide education.
I hate it
of
too.
our didactic sessions
With
as
them
well.
sitting down.
So
I
when you
kind of
say
get it in a bench
traditional
trial.
or didactic sessions, does that mean that the nurse
there he
midwives
is.
teach classes that the OB-GYNs come and listen to?
Grand round sessions, yes.
And did
Someone-
have some of your grand rounds at UNMC involved
Someone told John
presentations
that
by nurse midwives on what
I
they
was
do in
poking
their
at him.
sites of care? To
Yes.
your memory?
Yes.
And have any of those involved presentations and grand rounds on out-of-hospital birth?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Folks, we do have a celebrity in the chat. J-Bro Rule by Law is in the
Does
chat.
UNMC
Hey,
have
John.
a policy with regard to how to receive home birth transfers?
He's super busy today doing super busy today doing actual lawyer stuff. But
It's
John, you have the
not
link if
because
you
it's
want to jump in.
superseded by EMTALA, and therefore not deemed necessary.
How so?
Every patient that presents in an emergency situation or in labor is automatically a candidate for care and can never be turned away.
Is that all there is
Sounds
to say
good.
about safety for out-of-hospital birth transfers, that the patient receives care and shouldn't be turned away?
Everyone is treated with respect, and efforts are made to continue care as best we can. Unregistered patients are not uncommon, having received care with the intention of delivering at another hospital or visiting Omaha for other reasons. I don't know why water breaks at the zoo so much, but it does. But few of them are planned home.
The judge left.
Okay. And is there any policy specifically with regard to the transfer of planned home births?
No.
And have you ever been directed at any of the hospitals where you've worked that you should call the police if you receive a home birth transfer?
No.
Have you ever been directed to notify Child Protective Services if you learned that a family attempted to give birth at home?
No, not for that reason.
Have you ever
Kate.
received a training at UNMC that suggested that it is child neglect to try to give birth at home?
No.
These are decent
Do you recall
questions.
testifying in deposition that dozens of women come into UNMC in labor every year who were not registered to have a planned hospital birth at UNMC?
Correct. The majority being planned to deliver at another hospital.
Yeah.
And do you recall testifying to your awareness that some women in Nebraska choose to give birth unassisted without any licensed medical professional rather than come into the hospital and give birth with any of the licensed professionals available to them?
I confirmed with the director of the unit that that was a rare event. She couldn't put a number on it either, but it does occur sometimes.
And when you testified in deposition, was that on the basis of your own knowledge and experience?
In this case,
In this case, you said?
this was a planned home birth.
But I specifically asked if you were aware that there are women who plan to give birth unassisted, without a midwife, without anybody, because they can't find anybody and they don't trust anybody at the hospital.
Then I must have misunderstood the question.
Are you aware of that phenomenon? The phenomenon of women giving birth unassisted, but choosing to give birth at home unassisted?
That objects again is not relevant to this case.
Sustained.
John, this witness is the only witness with really any new testimony. She's been on the stand for quite a while.
When Emily
And
Noe
really what
presented at the hospital, did you ask her if she had any
And she's the
records of
OBGYN
prior
that
to her transfer?
actually took over care when mom arrived at the hospital.
What do you recall
State
about that
really
conversation?
used her just to really, in quite
I
amount
don't
of
remember
detail
what came
over
out
length,
when.
show all the differences
I believe that she
between
gets
how an
started
OBGYN would
she
have handled the
was
situation
visits
and what an
often.
OBGYN knows compared to what this unlicensed midwife knew. And from what I can tell,
I don't
the defense
remember
is
what
just,
other attempts there were to obtain records.
yep, this is defense attorney on cross, just kind of
After
trying
Emily
to
Noe
cut down her
informed you that she had
credibility.
started care at home
Really,
with a
the only
midwife,
fireworks were when
do
she
you
went
remember if you
after,
asked
kind
her
of went
whether she
after
had any
her for
records
why she
associated with
would
that care
would
or her labor care prior to her arrival at the hospital?
make a
I don't believe
police
so.
report,
Why
being
wouldn't
a
why would you
mandatory
not
reporter.
ask that?
I don't believe that we expected them.
Would it improve your availability to provide safe care if you have medical records that inform you about the patient's prenatal and labor history if they arrive during labor?
It would.
And so again, once you know that she had a home birth midwife, why not ask for records?
I would expect the home birth midwife to be the best expert on that. And at the time, there was no restriction on visitor policy
The best expert on what?
on what happened during that home birth.
So if the home birth midwife is not there, just like our Dr. McBee from Offutt is not there, are records the way that the providers who treated a patient prior to you would communicate that person's clinical history?
What records?
You can take over care?
That would be a good way to do that. I was not aware that that was an option in this case.
When you worked, are you ever aware that it's an option to receive records from have you ever been aware in the history of your career as an obstetrician that it's an option to receive records from a transferring home birth midwife in any setting?
It's always okay to ask. I've never personally received them.
Have you ever asked for your home birth midwife's records?
It's been years since it was more than a hypothetical, so I don't know.
And what records are you referring to her to? I've seen no evidence that this midwife kept records.
You've testified that you've worked at UNMC for 5 or 6 years, is that right?
Since February 1st, 2017.
And of the patients, the unregistered patients who arrived at UNMC in labor over those years, was Emily Noe the first patient who ever told you the name of her home birth midwife?
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Objection, speculation.
From what I heard, Jolly Rogers, it gets even more interesting when
So I'd like to
With her
circle back to
police
your claim
interview.
to the police in this case, which ultimately formed the basis for the criminal charges in their affidavit, that the death of the child was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention. Is that your recollection of your claim?
Yes,
Is that still your belief?
yes.
And so when you made that report to the officer that it was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention, what did you mean if she had sought proper medical attention?
So if she had been receiving care with a physician or nurse midwife, we would have been more prepared for all of the outcomes. She would have been counseled that cesarean, well, for first external cephalic version, and then if unsuccessful, cesarean would be the safest delivery route, especially considering the cephalopelvic disproportion in her first case.
So maybe we could just slow it down a little bit about what it would have looked like if she had sought proper medical attention. So let's imagine that she had transferred to UNMC after identification of the breech lie, and assume that there are no non-reassuring heart tones or any other indication that the baby is currently in distress when you encounter the patient. Baby has just been identified as coming breech. And let's assume for our hypothetical that it is a complete breech presentation. So first, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about timeframes. You've testified today that there are times when a fetus or a neonate is in danger and every second counts, particularly when the oxygen supply to the fetus is cut off. Is that right?
Yes,
And is it right that you've also testified that after identification of a breech lie during labor, in the absence of any evidence that the fetus is in distress, you could still expect that hours may pass before the baby is ultimately born, if the baby's going to be born vaginally? Is that correct?
depending on where she is in the labor process, yes.
Yes. And was it your testimony in that case that unless there's an indication that the baby is in fetal distress right now and needs to be delivered, identification of a breech lie during labor does not mean in itself that the baby is compromised or that delivery has to happen imminently. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so in contrast, let's say if a cord were to prolapse and nothing were done to keep the pressure off of that cord or to keep it from being pinched, and the cord was prolapsed and pinched, how long would you expect before the fetus would become compromised?
So if the cord was pinched, you have a matter of minutes.
Minutes. And so would you expect that a baby who had experienced a prolapsed cord would have good color and tone 30 to 60 minutes after the cord prolapse if it presented out of the vagina 30 to 60 minutes later?
Depends on the level of cord compression. My understanding is that out of hospital cord prolapse has about a 40% risk of demise, but that means that 60% of them are not compromised by that cord.
So if the cord prolapsed and it were pinched, would that have a high association with fast fetal death?
Yes.
Yeah, Jen, you're spot on.
Is there any rule or standard of care that you know of that says that a breech baby needs to be delivered within 30 to 60 minutes of identification of the breech?
No, I believe 30 to 60 minutes is a standard of care for the second stage of labor, which is maternal expulsive efforts, not identification of the breech.
So you're saying in the case of a breech or in the case of a vertex?
In the case of a breech.
Okay. And if a baby is delivered who has experienced hypoxia in the process of being born, can the baby sometimes be saved if the providers can perform appropriate neonatal resuscitation in time?
Has experienced hypoxia is a very broad category from babies who have experienced it fleetingly and recover spontaneously to those who have sustained injury. But yes, the prognosis is better with resuscitation.
Can a baby come out compromised and not breathing on its own and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
Yes.
Can a baby come out without a heartbeat and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
That prognosis is far more guarded, but yes.
And In that situation, does every second count for that kind
Yes.
of resuscitation?
Yes.
And if a baby comes out in a compromised condition and neonatal resuscitation might save its life, and that resuscitation is performed incorrectly, would that mean that the oxygen will not be delivered to the baby fast enough to save the baby?
Possibly.
And if a neonatal resuscitation is therefore not performed correctly, could the baby die? Or could the baby fail to be saved?
Yes.
Okay, and so coming back to what would have happened if Mrs. No had presented to the hospital under your care, how would you have informed her regarding her options and the risks between a trial of labor and a cesarean delivery?
While being breech.
Yes, if she had presented with in the scenario that we're talking about at the time of identification, baby is not currently in distress, there's a presentation of a complete breech lie.
I would tell her that the safest route of delivery is by cesarean.
So are you saying that you would therefore skip over discussion of information of risks and get to your conclusion for what she should do?
Depends on the urgency and the time that we have for discussion.
Well, I think you've just testified that if the baby's not in distress, there's time for a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so in this hypothetical scenario that we're in, which is the scenario of Emily No after identification of the breech lie. So there's time for a discussion, baby's not in distress, and she has to decide whether to accept an offer of a cesarean or to proceed with a vaginal birth. How would you have counseled her regarding the risks on either side of that choice?
Well, we also have factoring into this that it is 9:10 p.m. on Saturday night, and I am the obstetrician in the hospital who is not personally experienced in singleton breech births. And so that does affect our risk-benefit discussion, and that's another point that must be included, because that's probably not enough time for me to gather the support of one of the MFMs or one of my partners who is personally experienced with singleton breech births.
So could you just lay out what are the risks that you would have been?
So now she's just saying you're a
risks
oh, you're one of those doctors who just likes to cut.
So
from what I get, I could be off, but
the risks of a cesarean at that point, same risk.
no, that's what she said.
Risks that are always true: bleeding, infection, trauma to other structures in the area, bowel, bladder, nerves. Risk that scars can form on the inside, lead to new sources of pain. Risk for need for further procedures to correct this or anything else that doesn't go as planned. Vaginal breech delivery runs the risk of head entrapment and cord prolapse, and even without any of those, of neurodevelopmental differences or challenges in the first few years of life. Those do typically normalize in the population by about age 7, by about second grade. But it would also depend on, also in our counseling would be the type of breech and our ultrasound assessment of the position of the legs, our Leopold's assessment of the fetal size, because anything less than 2,500 or greater than 4,000 grams would be another contraindication to breech birth. Again, the assessment of the cord, you addressed that. And her labor course as well.
Okay, so I noticed when you were counseling her regarding the risks of a vaginal breech, you did not discuss any risks associated with your own training and experience.
So the
Is that
jury
because
had pizza
only
just
counsel women
delivered,
regarding
but
the
I'm seeing something that they may have asked a question earlier. So let me see if I can find out.
It's been a very long time since anyone has, I don't know that I've ever had someone ask for a term breech birth, because it hasn't been, because it wasn't the standard of care for so long, and cultural shift has been there. If I was asked to do that, I would share that experience, and that she would have to meet all of those requirements: fetal size, the type of breech, no other contraindications to vaginal birth, and I would need the support of a provider who had more experience in that particular procedure.
And would you have asked her if she was planning to have many children?
With complete cervical dilation and a breech presentation, I do discuss that in the office, but in the middle of the night with a complete breech at 10 centimeters, we may not have gotten into that level of detail.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of neonatal mortality and morbidity to Vera from a surgical delivery?
The risk of neonatal injury is always about 1% for any operative delivery. Most of that data comes from cephalic presentations, and most of that injury is to the head.
How about I specifically asked.
So I'm seeing a small indication the jury may have asked one question, but there's no indication what they
from
asked.
surgical delivery.
And
They're
the
eating
hypothetical
pizza now.
about more information about the presentation at the time, as informed by ultrasound and as informed by my ability to be backed up by someone with that breech experience, because those also factor in.
Is it not possible to provide patients with general information on the risks to neonates from surgical delivery, on the specific risks to neonates of mortality and morbidity from surgical delivery, on the general risks? Is that not possible?
It is, it's just always so much more nuanced than that.
Is it your understanding that ACOG agrees that surgical delivery increases risks to the neonate, including the risk of mortality and morbidity?
That's comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing a cesarean to a cephalic delivery, a vertex delivery.
And is it the case that the ACOG committee opinion on breech that we reviewed together today said that there may be a higher incidence of neonatal mortality and morbidity with vaginal breech than cesarean, but meaning there may not?
On a population level, that is correct.
And yet you would have counseled her extensively on the risks to her baby from a vaginal birth, but not so extensively on the risks to her baby from a surgical birth. Isn't that your testimony today? And so how would you have informed her on the risks? Oh, okay.
Hold on.
It is my experience and training that would have been the safer route for the baby at that time.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of uterine rupture in future pregnancies?
When we discuss the impact on uterine scar in future pregnancies, it's typically more in the context of placentation, that the placenta can deeply implant, and for future pregnancies at risk. The uterine rupture risk does increase when you've had 2 scars and attempt labor.
Dr. Lessman, does the uterine rupture risk increase after 1 cesarean?
After 1 and again after 2.
So it increases after 1, then it increases more after 2, is that right?
Correct.
And so you're saying that because this would have been her 2nd cesarean, you would have counseled her on the increased risks. Would you have counseled her on the increased risks of uterine rupture after 2 cesareans?
If I really believe I have a baby that is at imminent risk of cord prolapse or head entrapment, I don't know that we're getting into that level of detail when she is completely dilated and with a breech presentation. That level of detail is for the office.
So you've
That's
testified.
what I would have told her if she would have come in for prenatal care and follow-up appointments.
And you've also testified that leaving information about the risks of the thing you want them to choose off the table is manipulation under ACOG's definition of what is ethically inappropriate. So wouldn't it be ethically inappropriate for you to leave information regarding the risks to her future pregnancies off the table of this informed consent conversation about her options at the hospital that day?
This
It
kind
is
of
never
decision.
possible to include all risks in discussion of any procedure.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, does the risk of uterine rupture pose a risk of death to her future babies?
It does.
Does it pose a risk of death to her?
It does.
Doctor, what is placenta accreta?
That's when the placenta implants in the myometrium.
Would you call that a serious complication?
Yes, it is.
Why?
They did list the
Because
trainings that she's
it doesn't
had
separate after
in the
birth.
contract that she has her clients sign. She lists the trainings that she's
That
had.
is true.
Who is that
I
most
don't know
interested?
the specific
And
ones.
what
They
is it
didn't. It
correct?
didn't seem super extensive.
For the hemorrhage and cesarean hysterectomy,
What else?
death.
Does it increase her risk of death significantly?
It does.
Would you have informed Emily No of that fact?
On the foundation is the time, but there's a lot of hypotheticals here.
I'm going to ask some foundational questions. I'll withdraw that question if I may, Your Honor. May I withdraw it? How would you have informed Emily No on the risks of placenta accreta in future pregnancies after 2 cesareans?
Again, I'd have to, foundation, are we talking about an emergent situation? If she had come in at the time she's breached or?
I believe I've
doctor's
clearly
office?
laid the foundation in the hypothetical that she's transferred at the time of identification of the breach. The baby is in a complete lie. The baby is not in distress.
So backing up to the list of risks that we discussed initially, risk for need for further procedures is part of that. Abnormal placentation and risks to future pregnancies. I'm sorry if I didn't include that in my usual spiel. I often do.
And so would you have counseled her that placenta accreta creates a risk of future procedures in future pregnancies?
Again, that would be included in what I just said, yes.
And
I don't
would you
think they're
have
trying to say it's the OBGYN's fault. I think they're just trying to paint that there's no one standard way on any of these cases to handle it.
I'm getting a little bit confused. So
I've heard you counsel. I just heard you testify that you would have counseled her that placenta accreta creates a risk for needing procedures in future pregnancies. Are you speaking of procedures that would be put in place to try to save the mother's life?
yes,
Do those procedures always work?
no, but the absolute risk of the two things that we're discussing are not necessarily in balance.
Are you aware that there has been an association by ACOG and other medical bodies of the United States rising maternal mortality rate and the overuse of cesarean section?
Yes,
And are you aware that that finding is linked to the prevalence of placenta accreta?
yes, it is.
And is that because the procedures to cure placenta accreta don't always work and sometimes moms die?
That is true.
Would you have informed Emily No that the risk of placenta accreta would rise to 40% after 3 cesareans?
That's in the context of a placenta previa. That's not all women with 3 cesarean scars.
And
That's a very specific incidence.
And is it the case that where the placenta lies is not always predictable in a pregnancy?
That is true, but it is also misleading to state that someone with 3 cesarean scars that has another pregnancy has a 40% chance of placenta accreta. That is not true.
Are you disputing the statistic that there is a 40% risk of placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
In the context of a placenta previa, there is. Most placentas are not placenta previas.
So you're denying that there is an absolute risk of 40% placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
I am saying it is absolutely true when that placenta is a previa.
Okay, and is it the case that multiple scars on a uterus make it more likely that the placenta will end up in the wrong part of the uterus?
That is true.
So how
But there
would
is
you
not a 40% accreta risk.
how would you
after the
counsel
uterine
how would
Got it.
so
Thanks so much, J. Michael.
that being the case, if the risk of death to the mother rises with each cesarean, would you consider it important to ask Emily No if she was planning a large family?
Yes, that is relevant. And that is often a discussion point. Again,
in the office.
You have supported Emily No through weighing the risks of the options available to her and making her best decision.
Every consent conversation is a personalized conversation, taking into account the priorities that are evolving or that are coming out in the course of the discussion and that are learned by that individual. And so to apply the same consent conversation to every situation is simply untrue.
So in this hypothetical situation with Emily No presenting in the hypothetical at the time to seek proper medical attention, how would you have counseled her, supported her in weighing the risks on both sides of the choices available to her at that time and making her decision?
We would take into account everything that we could learn and understand to be relevant to her decision making at that time.
Jolly Rogers, that's exactly what was testified to too, 3%.
Again, that 30 to 60 minute time period from recognition of breach to actual delivery implies more time to sit back and talk than the clinical situation really has.
I thought you testified that there is no standard that says that you have 30 to 60 minutes from identification, but that you might from the time she starts expulsion and pushing the baby out. So it's not the case that you have 30 to 60 minutes. In fact, I think your testimony was that you can have hours.
Okay,
Isn't that
so what
right?
you're saying, I see, yes.
So
we
given that you
could,
might have
we could,
hours,
we
yeah.
could. So hopefully that is time to evaluate her priorities and get to know her better. That she had chosen to start the process with a home birth does imply that she has concerns that we would need to learn about in that situation and gear that to her personally.
Would you answer her questions?
Yes.
Would you, if you tried to understand her values in the way that you were describing, would that be so that you could support her in making her decision or steer her toward the decision you want her to make?
So that I could support her in making her decision, but so that I could also truly provide an informed consent in line with her priorities.
And so now let's move forward and imagine that Emily No exercises the right that you've acknowledged in this proceeding to decline cesarean surgery and to move forward with and to let her baby come out her vagina. What would you have done to ensure the safe delivery of that child?
So I think we described safe breech or breech delivery previously. I would also call partners and hope that I have time for support of someone with more experience than I do, because I want the best for this baby and it's not my pride. And I don't have that experience, as you have so helpfully illuminated. And so I would monitor her closely.
Oh, we got a little snark.
Closely. And if there's any change in the risk benefit because of change in the
I
heart
have
rate,
huge questions about how you chose the
the cervix does or does not dilate, or because
midwife and not the mom.
we would update the consent conversation as that night progressed.
And so doctor, has it been your testimony today that when the baby, so let's talk about the baby starts to come out and the baby gets stuck. Let's imagine, the terrible scenario where the baby is delivering breech and head entrapment occurs. Has it been your testimony today? I don't want to ask you to go through everything you've already said, so maybe you can tell me if I'm accurately summarizing it, that you would have utilized maneuvers and that you would have potentially utilized Piper's forceps, and that if necessary to make more space, you might have performed an episiotomy so that you could perform those maneuvers to free the stuck head. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then could I ask you, I just want to ask you a few specific questions. So if the baby's body came out to the chest and the baby was in a situation that you described earlier today where both arms were still up over the baby's head, would you attempt to resolve the nuclear arm by bringing it down?
It's mostly rotation and then sweeping the body and then rotating 180 degrees the other way and then sweeping the arms. Yes.
So would you try to safely sweep the arms down first? Like before trying to reach the head, would you try to address the arms?
Address the arms first.
Okay. And then if the head did not come out easily once the arms were free, what would you do next?
Assess what is holding the head up.
How?
So perform a vaginal exam and identify the tightness of the vaginal tissues or the presence or absence of cervix.
And what if the lock around the seal around the baby was from the perineum was so tight that you couldn't get your fingers or your hand in?
Then that's when episiotomy is appropriate.
Okay. And then if you could get your fingers in there, what would you have tried to free the baby's head?
So we would have started with one examiner pressing on the fetal vertex, so right above the pubic bone, and the other delivering clinician flexing the head from below while mom pushes.
Are you saying it's a two-person job?
If my math is right, she's going to end up giving close to 5 hours of testimony.
Body.
So how is somebody pushing on the head?
So providing
Hello, John.
of the suprapubic
How are you,
bone.
sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Excuse me.
I'm doing all right.
Suprapubic pressure.
So you would ask your helper, you would ask a second
She's got
person,
about 20 minutes left,
right?
testimony left, and I
Yes, I'm
definitely want
sorry.
to talk
We
a little bit
almost
of
never deliver
Aaron
alone,
Dean with you.
and so I'm
Absolutely. I would love to hear your
And
opinions
so
on that.
that person sometimes, you would direct them, are you saying to press their fingers?
I made my opinions pretty clear to the chat, so
pressure
happy to
from
share.
above through the head, is that right?
Yes, to apply suprapubic pressure. Probably not fingers. It's probably the palm of the hand.
The palm of the hand, okay, thank you. And then meanwhile, you would have your finger up inside the vagina to try to reach the baby's mouth? Is that what you testified?
No, the well, ideally the maxilla.
You found the perfect case to have YouTube authorize you.
Chin. Is that right?
So pull is a word, careful word. Applying pressure to help it flex.
Yeah, my desk is still
You say
from
pull is something
the stream
not
that I
even in
did
where you want to hear
with
because
myself and Tim.
is that right?
Correct. We're not
So-
pushing the baby out.
So that one more
It's
time?
still
The lighting's not perfect,
Oh,
but
that's right.
push and we have forceps applied.
I apologize for that in advance.
And I, given if you were faced with this emergency situation, it's your testimony that you would have tried these maneuvers even though it would have been your first time applying them on a live patient. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In order to save Vera's life. Isn't that right?
Dude, they're attacking the credibility of this
In order to
OBGYN.
resolve the emergency, you would have done what you had learned in your training, even though you had no
Like,
personal
you wouldn't have
experience.
done that great of a job. It's kind of
And,
weird. Like,
Do I correctly restate your testimony today?
well, you're
when I
not
said
that experienced.
where the baby's head
Well,
is stuck?
she
inside the
wasn't
pelvis
there.
Is the most difficult to resolve compared to a situation where all that's holding the baby up is the perineum.
Correct.
And so then,
Well, I think
regarding the
you and I
forceps,
might be coming at
to your
this from
knowledge, do
different
midwives use
perspectives.
forceps or are those a medical device?
Those are
Say that one more
device
time.
utilized by
I'm
physicians.
coming at this from the defense
And
perspective.
how many times would you have used?
I started as coming at it from this defense perspective, but I'm starting to be swayed.
Yeah, you would have tried to use those
Okay.
to help save Vera.
Yes.
And so, am I right? You testified that one reason to perform an episiotomy is to make more room for something else to go into the vagina, like fingers. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that you yourself would perform it in order to make room for your hands if that was necessary to try to help free the head, right?
Yes.
And you testified that the appropriate instrument for an
Okay, I
episiotomy-
literally moved my desk into my living room, so I had enough room for the both of
We're
us
in a
to be on
situation
camera
where
to have the conversation.
Oh, I got it.
sealed around the baby's neck.
And by the way, if you have not watched
Yeah.
the
You had a choice
money
between-
laundering conversation, it was a really good one,
It
and
was
I
good.
really recommend it.
Trauma shears.
Why?
Risks of the baby.
Thank you.
It was actually almost too good, and that's why I
Did all
took it
that
down
stuff
for the
to
night.
Try to save Vera. Can you guarantee that she would have survived if you had delivered her at the hospital vaginally?
No, of course not.
Guaranteed centric outcome.
Can you guarantee that she would have survived if you delivered her by surgery at the hospital?
No, you
I
cannot.
have no reason to think otherwise.
These are so many
Ooh, I have no reason to think otherwise. It's a kind of a unique answer
So
to that,
therefore,
though.
can we actually say that Vera's
That
death
is
was
actually not a
totally
bad answer.
preventable if she had gone to the hospital? Or are you actually saying that in your opinion, it would have reduced the risk to her?
It would have
The
significantly
answer
reduced the
always
risk.
is no, you cannot guarantee anything. When it comes
So-
to a human being, you
Right,
can't
you
guarantee
spoke earlier
anything.
about how you would counsel
Yeah.
Emily. No.
So I like Jay Michael's kind of analogy towards this,
How to
though.
birth this baby.
It's like coming at
And that
a
would-
lawyer.
You've listed the risks
Say-
that you would describe of cesarean section.
Say it's,
And
you have
so
a
let's
soft
say that you have
sit,
that conversation
defend
with the
you.
patient, and the patient
Right?
chooses to have a cesarean
and then it's
section.
like coming at a lawyer and saying, "Could you have
That's a-
guaranteed you could have kept him out of jail?" No,
Which is
but I would have
something
done a
that
lot
is
better job than that guy.
It has an increased risk of cesarean section. That is, the birthing mother is more likely to get an embolism. Is that accurate, doctor?
Yes.
That's an interesting way to
let's
put it.
say that after informed consent, that the mother gets an embolism and she dies. Do you believe that the doctor has negligently placed the mother in a situation that endangers her life by allowing her to choose for that cesarean section?
Has she been qualified as an expert? Because that's a hypothetical.
They have not qualified her as an expert at all. And there's
So
been a
So that's an inappropriate question.
Hey,
they
so,
just haven't really
4:33.
objected to it.
I don't want to have to bring Dr. Lessman back tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
I'm,
please.
I'm very close to being done. I have
Thank
less
you.
than 10 questions, Your Honor.
All right.
John, this is a bench trial.
Doctor,
Okay.
you testified that you don't list
So this-
every risk.
That's
of
kind
a
of unique for us
procedure
too.
You are informing the patient, right?
We can talk about that
You
after.
describe general risks and that specific risks may manifest.
I'm actually
Correct.
more surprised that the
And-
judge hasn't been. He just
But
like
you
said move it
described
along, but that's the first time in
general risks
hours
as you know them.
of testimony where
You've
he
done
told
your
anyone to
job,
move it
even
along.
if
I'm surprised he
not
hasn't done it more.
manifest because you can't
Like
list.
I get it.
risks.
I'm the one making.
All of them.
I'm the one making the determination. I get it. Move along.
There's a catch-22 on that.
Is it
Because
your
then it's more
impression
appealable.
that when Angela Hock committed maneuvers or attempted an episiotomy in this case, she was trying to
Yes,
save the
but on
baby?
a more fundamental level.
Do you recall saying in your deposition that obstetricians live in legal fear?
Yes.
Do you recall saying that as an obstetrician, keeping the law front of mind is something that starts from day one?
Yes.
What does that mean to you? May I respond here?
There is no answer she can give that is helpful.
It is, I was taught that during my training that the average risk of being sued at some point during an obstetric career is near 100%.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you were taught that being sued at some point in your career is a near certainty as an obstetrician?
Correct.
Is perinatal mortality a phrase that can be used to describe death around childbirth?
Yes.
If I were to say that about 1 in every 166 to 200 babies will not survive childbirth in the state of Nebraska, does that sound about accurate to you based on your understanding of perinatal mortality?
Yes.
Have you ever been informed that obstetricians are among the most frequently sued of all medical specialties?
Absolutely true.
And,
And they also have,
some of those claims involve the
I believe, the
assertion
highest
that
medical
prevented if
malpractice
the doctor had
insurance,
not deviated from their professional standard of care.
depending on state, but
I'll allow her to answer this question, but then you need to move on.
Okay.
Yes.
because I'll give the example in New York, they have actually allowed up to the age of 18, I think. All right, let me say at least to the age of 18. You can still sue the obstetrician for developmental issues, arguing hypoxia at the time of birth.
Wait, so 18 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That they don't actually develop until years later. I mean, I have a friend whose father is an obstetrician, and I think he pays almost $250,000, if not more, a year
In malpractice?
premiums for his malpractice insurance. I could be wrong about that, so don't take me at my word. But
Oh, I bet you so.
secondhand.
Council was asking about the ACOG number 745, and you were I think, wanting to qualify some of the questions she had. Does this opinion need to be read in conjunction with some other opinions from ACOG to answer that question appropriately?
Yes. I sure wish I had my notes in front of me. I believe 697 deserves recognition as well, but I don't have.
And what does 697 say?
I believe that's planned home birth.
And these are just opinions, correct? I mean,
They are committee opinions.
They aren't your Bible to follow. I mean, they're opinions, and you respect those opinions.
And I believe each one has a statement at the top and in accordance to that. But yes, I respect these.
What I hate is the prosecution's impeaching their own witness.
No, they're just telling her that, hey, these were just guidelines. The defense was trying to hold her to the guidelines.
Obstetric injury that Vera was suffering from. Geez, that's a tough word late in the day, particularly. Obstetric injury. What do you mean by that?
So injury surrounding delivery itself.
So you also talked about that Vera was being cooled. What was the reason she was being cooled?
So cooling therapy is full body or cerebral only, and I believe it to be about 3 days of cooling the body to help calm the inflammation in the brain and therefore decrease the intensity or severity of the cerebral injury.
So the injury prior to death would have been this brain injury from the loss of oxygen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Switch my audio one more time. Be right back.
Two more questions. That placenta accretia, and counsel was trying to say there was a 40% chance of death, and you were trying to qualify with placenta previa. So what's the difference between the placenta previa and the placenta accretia?
So that assessment of risk of placenta accreta is a combination of the number of uterine scars in the context of the placenta covering the cervical os. That's what a placenta previa. A placenta previa is that the placenta comes between the cervix and the baby. And when it is that low, so near the uterine scar, then yes, 3 uterine scars plus the placenta previa does have a 40% risk of
Take care,
placenta,
Michelle.
which can be a very
Good
morbid
to see you
death.
again.
Most placentas are not previous.
Thank you. Final question. You were asked multiple times. You were in the situation with these different hypotheticals with Emily No. What would you do to do that informed consent, and what would you tell her? I asked you multiple times. Defense counsel asked you multiple times. Could you do that informed consent to talk about all these risks in 2 to 3 minutes, and during that time include an explanation of the fact that you could do some maneuvers during a breech birth?
Are they seriously arguing informed consent as their
So,
basis for the?
In a real life consent conversation, it's give and take where there's conversation and
Informed consent, but I'm still kind of confused by it. Like, why?
And
You don't think they had conversations
so
outside
I
of
would
the
expect her to
immediate
say
moment?
something like, I do not want a C-section.
They didn't.
In which case we would go into more of the
This doctor was at the ER.
breech delivery, and
Trying to
that's
save
where I
their
would
baby.
talk about my own experience with that, so that she can make an informed decision about that. We would also talk about the reason for her prior cesarean and its context in.
All right, J. Michael, I genuinely don't know
disproportion.
what occurred earlier today, so I'm trying to catch
and
up as
if
best
she
I can.
still said, hey, like this is really important to me, we would talk about, hey, to be more safer.
I'll be honest, I was a
have
little
to,
bit like, huh?
The second stage of delivery has to be so fast. Otherwise, we really are increasing the risk, or otherwise baby is warning us that she's not going to fit, and we need to heed that warning, or the risks are as we've seen. Similarly, like I would work very hard to have a second examiner or a second delivering clinician there who had more experience than I did. But I would, again, inform her of
individual factors that were true for her experience.
So 2 to 3 minutes would be an awfully short time to get that done, wouldn't it?
It would.
So what? Objection, speculation.
I will be in recess till tomorrow morning,
The judge overruled it.
till tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
You're presuming something that's not in evidence. Why is it that you could not explain it appropriately? First of all, it calls for a legal conclusion. And two, it's pure speculation that you could not possibly have that conversation in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Both sides really, and I would say even have it more heavy on the defense, asked her to call for legal conclusions.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot of objecting to it. And it was uncomfortable, I'll be honest. And I don't even have a license. Yeah, so this case has already gone to the jury. It's a fast case. We're starting with day 3. I'm going to skip the medical examiner. 3 reasons. 1, I want to catch up. I want to get this watched before we have a verdict. That would kind of suck. 2, some of this is just dark and uncomfortable for me. And 3, when we heard graphic testimony from the couple of the paramedics, I lost half the audience. So.
And I don't blame you on that. I mean, it's look, like I said, I did med mal for years, and sometimes it does get really dark. Including, like, I have had, how do I frame it? I can't use it without the word. I've had vaginal infiltration cases where, they pierced a hole between the colon and the uterine wall, and it's not good, obviously.
Right. Horrible. Hey, Kara's calling you all out. We have 20 people here and only 4 likes. Hit that like button.
Yeah,
that was usually I'm like way over my ratio of likes to people watching is inverted.
Yo, Kara,
Miss
Hightower is saying we have a verdict.
We have a verdict, and I believe her. Dude, I knew this. I knew that we sat here.
By the way, Kara, I apologize. I did not get back to you the other night. Sometime in January, the 3 of us will come together and we'll have another conversation.
John, how did I knew, and I almost made this joke, and I just didn't have time to say it. I knew that all of us had sat here for 13 hours of deliberations, and that we'd have a verdict the second you jumped on.
You know what? It worked out perfectly.
I knew it was going to.
But yeah, Kara, I will get back to you. I apologize. Just a lot of stuff going on. I'm heading back to New York tomorrow, so it's just been busy. But you, myself, and Tim, I think it would be a really cool conversation.
This guy's name. Let's pull it up.
Come on, YouTube monkey.
I knew it. I knew when you came on. Well, and they went to lunch. So when they go to lunch, there's a chance that they're going to come back and so they have a verdict as soon as they're done eating.
Well,
they wanted their free pizza.
This means I'm probably going to be late to my 4 o'clock, but that's okay. I can push that one out.
They're not.
While you pull it up, though,
Cameras aren't in the courtroom yet, so.
Okay, I gotta get changed. So give me a second. I can't walk into a client meeting looking like this.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, here, give me a second too. I got to tweet this out. We might get we shouldn't get any leg. I'm just going to make sure that I tweet out and get everybody, make everybody aware. And then I will think about how we're going to do day 3. I'm definitely going to take a break and restart day 3. Let me just think when we restart day 3, because I want to get it done before the verdict tomorrow. So I'll think about that as we watch this verdict. All right, so now that we know that the verdict is back within 13 hours, we know we don't have a hung jury. What do we think? I am thinking. What do I think 13 hours means? I think 13 hours means. Anyway, I think it means it was close. I think it's not good. I haven't any leg right now. Sorry, I'm just getting a couple things tweeted out, and then I'll be it. We don't have a leg. Oh, the YouTube stuff I got to do. I got to change the thumbnail. Never mind.
All right.
We're in court.
Good. Not going to bother with the times.
So they're still outside the court. Man, that was quick change. Just,
I'm good at that.
They're outside the court.
Doing what?
Like the family's waiting to come in.
Yeah, Jay Michael, that we were talking about that. Cole and I were talking about that. Is this not the one where she was like overfeeding babies or whatever? Is that the one you're talking about?
No.
Because I kind of want to cover that one. It's a little screwed up, but
how much of an impact did COVID have on jury trials in Texas? I mean,
a lot.
A lot, but nobody cares to hear it.
I swear to God, I did read about one that was the fact pattern.
All right, hey, well, while we wait for this, let's get your take on those closing arguments, man.
Okay. Let me start with you. What were your thoughts? And I will bounce back.
I actually started laughing kind of uncontrollably at one point because on the rebuttal, because he was being so over the top. And I'm going to still, the common phrase that all you lawyers use is, if you have the facts, pound the facts. If you have the law, pound the law. If you don't have either, pound the table. And their initial close and the rebuttal was complete pounding of the table.
I agree with you entirely. I think that, first of all, from my perspective, I think that the prosecution overstepped in the way that it described the law. Honestly, that was driving me a little bit nuts.
And I think when we were DMing back and forth, I said I went a little bit Jay Robine, and that's where I started yelling and getting mad. I would have objected a few more times. One, because the judge was allowing him to speak to his objection.
Generally speaking,
they
it's
were
bad form
misstating
to
law.
object during argument.
Absolutely.
But that would have been appropriate.
But it was bad.
He was so misrepresenting what the law is.
Mm-hmm.
And I was absolutely furious about that. As it came to the defense, it seemed pretty much textbook. I don't have anything really of super interest to comment on that subject. Unless you have an idea or question or a thought that I can bounce back on, I thought it was basically just textbook.
Yeah, what I was talking about is, okay, how do you combat someone who's being super overly emotional? You talk to them calmly and logically. And that's what that's what the defense attorney did.
And let me step out and back in, because you're sort of like sound like fishbowl when you first speak, and then you come in clear. So maybe there's something with the connection. Give me 1 second.
It might be on headphones.
It might be your headphones.
Let me take that headphones. 1 second.
Yeah, because you sound really clear about 2 seconds into what you're saying.
Okay.
It might be like a noise cancellation function or something.
I think it is.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's almost
That's
like
so much clearer.
it's almost like AirPods aren't built for broadcasting.
Oh, God forbid.
The
Might have to
problem.
buy another Apple device.
Well, no. So the problem is I have my audio and video going through my iPhone, and then a desktop coming through my computer.
Okay.
And then I have these headphones plugged into the like the charger jack of the iPhone. But then 6 hours in, my phone starts running out of battery, so I have to switch the AirPods so I can charge the phone. It's ridiculous.
No, that's fine. That's a funny sort of Frankenstein rig. But
I want to definitely tweet out a picture of this setup. The iPhone setup on books. It's amazing. We'll get there.
I literally moved my desk into my living room so I could have two people, because my office is not really large enough to have two people side by side. It's one on the other side.
Yeah, so I go back to that. I thought the defense did a great job. And that's my kind of closing argument. If I were a lawyer, that would be my style of very logically walking through the law and connecting the law to the facts.
And that's what every good defense attorney does. If you have a case. If you don't have a case, then you start throwing shit at the wall.
Then yep. So what was this? Okay, it's the unlawful force closing. Yeah, the unlawful force closing. Like, so the one point in the prosecution's argument where they calmed down and actually talked law for a second, I was like, oh shit, they might actually have something here.
Yeah.
Because it says that you can only use justifiable
lethal force.
Lethal force when faced with unlawful lethal force. And where I'm like, okay, so how was what she was doing unlawful?
From my understanding, that's not actually what the law says.
Really?
I think I could be absolutely 100% wrong about this, but I don't think that's what the statute actually says.
Interesting. The defense didn't really combat that. That's not what the defense didn't really combat it by saying that's not what the law says. They combated it by saying pointing a gun at a police officer is unlawful all the time, every time.
Well, wouldn't that basically invalidate self-defense in and of itself if that were to be applied universally?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand.
So you can't use lethal force against lethal force if the other lethal force was self-defense. So you can't defend yourself against self-defense.
Creed has some good info here. It's only coming up on my small screen for some reason, but
okay. See, that makes a little bit more sense, but it still gives you...
If it's unlawful force.
It still gives you this kind of circadian loop.
It does. Unless you argue brandishing a weapon is unlawful.
Which it probably is. You see what I'm saying? It's like... It creates almost like... I don't know, in programming, where you have just sort of a programming loop.
Yeah, trust me, I know about that.
I figured you do.
It sucks.
But you know what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
like
no, it is, yeah.
Burns up all of your RAM to basically accomplish nothing.
Yep, you accomplish nothing and you use a lot of your processing power for sure. Well, all of it.
So that can't possibly be what the legislature intended, in my opinion.
No. But at the same time, like on its face, it makes sense. You can only use lethal force against unlawful force. Like, because if the force is lawful, you shouldn't be able to defend yourself against it. And I think it's probably written that way to say you can't shoot a cop because the cop's putting handcuffs on you, right?
Sure. But that's where it's like a glitch in the system.
It's a glitch.
And maybe that needs to be changed.
Yeah.
I mean, unlawful force.
They had a brilliant comeback to it, though. They had a brilliant argument that I didn't think of when I first heard it and was like, oh, shit, they might have them. Was that it's always unlawful to point your gun at the police. And Zion, dude, what they did with replaying Zion's testimony and the way they did that and the way that that was the only visual aid they used, I thought was brilliant. And I think they needed to replay it because it was so quiet. They only had it at like 60% volume the first time. I know people on TV couldn't hear it. And I'm thinking that it might not have been as easily to hear in the courtroom or easy to hear in the courtroom. So I think replaying that and making it the focal point, while not trashing the poor kid, was very good.
Okay. And I that's where, like, we watched his original testimony together, and I thought that they were setting up for something, and I didn't necessarily know what.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds from what you're saying, I did not see the defense's closing arguments, to be honest.
Oh, got you. Yeah, it was good.
But it sounds like they brought that back.
They did. And they honed it down to like 2 or 3 minutes where Zion said very clearly that he saw his aunt raise and point the weapon. And he said very clearly, I saw an officer's badge.
Mm-hmm. Creed, reasonably believe is one of my most hated terms when it comes to criminal law.
And And the prosecution and the closing kept both times, or kept saying, this, it's not what this officer believed, it's what a reasonable person would have believed.
No, that's not true.
I know.
And by the way, the prosecutor usually does the exact opposite. It's not what a reasonable person would believe, but it's what a reasonable officer with the same training and experience would have believed. Because that actually helps the prosecution in 99% of circumstances.
Okay, there's a lot of tension here. And now we can see other spectators.
Okay, I don't want her damn... God, I can't stand that lady for some reason. I've only heard her speak for like 2 minutes, and I cannot stand her.
I don't
2 minutes total.
Particularly pleasant, but no, usually it's actually beneficial for the prosecution to say that a reasonable officer is different from your average citizen. Because they have training and experience that ought to lead to a different conclusion.
Yeah, I agree.
So that was a little odd. Kara, you're absolutely right. Zion did have a different line of sight, but
yep,
this is the evidence that we have available. When it's all said and done.
And the fact that he lied on the stand
probably not super helpful.
Makes it way less. Makes it way harder to argue that. Well, he could have the nuances of it.
So, what's your prediction? We have a verdict.
Yeah. So when we hit 12 hours, I was like, oh shit, we have a hung jury.
I thought it would take longer than that.
See, because the reason I didn't is because there's just not that much testimony to go over, and it's one charge. But you were right, clearly.
I think the issue.
Oh, I'm gonna kill my.
I think the issue ultimately was.
I think it's not good.
Whether they were focused on the evidence or whether they were hung up on the law. And I think that they were more hung up on the law than they were on the evidence. I don't know, but
no, that's what makes that makes perfect sense to me. So whose favor does that go into?
Probably the defendant.
I think that goes in the defendant's favor too.
In my mind,
there's a big probably in my mind on that, but there always is in these things, right?
Yeah. Well, Greg appreciates my opinion.
What is it?
Just said spot on.
Good. Yeah, I mean, I've said not guilty all along. I've said that I think what's right is not guilty. Law and Crime has a judge up.
Well,
hey,
when we were the last time I was on was probably what, Tuesday?
I'm switching feeds. Law and Crime has a judge up. What is going on? Why don't they have the judge?
You do what you gotta do.
Yep, you talk.
No, my thought from the very beginning was I was kind of 50-50 walking into it. I was about 80-20 the last time that I was on with you, which was probably a while ago. Because I've had
real work
stuff. But I still stand at the 80-20, and if they actually came to a verdict, I think it's very unlikely that they find guilty. But I will not be shocked and appalled if they find otherwise. I also think that there are appealable issues over the course of the trial that at least the portions that I have watched.
I would agree.
So we shall see.
How appealable is a closing argument?
Everyone may be seated.
More or less.
Good afternoon.
I didn't think
Mr.
so.
Presiding Juror, it is my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Oh, I get so nervous for these, man.
If you'd hand it, please, Deputy Nicholson. Mr. Dean, if you would stand. Oh, sorry about that. Verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant Aaron York Dean guilty of the offense of manslaughter as signed by the presiding juror. Does either side desire a poll? You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call your juror number, okay? And the question I'm going to ask you is this manslaughter verdict your individual verdict? Juror number 1, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 3, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 4, is this your verdict? Juror number 6, is this your verdict? Juror number 14, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 15, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 21, is this your verdict? I'm sorry? Okay. Juror number 31, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 32, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 37, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 38, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. All right, your verdict will be received and filed, and I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room for a few minutes. We are now back under the rules that we were under.
Because jury decides sentencing.
Because we will go into the punishment phase. I need to discuss with the lawyers timing on that. So give us just a few minutes and I'll be back in a few minutes. All rise.
I am, okay, so this is something I did not know about. Apparently Texas procedure is that all lesser included, or maybe not all lesser.
No, manslaughter was the only lesser included.
So they basically split the baby.
Yep. Compromise verdict. I cannot stand compromise verdicts.
I don't love them either.
Everyone may be seated. I need to see the lady on the back row. Come up, please, ma'am.
It gives them.
Come on up.
Uh-oh, someone's in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me who you are, please, ma'am? And Ms. Jackson, was there a portion of my instructions that you did not understand?
She's going to jail.
So why were you causing a ruckus at the end when I was talking to the jury? Well, it obviously was. You're not allowed to come.
Oh, come on, don't cut the audio.
They cut it. Like, they're so weird.
You need to talk to your client. Y'all need to talk. When y'all get to a point, let's talk in chambers. All right? Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So they found guilty of manslaughter. I still think that that's splitting the baby, and it
is.
In my personal opinion, I think that that is cowardice of the jury.
Me too.
Either he did it or he didn't.
I have a real hard time legally justifying if it's not murder, how is it manslaughter? Or let's say that vice versa. If it's manslaughter, how is it not murder? Just based on the facts.
Well, you can argue that you're missing one element, that he didn't intend to kill.
Oh, okay.
That would be the legal argument, that you're missing one of the elements of murder.
Right, but I have a little hard time.
Remember, manslaughter is unlawful use of force against another person that causes death.
But the way that jury instruction
murder
read,
is intentional, unlawful use of force against another person that causes death. So if you miss that fifth element,
it says knowing that it could cause death, right?
That's manslaughter.
Okay.
Intentionality is the issue. It's the mens rea. So there are 4 levels of mens rea, and I don't necessarily need to give a legal lesson if you don't want me to.
No, yes, please. That's why I have you on here, man. Do it.
But there are 4 levels of mens rea. There is intention or purpose. There is knowingly. There is recklessly. And then there is negligently. Those are the 4 levels. So for murder charges, you have to intentionally caused the death. Knowingly is manslaughter. Recklessly can be the equivalent of murder depending upon the circumstance. But generally speaking, it is a lower level. And then you have negligently, which is usually on the criminal level a misdemeanor or a civil issue.
Right. Okay.
So in that regard, there are 5 elements to murder. You intentionally cause an action that caused the death of another person that actually died. That intentional aspect, if you did not intend to cause the death, then you only have the 4. And so that's the manslaughter side.
Yeah. But it's, yeah. Okay. So legally, I mean, obviously legally you can make the justification because they allowed it to be included in the jury instructions.
Correct. And I think what it basically came down to is nobody in that jury thought that he meant to kill anyone.
But they wanted him paid.
For lack of a better term, yes. And reckless can be lifted to the portion of knowledge if they believe that you're acting in an unreasonable way. So this is like the depraved heart murder kind of situation. You shoot randomly into a crowd. You don't care who dies necessarily, but somebody does. We escalate that up.
The thing though,
intentional manslaughter.
The thing is, from my understanding though, is Texas has a lot less homicide statutes than many of the other states we got.
I genuinely do not know.
I think a lot falls under murder in Texas, and then they just have a huge sentencing guideline. Murder's 2 to 99 years in Texas.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think murder in New York is 2 to life. Murder in Florida is a little bit different. I won't give the numbers. But yeah, it is. I think that this was a compromised verdict.
It was compromised.
And
I
think the issue was that the jury ultimately had a debate over whether he intended to kill somebody or not. They decided ultimately not, but the law itself provides that even if he didn't intend to kill somebody, if he did it in some sort of a reckless way, and this goes back to some of the stuff that we were watching where they were focusing on it was not necessarily procedure, it was not necessarily the way that you ought to have acted. They were building, in my opinion, I actually think that
they were building a manslaughter case.
They knew they overcharged, but they were building a manslaughter case.
Yeah.
And maybe they intentionally overcharged and decided that they were going to build a manslaughter case.
Yeah.
Which to me is more concerning from a public policy perspective.
Yeah, I mean everything that those 2 ADAs did in do I sound good by the way? I'm totally
Yeah,
different.
you sound fine. At least from my end.
Good. Well, if it sounds good to you, I'm sure it sounds good to everyone else. What those 2 ADAs did in closing was not good from a public policy, public interest perspective. But if you think about that closing was probably geared toward manslaughter too. Get super emotional, get the jury super emotional, saying, "Yeah, the law doesn't necessarily fit, but we can't just let this guy go."
Right, and that's basically to some extent why you don't necessarily want to go to trial, because even if you are under the law not guilty, who cares? At some point, it's going to be up to 12 random people.
Yep.
And we have talked about this before. I think the juries get it more right than not.
Yep.
But that is a dice that you roll.
Yep.
I think that some of the material, and it would be interesting to see if they actually appeal this case. Because I think that there are a few grounds for appeal, but
Yeah, so let's talk about what you think those are. Because I'm having a hard time putting my finger on exactly what they would be.
Part of it's going to be tough because I did not see a lot of the second half of the trial. But from the first half, I mean, the obvious one would be going onto the stand in the first place. And so that's your weakest argument, would be that by going to the stand, there was some sort of dereliction of counsel.
By allowing him to. But that's really hard. I mean, he didn't do a really long colloquy with him.
No, he did not. But it opened him up to questions that were not necessarily helpful.
Right. But doing a short colloquy kind of does leave it a little bit more open for appeal, right?
A little bit. That's what I'm saying. I think that's probably the weakest argument.
Mm-hmm.
I think the strongest argument, and we talked about this a little bit, is that I think the judge overruled a lot of objections. And to some extent, that's okay because you want an open process. But at the same time, the judge overruled the objections out of hand without necessarily having a sidebar.
He definitely did.
Record.
Yep.
And that, I think, is something that you could maybe. And again, I don't think that it's a great appeal.
So, but you have to have something to say that he let. You have to have something that he let in.
Right, and I don't have a specific example of that.
Yeah, that's my hardest part too. Because you're right, he was quick on his overrules. He was permissive on what came in. I remember being frustrated about that. But when there's something major that comes in, I tend to remember it. I don't remember anything that he let in.
Off the top of my head,
you can't either. But
I don't have a specific example of something that he let in that he ought not have.
But be assured, counsel marked down everything.
I guarantee
they have a ranked list.
They're going through the transcripts.
Yeah.
Because, what's your alternative? I mean, the penalty phase is probably not going to be, well, maybe same jurors. Maybe they say we convict him manslaughter and we give him a slap on the wrist. You don't necessarily know until then.
So my understanding of the murder statute, and again, now this is going to be under manslaughter, so it could be different. But my understanding under the murder statute is that the defendant gets to choose whether the judge or the jury makes the sentencing call in the penalty phase.
Correct. And I believe that.
Do you think that'd be the same for manslaughter?
I believe that is generally true.
Okay. So do you think he has the jury do it?
I don't know. There's a lot of information that I don't have in order to really make an informed call on that.
Most of it would be what you'd like look back on the history of what this judge's sentences have been, right?
That would be a large chunk of it. The other part would be I was not privy to the voir dire of the jury.
Fair.
So
I hate that they
about that as well.
I hate that we're barely ever privy to the voir dire of the jury. Like in the Potter case, we were privy to it.
That's true.
In most cases, we're not. It makes it hard for us analysts out here.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to make a call. So if this was a negotiated verdict, which I think it probably was.
It was.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
Let's say it probably was. You're right. But I see where you're going. So if it was a negotiated verdict, that has to play a lot into whether you'd want the jury deciding your fate.
Precisely. And I don't necessarily know, because that means that there was at least a decent chunk of the jury that wanted to stick him with murder. And there was a decent chunk of the jury that did not. And who knows? Maybe there was a decent chunk of the jury that wanted him acquitted. So,
yeah, it could have been acquittal. It could have been an argument of acquittal versus murder.
But here's the issue at the end of the day. He is hit with manslaughter, period. That has a range of
2 to 20.
Yeah. So, do you want the judge that's seen the case? Do you want a jury of 1, but also happens to be a judge? Or do you want them to negotiate something between 2 and 20?
Yeah. So I mean, I think you're probably getting 10 if you go with the jury.
If you go with the judge,
because they're going to negotiate it out again.
That's sort of my thought process. I think if you go with the judge, you have a decent chance to get less than that.
I think you do too. And I don't think you have a huge chance to get more than that.
Huh?
I don't think you have a huge chance to get more than 10.
Well, that's where I'm thinking, like, the downside risk is not that bad with just letting the judge determine the sentence.
I think I would go judge, man. Unless you go look at his history and he throws the book at absolutely everyone he sentences.
Yeah, unless he literally throws the book at everyone. I mean, that could be the case as well.
Mm-hmm.
But you presume as your baseline they're going to negotiate a verdict, and it's not like you said.
Yeah.
If a negotiated verdict is 10.
Yeah. I mean, and if you think back, so I think and I try to just base a lot of the stuff off other cases I see. So if you think of Judge Regina Chu in the Kim Potter case, she was known to be a harsh sentencer. She seemed.
AK-47 is saying that he decided jury.
He decided jury. Okay.
I don't know. I trust AK, but
I do too. I have. He didn't do that
like a mistake
in front of the
for
camera.
me. That does actually seem like a mistake to me.
Yeah, I'll try to research tonight and see how this judge sentences. I mean, this judge was willing to shock a dude in the middle of court.
Yeah, but at the same time, this judge, I think, was extremely fair as well.
He was fair and very even keel. But I was saying, even like Regina Chu was super sympathetic to the police officer.
Yeah.
And I would think most judges would be.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I mean, so I do.
In my experience, it depends very much who their constituents are, because you have to.
So I was just gonna say, I do have a little bit of research on this.
Are elected.
I do have a little bit of research on this judge. This judge is Republican. So that shows a little bit of who his constituents are.
It might. But at the same time, that one to me is always a little bit difficult, because
I think so too.
Elected judges, constituencies may change, and generally speaking, your re-election is almost guaranteed, but your constituency might change over time. And so, and I hate to say that actually is a consideration, but
it is. You gotta
call it spade a spade.
Of course, you're going to try to figure out as much as you can about who's going to make the decision. Like, you'd be an idiot not to.
Well, and at the same time, for the judge, your primary goal is to be reelected. Why do you think federal judges serve for life?
The judge in Nebraska has not made it a verdict decision. Being that we have a verdict now, let's hit this for the chat real quick. So here's what my plan is. I'm going to probably end this in about 15 minutes. I need a break. I've been going 9-10 hours a day. But then I'm going to try to find some time to watch the mom in the Nebraska cases police interview tonight so that we're ready to see that verdict tomorrow. But remember, we're going to the penalty phase probably tomorrow in this, right? Or do you think they'll wait till Monday?
Let
me see if
I imagine they'll probably go tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll go tomorrow. So we're gonna switch back.
Unless the judge has a backlog that he just needs to get through.
Yeah,
they'll probably go tomorrow. I will be traveling tomorrow, so I will not be available. But I will do my best to be around.
Awesome. You going home for the holidays, or?
Yeah, I'm going back to New York for about 3 weeks. The holidays, and then my sister's getting married. So I'm heading out to Tampa for about 3 weeks.
Awesome. You grew up in New York, right?
Yep.
In the city?
No, Long Island, but I went to high school in the city and law school in the city, and
Court TV might
there for a while.
We might have something coming back up. I'll pull it back up with you. Oh, I don't need that. That's cool. What's that? Well, so they went back to the state seal. So we'll see.
Okay. Did I get a lot of rain? Today in Tampa, yes, we got quite a decent rain pour.
Fun times. There's movement in this courtroom. I'm sure they have to put it on the record that he's going to choose the jury, right?
I think that part of it is going to be a motion to overturn the verdict.
Okay. And that's not getting granted.
No, it's not going to be granted. But
this judge doesn't do anything like that.
You have to make it. I mean, it's basically a motion for a verdict. It's called a JNOV, Judgment Non Obstante Verdicto.
Mm-hmm.
So a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. So the jury decided, but they were absolutely out of their freaking minds, and there's no way a reasonable jury could have made that decision.
Right. Which is a hard argument to make, considering a jury just made that decision. And you sat that jury.
Yeah, it's again 99.9% time not granted, but you got to give it a shot for the sake of appealability.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because you need everything on the record to appeal.
But yeah, this actually is one thing that really ticks me off when it comes to YouTube lawyers, is they don't know what JNOV stands for. It is
jury.
It is judgment non obstante verdicto.
Non obstante verdicto.
Yep. Judgment notwithstanding the verdict. They know what it means, but they don't know what it actually says. And I have seen so many of them not be able to actually articulate what the words are.
So, I'll do my little YouTube lawyer rant about very much a similar thing. I'll just stick it right to that, but it goes a little beyond it. You know what I can't stand about is they all make it sound like it's possible on a lot of cases, and they all make it sound like they all try to make it sound like a directed verdict is motion is very possible in this case. No, man, it's not.
I actually, in honest to God, I was not kidding when I thought that a directed verdict on this case was possible.
Yeah.
This one particularly, I generally don't go there because I know that they're never granted. But this one particularly, I did not think the state made a sufficient showing.
Yeah. The one where I was even kind of, they might have it was Dean Cummings.
Yeah, that's
And
good.
in fact, they got 2 charges dismissed
That's a good.
through
That's
the directed verdict motion. But usually, I mean, like this one, you thought there was a decent chance, right? Somewhat of a chance, a bigger chance than there normally would be. And
Which
the argument was seriously.
we're talking about 1% to like 5%.
Yeah, you thought that might be rolling to like the 3% chance.
Yeah,
And the argument on it was like maybe 2 minutes, minute and a half, and it took the judge 3.5 seconds to deny.
Yeah, but I was actually kind of ticked off that they didn't put a little bit more effort into that.
I was really ticked that they didn't. Yeah, I don't think you were on with me. That was another one of my Jay Robine moments where I'm like, you have to fucking argue this. Like, you have to have it on the record, and you have to think about your client and public perception too.
Yes.
Make that argument for the public, man. Like,
well, again, whatever happens, I mean, who knows? It's entirely possible. You said 2 to 99. I mean, it's entirely possible if they say 2, you still have in my opinion, a legal obligation to protect your client's reputation.
Who said 2 to 99? What are we talking about?
In terms of the manslaughter.
Manslaughter is 2 to 20. Murder is 2 to 99.
Okay, 2 to 20. So even if you get, let's say you get lucky, you roll the dice right, and you get the 2, you still kind of have a certain ethical obligation to protect your client's reputation.
Especially it's coming out in 2 years.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
I mean, I can imagine being a cop in jail for 2 days, let alone 2 years. But
well, he might not make it 2 years. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends where he's put. It's a Texas prison. Let's just put it this way: his life is not going to be particularly fun for the next 2 years.
No. I mean, probably best case scenario, which is a horrible case scenario, is he's in protective custody for 2 years.
Which is still not a particularly fun.
It's horrible. It's mental torture, man. Like,
yeah. I don't know. There's no 2 ways about it. It's not going to be a fun situation.
No.
But all right, I think I gotta go.
Perfect time.
An appointment this evening, but it was, as always, an absolute pleasure, Cole.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming by. You're the one that got us you're the one that finally got us the verdict. I was never going to comment until he came by. But yeah, this is perfect timing. Thanks so much for jumping on. And as always, dude, I love the actual lawyers' legal insights when we get a chance.
No, always my pleasure. And anytime you want to invite me on for anything, let me know. If I have the opportunity, I will do my best to try and jump on and we'll have a conversation. It's great. Every single time.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
All right. See you, brother.
And chat with that, I'm going to say my goodbyes too. I'm going to go pick up my kids from school. They haven't seen me in a couple days. And I actually have, believe it or not, I have some real work meetings to do a little later on. I will try my absolute hardest to jump on and do a late night. I will. I'll jump on and do a late night viewing of. We put too much effort into this. I'm going to jump on and do a late night viewing of Mom in Nebraska, Emily's interview with the police. And then we're just watch for that verdict. That verdict should be coming down tomorrow. But at the very least, we had some entertainment while we sat on Verdict Watch. Again, thank you all so much for being with me. Tomorrow, we will be doing penalty phase, Aaron Dean's penalty phase. Penalty phases can be just as interesting. They'll be more emotional, but they can be just as interesting. I imagine that will be going at 8 a.m. Central Time. Sorry, 9 a.m. Central Time, which is 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
I'll probably try to get on a little bit earlier, about 7:45 Mountain Standard, 8:45. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. What time? What time zone? Nebraska, probably Central. I'll get my times and tweet them out. Make sure you check my tweets. But we'll be on for. I'm gonna almost positive we'll watch Mom's police interview tonight. We'll be on for the verdict 9 a.m. Nebraska time. Central time. Yep. 9 a.m. Central time. We'll be on for Nebraska verdict. Either way, and I'm quite suspicious that we will be watching the penalty phase start up tomorrow morning for Aaron Dean. So lots going on. Thank you all for being here, and I will talk to you later tonight. Bye now.